A capitalist downturn might trigger a social movement aimed not merely to hasten an upturn but also to radically alter the existing economic system, including its class structure. As suggested in previous chapters, the fears of capitalists and their allies during the Depression of the 1930s focused on its social costs. The risk then was a possible movement toward criticizing and targeting capitalism, and such a movement did grow then in the United States and in other countries as well. Similarly, the Great Recession, a popular name in the United States for the global crisis that began in 2007, raised a similar risk. Once again, unemployed workers, foreclosed former homeowners, bankrupt entrepreneurs, students unable to afford education, overstressed family budgets and households, and others feeling the impacts of economic crisis might develop preferences for different, non-capitalist economic systems. If the victims of capitalist cycles believed that non-capitalist systems could be free from cycles and their social costs, they might organize themselves politically. Swelled in number at the bottom of a downturn, they might move radically to transform the economic class structure. The preferred transformations range from kinds of feudalism or fascism, on the political right, to kinds of socialism and communism, on the left. How to prevent such transformations has motivated many neoclassical and Keynesian studies of cycles and their causes, consequences, and possible remedies. We noted earlier that an explicit goal of many Keynesian policy proposals was to lessen the duration and intensity of capitalist cycles, and partly also to counter Marxian analyses of and proposals for dealing with cycles. Marxists have studied cycles as well, but with different motivations. They demonstrated that cycles have proved historically to be intrinsic, unavoidable aspects of capitalism, a conclusion likewise reached theoretically in Marxian theory. 197. Marxian economics. They also argued that overcoming cycles and their huge social costs required transition from the capitalism that repeatedly reproduced those cycles. In short, Marxian treatments of cycles form one part of the Marxian critique of capitalism and argument for socialism. Partly for that reason, cycles are often referred to in Marxian literature as crises of capitalism. Using the term crisis supports the Marxian notion that cycles are, or at least can be, critical moments in the life of capitalist economies. Economic downturns may lead people to question capitalism and sometimes to consider radical critiques of its class structure. Some Marxists have argued that cyclical downturns worsen over time, eventuating in economic collapse. This became a theory of capitalism's inevitable collapse under the weight of its own internal economic contradictions. The Marxian theory at work in this chapter interprets cycles differently. Whether and when a particular cyclical downswing might eventuate in a transition beyond the class structure of capitalism depends on all the class and non-class processes of the society experiencing the downswing. Just as cycles are overdetermined as to their occurrence, duration, and intensity, so too are any possible transitions from cycles to social revolutions. Cycles do not result from some essential cause or causes. The Marxian theory at work here does not reduce cycles to mere effects of one or another quality of capitalism. Nor does it reduce them in the manner of the neoclassicists and Keynesians to such factors as state economic interventions or behavioral conventions in the face of uncertainty. Rather, the task of Marxian analysis is to explore some of the myriad social processes that together overdetermine cycles, with special emphasis on why and how capitalist class processes contribute to their recurring pattern. Marx began to work on that task in Capital, and later Marxists took it further. Continuing their work, we sketch here the crisis argument we find persuasive in Marxian theory. One mechanism that contributes to the generation of cycles is capitalist accumulation. As we noted earlier, industrial capitalists typically utilize a portion of their appropriated surplus value to secure their conditions of existence by accumulating capital. This means that they increase their purchases of physical means of production, C, and hire more labor power, V. Such capital accumulation encounters no problem so long as additional labor power is available to hire. However, such ready-to-be-employed reserves of labor power need not always exist. When demand for additional labor power outpaces supply, economic cycles may emerge. Excess demand will normally drive up the market price of labor power, increase money wages. This tends to happen toward the end of periods when capitalists have been successfully appropriating surpluses, experiencing an economic upswing, and thus confident in accumulating capital. When reserves 198 Chapter 4 of unemployed laborers ready and willing to be hired are exhausted, capitalists seeking to accumulate may be able to secure additional labor power only by hiring away productive laborers already employed by other capitalists. They do this by offering higher wages that other capitalists have to match or risk losing their employees, thus wages start a general rise. Given the length of the working day, and thus the total value added by productive laborers, generally rising wages diminish the surpluses left for capitalist employers. They experience this as declining profits, and that means both declining resources and declining incentives to accumulate capital. Not all capitalists are equally hurt by rising wages. The greatest losses happen to those who rely most heavily on labor, versus machines, in production. But many capitalists will likely feel constrained to respond to reduced profits from rising wages by reducing their accumulation of capital and reducing some of their production activities. They will close operations, lay off workers, and cut back orders to their suppliers of equipment and raw materials. Laid-off workers will in turn cut back purchases since their wages have disappeared. Their suppliers will lay off workers since they have lost sales. Thus the growing ranks of unemployed reduce their purchases alongside the reduced purchases of inputs by employers. The result will in effect be a downward economic spiral characterized by falling incomes, employment levels, output, sales, and accumulation. The key internal contradiction of capitalism here is this: a period of successful surplus production and appropriation as well as capital accumulation sets in motion its own opposite, an economic downswing of classic dimensions. Capitalist accumulation negates itself. The first half of the capitalist cycle is the self-transformation of economic upswing into economic downswing. Moreover, the same mechanisms that transform an upswing into a downswing generate the reverse movement and thus the second half of the cycle. When a downswing deepens unemployment and constricts production enough, desperate unemployed workers begin to accept lower wages, and bankrupt firms begin to offer their equipment and supplies at cheaper prices. As wages and physical input prices keep falling, eventually some capitalists begin to anticipate profits if they resume production and if other capitalists do likewise. So they begin to rehire and buy means of production and raw materials. This stimulates demand for the output of other capitalists, setting off a spiral upward of mutually reinforcing capitalist activities. An upswing of rising surplus production and appropriation and capital accumulation recommences. The class structure of capitalist production and its interaction with the markets for its inputs and outputs thus generates a cyclical pattern of activity. This Marxian explanation that connects cycles to capitalism's contradictions does not imply that cycles result necessarily from accumulation. Whether Marxian theory. 199. Accumulation has such results depends on everything else that is occurring simultaneously, that is, on all the conditions of the existence of a particular phase of accumulation. For example, if accumulation began to outrun available national supplies of labor power, rising wages might not occur for years if rising immigration were to sustain the accumulation. Alternatively, changes in family life might propel formerly homebound wives and children out to seek jobs in growing numbers that would sustain accumulation without raising wages. Or reduced pension benefits might propel retired persons to return to the job market. A combination of such developments might make possible an indefinitely extended period of accumulation without labor shortages or rising wages. Another possibility is that even if wages were driven up, capitalists might respond not by cutting back production or accumulation but rather by automating their production lines. If labor-saving machines were available, capitalists might buy them to reduce the impact of higher wages. Some of the workers laid off by automation might find work in the factories producing those machines. In this case, accumulation might lead to rising wages and squeezed profits, but these would not last long nor provoke a serious cycle, since automation might limit the unemployment and economic downturn that might otherwise have occurred. However, accumulation can generate a cycle in which the cyclical downswing is deeply disruptive of the capitalist society in question. In such a case, accumulation can set in motion disaccumulation, when capitalists do not even fully replace the C&V used up in production, and thereby reduce the scale of production. Entire national economies may then contract, perhaps for several quarter years, as in the Great Recession that began in 2007, or for many years, as in the Depression of the 1930s. In such an environment, movements for radical social change could grow and perhaps win power. The political turbulence of the 1930s across Western Europe and North America offers examples of this possibility. Again, the political upheavals across the world erupting in recent years often have roots in the global capitalist crisis that began in 2007. When they speak of cycles as crises, Marxists mean that downswings may threaten capitalism. Whether or not they do depends in part on how the people who suffer their consequences, unemployment, business bankruptcies, home foreclosures, reduced job and social benefits, state austerity regimes, etc., understand the cycles and their consequences. If they don't see cycles as linked closely to the capitalist class structure of production, then they will not likely see changing that class structure as a way to overcome cycles. They will not then likely join political movements aimed at transitions beyond capitalism. This leads us back to the neoclassical and Keynesian economic theories that have very different analyses of and solutions for economic downturns and 200 chapter 4. Cycles. Neither of them connects these economic problems to the class structure of capitalist production as we have argued Marxian theory does. Neoclassical economics argues for letting the capitalist market self-correct as the best solution for whatever imbalances and downturns emerge from exogenous shocks to the system or from unwarranted state or other institutions' interferences in the workings of private property and free markets. Keynesian theory links crises to market imperfections and human decisions in the face of those imperfections and ineradicable uncertainties about the future. Hence it focuses on state economic interventions such as monetary and fiscal policies that can solve the cycle problems of an otherwise desirable capitalist system. State interventions, if properly advised and executed, can thereby offset the impacts of market imperfections and uncertainties. Keynesian theory, like its neoclassical counterpart, sees no need to question, let alone transition beyond the capitalist class structure of production, since those theories do not link that structure to cycles as Marxian theory does. Thus Marxian economic theory shares neither the neoclassical confidence in capitalism's self-healing properties nor the Keynesian confidence in state intervention. It is not particularly interested in the endless debate across most capitalist societies between those two theories and their proponents' respective solutions for cycles. In the Marxian view, the huge social costs of the recurring cycles undermine the neoclassical approach, while the failure of Keynesian interventions to prevent the cycle's recurrence undermine the Keynesian approach. After the Great Depression of the 1930s, cycles seemed, for a while, to have been relatively less severe, except for the downturn of the mid-1970s. The Marxian perspective on cycles lost adherents. However, in the wake of the major global capitalist crisis that began in 2007, interest in the Marxian analyses and solutions was renewed. 4.6.4 Cycles and Policy Solutions. A final brief discussion of cycles needs to question, from a Marxist standpoint, the whole idea of a policy that will solve crises. Each crisis is the overdetermined result of an infinity of social processes that all interact to cause it and all its particular qualities. Likewise, the overcoming of crises depends on that same infinity of social processes having changed in such a way as to make a particular downturn become an upturn. What a particular society chooses as a policy or set of policies to respond to a crisis can only ever be a tiny subset of the overdeterminants that either will or will not together bring an economic downturn to an end. To imagine that economics can or should seek to determine the right, key, or best policy is to engage in a determinist theoretical project. If one assumes that there are key causes of economic cycles, then it makes sense to find the policies that will change those key causes and thereby Marxian theory. 201. Reverse a downturn. If one does not assume that there are key causes, say because one assumes overdetermination instead, then no policy focused on one or a few causes is ever sufficient to solve the cyclical problem. A Marxian overdeterminist perspective sees the policies advocated and debated by alternative theoretical schools as attempts to use the real social costs and problems of capitalism as recurring cycles to advance the debaters' alternative theories and social agendas. Each theory's policy prescriptions cannot be solutions since a small number of policy tools are always inadequate to such a task from the overdeterminist perspective. Rather, the respective policies that each theory proposes are means to draw the attention of those concerned about cycles to what each theoretical school already believes are the key dimensions of contemporary economies that everyone ought to focus upon. The importance of this overdeterminist perspective in Marxian economics can be further demonstrated by exploring Marxian theory's recognition of a vast multiplicity of possible causes of capitalist cycles beyond the accumulation cause discussed above. For example, Marx originally, and famously, pointed also to competition among capitalists that might well foster technological improvements that required capitalists to purchase ever more expensive pieces of machinery. The constant capital, C, portion of total capital would rise in relation to both V and S. As a result, the ratio of S to C plus V, one measure of capitalists' rate of profit would fall. Capitalists confronting such falling profit rates might then hold back production, thereby setting in motion the cyclical pattern discussed earlier. For further discussion, along with an illustrative numerical example, see Part 2 of Appendix C. Still another potential cyclical mechanism, often mentioned by Marx, is the problem he called realization. Industrial capitalists must find buyers for the commodities produced by their productive laborers. Only then will they realize, in money form, the surplus value appropriated from those workers. This money enables them to at least replace used-up raw materials, equipment, and labor power and thereby maintain the production process. Should any social development prevent capitalists from finding the necessary buyers, this too might set off production cutbacks, layoffs, and the cyclical downswing. Beyond climate, political upheavals, and other factors that might prevent capitalists from realizing their surplus value, Marxists also seek to show how such a crisis mechanism might also emerge out of the internal contradictions of the capitalist system. In this case, a realization problem can be shown to be an ever-present possibility in capitalism. The reason for this is a contradiction within the relation between industrial capitalists and their employees. To survive competitively, each capitalist strives to keep expenditures on wages and salaries as low as possible. Yet capitalists collectively rely heavily on the same employees to 202 Chapter 4. Purchase, out of their incomes, the consumer commodities that capitalists sell in the market. The more successfully they restrict their employees' incomes, the more likely they are to face a realization problem when it comes time to sell the commodities those employees produce. If they cannot sell them, they may set in motion the cyclical pattern again. Then again, if foreign buyers can be found to offset constricted domestic demand due to lower wages and salaries, realization problems may be postponed for a long time. Or perhaps a government spending program might intervene to absorb otherwise unsold commodities, and so on. Cycles can thus emerge out of any of the myriad particular contradictions of the capitalist class structure and also out of an infinity of possible combinations of the political, natural, cultural, and economics conditions of existence of that class structure. Capitalism is hardly the smoothly functioning, unambiguous engine of growth and prosperity its enthusiasts keep suggesting, at least not in and for the Marxian theoretical perspective developed in this chapter. Other social processes may alter or offset a particular set of capitalist contradictions so that the potential for a cyclical downswing does not become actual. Likewise, a downswing can under certain historical circumstances function as the prelude to long and intense cyclical upswings. However, Marxian theory's class analysis of capitalism by means of its value equations explains why cycles tend to recur periodically, although each cycle has its unique, overdetermined dimensions. Various internal contradictions, of which a few examples were presented above, tend towards cyclical movement. While that movement may be delayed or modified in this or that specify see historical instance, Marxian theory and the empirical record support the notion that capitalism's structure engenders cycles. The endless, and unresolved, debates between neoclassical and Keynesian economists over explaining and managing the recurring cycles support that notion as well. Marxian theory's distinctive interpretation of cycles does not seek a solution in the manner of neoclassical and Keynesian theories. Rather, Marxian theory's treatment of crisis is part of the theory's larger project of a critique of capitalism. Thus Marxian theory aims to show how capitalism is vulnerable to a literally endless list of possible crisis causes stemming from all its various conditions of existence. More particularly, its class structure interacts with markets to contribute systematically to recurring, periodic crises/cycles. Marxian theory's approach to crisis is part of its project of criticizing capitalism in favor of a transition to a different class structure of production as discussed earlier in this chapter. In contrast, neoclassical and Keynesian theories approach crises as part of projects celebrating capitalism and precluding the sorts of class changes favored by Marxism. Marxian theory. 203. It is worth concluding this discussion of crises by noting that a transition of the sort Marxists seek would remove the capitalist class contributors to the system's cycles. It would hardly exempt a post-capitalist class structure from instabilities unique to its different, non-capitalist class structure. But a non-capitalist class structure would generate different patterns of instability and likewise organize different social responses to and programs for such instability. And presumably theorists within such a post-capitalist society and economy would commence debating the causes and appropriate responses to its instabilities. Their debates too would likely emerge from and reinforce their broader attitudes toward their society. 4.7 Capitalist subsumed classes. To this point, our discussion has emphasized mainly the capitalist fundamental class process. Our major protagonists have been productive laborers and industrial capitalists, the performers and appropriators of surplus value respectively. However, as we have noted, a capitalist class structure includes both the subsumed class process, distributing appropriated surplus value, and the fundamental class process, producing and appropriating the surplus value. The fundamental classes include the producers and the appropriators of the surplus value. The subsumed classes include the distributors and the recipients of distributed portions of the already appropriated surplus. We can show the subtlety and complexity of Marxian economics by examining some representative examples of capitalist subsumed classes and how they interact with capitalist fundamental classes to shape the function and dynamic of capitalist economic systems. 4.7.1 Money lenders and subsumed classes. The competitive struggles among industrial capitalists often compel them to borrow from money lenders for various purposes. For example, one industrial capitalist needs a loan to purchase some inputs that are temporarily cheaper than usual, lest a competitor do so. Another industrial capitalist needs a loan to install an expensive new technology before a competitor does. Yet another borrows because temporary delays in selling commodity outputs interrupt cash flow needed to maintain production, i.e., to pay employees or raw material suppliers, who might then orient their business elsewhere. A loan to cover the time in which buyers are found will allow workers and suppliers to be paid. In each case, borrowing money enhances the industrial capitalist's competitive survival, secures conditions of existence. From the standpoint of the money lender, The ultimate use of the loan is of little or no concern. The lender S 204 Chapter 4. Goal is to recover not only the money loaned but also a fee for lending, interest. Interest is the money lender's income. The industrial capitalist repays the loan plus the interest. The industrial capitalist distributes a portion of appropriated surplus value as that interest payment to the money lender. As a recipient of a distributed share of surplus value, the money lender occupies a capitalist subsumed class position. We can sketch the economic relationships involved here by slightly expanding our original value equation for capitalist commodity production. Thus we would rewrite our C plus V plus S equals W equation as C plus V plus S1 plus SR equals W. In this equation S1 is the portion of appropriated surplus distributed to money lenders as interest payments while SR is the rest of the appropriated surplus value. The relationship between industrial capitalist and money lender includes, among the many other processes involved in any relationship among persons, two processes of special concern here. First, there is the non-clause process of borrowing and lending. It is a non-clause process because it is precisely, and nothing more than, the act of temporarily passing funds from one person to another. Second, there is the subsumed class process of distributing a portion of appropriated surplus value as the interest payment accompanying the return of the borrowed funds. The S1 term in the equation locates the subsumed class process and the two subsumed class positions it defines: distributor of appropriated surplus value, the industrial capitalist, and its recipient, the money lender. For the money lender, S1 is the interest income earned from lending, the subsumed class payment received from the industrial capitalist. We can represent the transaction from the money lender's perspective as M rightward arrow M plus S1. The money lender is another kind of capitalist, since the lending process accomplishes the self-expansion of the lender's money. As noted earlier, the money lender is not an industrial capitalist because the self-expansion of value is not accomplished by the direct appropriation of surplus value from any productive laborers. For that reason we call such money lenders non-productive capitalists. The money lending process can occur in various modern institutional settings. Banks, insurance companies, industrial corporations, individuals, governments, and others can and do lend money. Money lenders do not lend money only to industrial capitalists. Money lent to persons other than industrial capitalists generate interest payments that are not distributions of appropriated Marxian theory. 205. Surplus value. Only industrial capitalists appropriate surplus value in capitalist class structures, so only they can distribute it in subsumed class processes. Only when loans go to industrial capitalists does the relationship between lender and borrower include the subsumed class process as well as the money lending process. Marxian theory is concerned with distinguishing lending that does from lending that does not directly engage class processes, since those class processes are its chief object and focus. Loans to persons other than industrial capitalists typically carry interest charges. For example, one worker can lend money at interest to another worker. The interest payment involved is not a subsumed class payment, since the interest-paying worker does not appropriate surplus value. The interest payment is a non-class payment precisely because no distribution of appropriated surplus is involved. A capitalist economy's supply of and demand for loans as well as money lenders' evaluations of the relative risks of lending to different borrowers will determine interest rates. One overdeterminant of interest rates in a capitalist society is the class structure. That is, the specific conditions of the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus value will influence interest rates, and vice versa. The Marxian approach to analyzing interest rates will stress, 1. Their overdetermination by class as well as non-class processes and, 2. How interest rates participate in overdetermining class processes. That is, Marxian theory presents a class analysis of interest rates. 4.7.2 Managers and subsumed classes. Just as industrial capitalists often depend on the non-class process of lending to secure some conditions of their existence as appropriators of surplus value, they likewise depend on many other non-class processes. One of these is the process of managing enterprises involving planning, organizing, and directing their business activity. Managers write histories of the corporation explaining why some product lines were successful and why some were not, devise various competitive strategies, help design and invent new commodities, control certain behaviors of subordinate managers, and supervise the productive laborers they employ. For one example, consider more fully their supervisory work. Management is required to make sure that purchased labor power is fully devoted to producing commodity outputs. After industrial capitalists purchase their labor power from productive laborers, they set them to work with purchased tools, equipment, and raw materials. While working, the laborers may produce more or fewer commodities. Having sold their labor power for a wage payment, they may or may not work hard to produce commodities for the industrial capitalists to sell. 206 Chapter 4. If they do, well and good. Industrial capitalist can then distribute surplus value elsewhere to survive competitively. However, suppose that workers cannot or do not work hard. This worries the industrial capitalist, who must fear the competition from industrial capitalists who do have hard-working laborers and so obtain more output per worker from them. As discussed previously and also in Appendix C of this chapter, lowered labor productivity can threaten the continued operation of the enterprise. Managers may solve the problem by supervising laborers to ensure their maximum effort. The managing process is then a condition of existence of surplus labor appropriation. To secure that management process, the industrial capitalist has to distribute a portion of the appropriated surplus value to cover the wages or salaries of managerial personnel and purchase the means for them to perform management. Managers sell their labor power to industrial capitalists and do work, but they produce no commodity sold by their employer. They perform no surplus labor nor generate any surplus value. They are unproductive laborers receiving subsumed class distributions. Of course, were the management process accomplished without requiring any distribution of appropriated surplus, then no subsumed class process would be involved. For example, if workers' beliefs committed them to intense labor for employers without any supervision, then no subsumed class payments would be required for managers. Indeed, if managers could instill in workers those beliefs, then industrial capitalists would then have more appropriated surplus value left to distribute to secure other conditions of existence. One example of this might be workers' self-management programs. Finally, we can show how the Marxian theorization of the subsumed class of managers parallels that of the subsumed class of money lenders. We can rewrite an expanded value equation to include a subsumed class distribution to managers for their salaries plus means of managing. C plus V plus S1 plus S2 plus SR equals W. The surplus distribution, S2, is the subsumed class distribution to managers from the industrial capitalists who employ them. The process of managing people, including workers, need not and often does not occur together with the capitalist subsumed class process. The two processes occur together only when the people being managed are productive laborers and when management costs are defrayed out of surplus value distributed by an industrial capitalist appropriator. For example, if a worker hires a group of fellow workers on a Sunday to paint the worker's home, and if a manager of those workers is hired as well, no subsumed class process is involved. The salary paid to this manager cannot come from surplus, since the worker doing the hiring does not appropriate any surplus. No subsumed class process is involved, although the managing process certainly is. Marxian theory. 207. 4.7.3 Merchants and subsumed classes. Another potential competitive problem may and often does require industrial capitalists to solve it by distributing a portion of appropriated surplus. This problem is the time it takes industrial capitalists to find buyers for produced capitalist commodities. The faster industrial capitalists can exchange finished commodities for money, the sooner that money can in turn be exchanged for labor power and raw materials. The faster an industrial capitalist literally turns over his/her capital from money to commodities and back to money, the more surplus value that industrial capitalist appropriates per year. Turnover time can be as crucial to the outcome of competition among industrial capitalists as are technical efficiency, access to credit, and quality management. For example, consider two industrial capitalists starting with equal initial capitals, technologies, and rates of exploitation. The only difference between them is turnover time. Thus each capitalist takes, say, 1 month to go from the purchase of labor power and commodity inputs to acquiring finished commodity outputs ready for sale. However, one capitalist takes 1 month from end of production to sale of commodities, while the other takes 2 months. The THIRD capitalist will sell commodities produced in January by the end of February. The revenues realized from that sale can then be spent on labor power and commodity inputs to renew the production cycle again in March. The next sale will occur at the end of April, and so on. The second capitalist will not sell January output until the end of March. Thus this capitalist's production cycle can recommence only in April, and the products of that cycle can be sold only by the end of June. Over a year's time the THIRD capitalist will turn over capital 6 times, while the second will turn it over only 4 times. The THIRD capitalist's capital will produce and realize surplus value 6 times per year, while the second capitalist's capital will realize surplus value only 4 times. Thus, despite their identical technologies and rates of exploitation, the THIRD capitalist will have more surplus to distribute by year's end than the second, and may thereby secure the conditions of his or her existence more successfully than the second. It thus becomes quite literally a condition of the second industrial capitalist's survival to secure reduced turnover time. Enter the merchant. The merchant has a stock of money, rather like a money lender. However, unlike money lenders, merchants do not make loans. They use stocks of money to buy commodities and thereafter to sell them. Merchants engage in the non-class economic process of exchanging commodities and money. The exchange process is different from the class processes of producing, appropriating, or distributing surplus value. However, suppose that our second industrial capitalist, worried about competitive survival, offers a merchant a deal. The merchant agrees to buy the industrial capitalist's commodity outputs as fast as they 208 Chapter 4. Emerge from the production line. In return the second capitalist pays the merchant a fee. This deal will greatly speed up the second industrial capitalist's turnover time, perhaps thereby even outcompeting the THIRD capitalist. The merchant's performance of a non-class process timely commodity exchange secures a condition of the existence of the second industrial capitalist's continued appropriation of surplus value. Merchants will not agree to this proposed deal unless they make money from doing so. Marx calls them merchant capitalists precisely because their merchanting activities, buying in order to resell, yield them more value at the end of their activity than they began with. If they buy an industrial capitalist's commodity outputs at their values and then resell them at their values, they would obtain no gain from these transactions, no merchant income. Therefore, to secure a merchant's performance of timely commodity exchange, an industrial capitalist must distribute to the merchants a fee, of mutually agreed size, for doing so. If the industrial capitalist distributes a portion of appropriated surplus value to a merchant as such a fee, then we can speak of commodity exchange and the subsumed class process occurring together. Such merchants would thus constitute another capitalist subsumed class. We may then add this subsumed class process, the fee to merchants, as S3 in our expanded enterprise equation. C plus V plus S1 plus S2 plus S3 plus SR equals W. In practice, industrial capitalists and subsumed merchants net the two opposite flows of money: 1. Payment by merchant to industrial capitalist for purchase of commodity outputs, 2. payment by industrial capitalist of fee to merchant for timely purchase of outputs. The industrial capitalist does not both sell the merchant commodities at full value and then send merchant a check for the fee. Instead, industrial capitalists typically subtract the fee to the merchant from what they charge the merchant for the commodity outputs they sell. Only one combined transaction occurs. The merchant acquires the industrial capitalist's commodities at a discount from their value, a merchant's discount equal to the agreed fee. When the merchant then sells those commodities at their values, the merchant's income is precisely the difference between the merchant capital expended to buy the commodities and the larger revenue the merchant receives when those commodities are resold. From the perspective of the merchant, the transaction is M rightward arrow C rightward arrow M plus delta M. Here delta M represents the difference between what the merchant paid for the commodities and the revenues received from their sale. Marxian theory offers a distinctive interpretation of the economics of merchants by focusing on the relation of merchants to the production, appropriation, and distribution of Marxian theory. 209. Surplus value. In our example, delta M is a subsumed class payment by an industrial capitalist to secure the condition of existence known as minimization of turnover time, delta M equals S3. Merchants are thus another kind of capitalist, although different from both industrial and money-lending capitalists. Merchants are capitalists because their buying and selling typically accomplishes the self-expansion of the value they deploy. Self-expanding value is the definition of capital. However, they are unlike industrial capitalists because they neither appropriate surplus value nor produce commodities. They expand their capital through buying and selling, not through exploitation in production. Merchant capitalists are unlike money-lending capitalists because their self-expansion does not involve the non-class process of lending, it rather involves the non-class process of commodity exchange. Merchant capitalists invest their capital in buying commodities to be resold for more than they cost. Their goal is to increase their capital by delta M. Money-lending capitalists invest their capital in making loans. Their goal is to increase their capital by interest payments. Industrial capitalists invest their capital in producing commodities. Their goal is to increase their capital by appropriating surplus labor as surplus value, S. Presumably there is some mobility of capital between these different kinds of investment. An industrial capitalist who could obtain greater expansion of his or her capital in merchanting or money lending might shift out of industrial capitalist investment into one of those processes, and vice versa. Marxian theory thus expects a tendency toward converging rates of return on capital among all three kinds of investment, unless counteracting tendencies intervene. As noted above in the cases of the non-class processes of money lending and managing, the non-class process of merchanting may but need not occur together with the subsumed class process. Whenever a merchant buys commodities from someone who does not appropriate a surplus during their production, no subsumed class distribution of surplus occurs together with the commodity exchange process. For example, if a manager sells a used car to a merchant who resells it for more, the merchant capitalist has indeed expanded his or her capital. However, the source of the expansion, delta M in the merchant equation above, is not then surplus value appropriated by such a manager. Managers do not appropriate surplus value, only industrial capitalists do that. Marxian theory, as a class analytical project, seeks to explore the connections and interactions between class and non-class processes. It seeks to clarify when and how class processes shape and are shaped by such non-class processes as money lending, managing, and commodity exchange. Neoclassical and Keynesian economics also treat lending, managing, and commodity exchange, but they do not explore their interactions with class processes. 210 Chapter 4. 4.7.4 Other capitalist subsumed classes. Money lending, managing, and merchanting are only three of the many kinds of non-class processes that may or may not occur together with the capitalist subsumed class process. In other non-class processes, performers also receive distributed shares of surplus value from industrial capitalist appropriators. A brief discussion of some other non-class processes will further clarify the notion of subsumed classes. Illustrating how Marxian theory extends to encompass ever more specific features of capitalist economies. Landowners may occupy subsumed class positions. They grant access to portions of the Earth's surface that they own to industrial capitalists. Seeking to appropriate surplus value, the latter must obtain access to some land for that appropriation to occur. Industrial capitalists secure this particular condition of existence by distributing a share of appropriated surplus value to the landowners. For historical reasons, payments for access to privately owned land are called rents. When rent is paid by a surplus appropriator to secure a condition of existence for the production of that surplus, it is a subsumed class distribution. Other kinds of rent payments do not occur together with the subsumed class process, they are thus not subsumed class payments. For example, providing access to privately owned land to anyone who is not a surplus appropriator, a laborer, a manager, etc., will typically fetch a rent payment in return. However, that rent is clearly not a subsumed class payment since it is not a distributed share of surplus appropriated by the rent payer. Rent payments may disappear. For example, if private property in land were abolished in a capitalist society and if instead the government allocated land to capitalist producers according to some ethical or political rules, no rental payments would occur. In this case, access to the Earth's surface, which remains, of course, a condition of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process, would not require any distribution of surplus value. Hence, in this case, the non-class process of providing access to the Earth's surface would occur without being combined either with the rent payment process or the capitalist subsumed class process. In most capitalist societies, the state provides certain conditions of existence for industrial capitalists and typically receives taxes in return. Those taxes are subsumed class payments. For example, high-tech industrial capitalists may require highly skilled productive laborers. Those skills constitute conditions of existence for the appropriation of surplus value in those high-tech enterprises. The state may build and operate schools that teach those skills. The state thereby performs a non-class process, teaching, that secures a condition of existence for industrial capitalists. If the state obtains in return a distributed share of the surplus appropriated by industrial capitalists as their tax payments, Marxian theory. 211. Then the state officials who receive tax payments would occupy a subsumed class position. In this example, the non-class process of public school teaching occurs together in society with the subsumed class process. Once again, tax payments and subsumed class payments need not occur together. Taxes paid by anyone other than surplus appropriators are not subsumed class payments, since they are not distributed portions of appropriated surplus value. The Internal Revenue Service of the United States differentiates corporate from individual income taxes, a rough parallel to the difference between taxes that are, and those that are not, subsumed class payments. A state might alternatively provide industrial capitalists with public schools without demanding or receiving any tax payments from them. This could be accomplished if surplus appropriators were exempted from paying taxes. Then no subsumed class payment would be required from them to secure the public school teaching of skills. Marxian theory expects industrial capitalists to seek to shift the burden of taxation onto others while also seeking to secure the state's provision of their conditions of existence. It would also expect those others to resist, especially if they became aware, via Marxian theory, of how capitalist class structures influence the social distribution of tax burdens. The military forces organized, maintained, and deployed by a state and other non-class process may protect the existing class structure from its opponents, foreign and/or domestic. Security is another condition of existence of industrial capitalists. Its costs of providing security may lead the state to tax industrial capitalists. Then the state's provision of military security would occur together with the capitalist subsumed class process. Alternatively, the taxes that pay for the military might fall entirely upon non-surplus appropriating individuals and thus, to that extent, make capitalist subsumed class tax payments unnecessary. Owners of industrial enterprises, as differentiated from corporate boards of directors, see below, occupy subsumed class positions. Shareholders legally own an incorporated enterprise's assets, its buildings, tools, equipment, and raw materials, or, in general, its means of production. They grant access to these assets to the enterprise's industrial capitalists, typically its board of directors, in return for the power to select who will sit on an enterprise's board of directors, and sometimes also in return for regular payments. For historical reasons, such payments are called dividends. They represent subsumed class distributions of the enterprise's appropriated surplus value undertaken to secure the enterprise's access to means of production. Under some conditions, distributed dividends can be reduced or even not paid at all, and yet industrial capitalists can nonetheless secure access to the means of production they need. Tax laws may exist that apply lower rates on owners' realized capital gains on shares of stock they sell than on dividends they receive. Owners might well 212 Chapter 4. Then prefer industrial capitalists to redirect surplus from the payment of dividends to them and instead expand capital accumulation, grow the enterprise, increase its productivity and its profits, and thereby push up its share price. This higher share price enables the owners not only to enjoy expanded wealth, but also to realize capital gains if and when they decide to sell some or all such shares. Under the assumed tax laws, their realized gain is taxed at a lower, capital gain, rate than dividends would have been taxed. Hence owners may well prefer distribution of surplus to foster growing profits rather than dividends. Many capitalist corporations today, large and small, pay no dividends to their shareholders. Typically, corporate boards reward their managers with stock options in addition to or as a partial substitute for salaries, again, because the former are taxed at lower rates than the latter. As a partial substitute for salary payments, stock options allow these boards to free up portions of the surplus no longer needed for salaries to instead enable other subsumed class distributions. Stock options also can provide incentives to managers to help secure their various non-class processes as well as continued loyalty to the corporation while getting paid the same or even lower salaries. What merits special attention here is the difference between those who own the means of production and those who appropriate surplus. These different positions are too often conflated or confused within the Marxian tradition. Granting access to privately owned means of production and appropriating surplus are different processes, although connected to one another in the way we have described. Too often socialists have claimed that by replacing private with collective ownership of the means of production they either will have eliminated class exploitation itself or placed the society on an inevitable journey to its elimination. The first argument conflates the two positions and the second falls into determinist reasoning. Specifying distinct processes in the way we have argues against conflating the two, affirming overdetermination as a causal logic rejects determinist logic. No doubt a change in who owns the means of production can radically alter capitalist society. Often a huge proportion of a capitalist society's means of production is owned by a relatively small segment of its population. That concentration can enable that segment to reap economic gain as well as wield political power over the many. Moreover, laws and legal maneuvers often allow such concentrations of wealth, and income and power, to continue across generations. Changing all of this, say, by equalizing the distribution of property across the population or by replacing private with collective ownership of the means of production, can be revolutionary both economically and politically. However, a change in who owns what is not the same as, nor does it necessarily correspond to, a change in how the surplus is organized, produced, appropriated, and distributed. For example, even if the means of production were Marxian theory 213 changed from privately to collectively owned, the organization of production might nonetheless entail productive laborers producing surpluses appropriated and distributed by a different group of people. In that case, collectivized property could coexist with an exploitative, and perhaps a capitalist, class structure. We will explore this important point again in Chapter 6 when discussing the history of the former USSR. For now, the lesson is not to confuse or conflate a change in a non-class, political, process such as ownership with a change in a class process. Monopoly is still another non-class process that can occur together with the capitalist subsumed class process. Monopoly entails a seller's control of buyers' access to the market for a commodity. Monopoly control requires that alternative markets or other sources of the commodity be unavailable to buyers. The monopolist's control of access to a market enables the demand for a fee if buyers seek access to that market. Note the parallel between monopoly and private property in land, between the rental fee and the monopoly fee. Consider, for example, an industrial capitalist who occupies a monopoly position as the seller of the commodity produced in his enterprise, a unique kind of computer game. If copyright laws permit no other firm to copy and sell the same kind of game, the industrial capitalist producer has a monopoly. The producer can charge a fee to any buyer who wishes to enter the market for that kind of game, a monopoly fee in addition to the value of the commodity. In effect, the monopolist producer combines both the value and the monopoly fee to gain a total sale price for the commodity that is higher than its value. From the standpoint of the game-producing industrial capitalist, the surplus appropriated from hired productive laborers is supplemented by the charge to the firm's customers for access to the monopolized market. The monopoly revenue over and above the commodity's value accrues to that industrial capitalist no matter who buys the game, laborers, other industrial capitalists, merchant capitalists, and so on. Of course, the monopoly revenue will only accrue so long as buyers demand the game and lack alternative sources for buying it. From the standpoint of Marxian class analysis, we look more closely at who pays the monopoly fee for access to the market for that computer game. Suppose that one buyer is an industrial capitalist who purchases the game to make it part of the services provided to patrons of the hotel operated by that industrial capitalist. The game is then an input, C in the usual C plus V plus S equals W equation for capitalist commodity production, into the industrial capitalist's production and sale of hotel services. The industrial capitalist pays for the game not only its value but in addition the monopoly fee. That fee is paid out of the hotel capitalist's appropriated surplus. It is a subsumed class payment because access to the market for that game is a condition of that hotel's continued ability to appropriate surplus value from its productive employees. In 214 Chapter 4. This case, because the non-class process of controlling access occurs together with the capitalist subsumed class process, the monopolists exercising that control constitute a capitalist subsumed class. Likewise, when those monopolists sell games to buyers who are not industrial capitalists, their monopoly revenues are not subsumed class payments, and such monopolists do not then constitute a capitalist subsumed class. In all of the examples above, the subsumed class process differs from non-class processes such as money lending, managing, merchanting, landowning, teaching, owning, and monopolizing. Only the processes of surplus labor appropriation and distribution refer to class, while non-class, by definition, encompasses all of the other processes of social life. Marxian theory inquires whether, when, and how these non-class processes provide conditions of existence for the capitalist fundamental class process, for exploitation. It inquires further whether industrial capitalists distribute portions of the surplus value they appropriate to secure these non-class processes. One key goal of Marxian analysis is to examine and assess how well a capitalist class structure is securing its various conditions of existence, how sufficient is its appropriated surplus, how effectively distributed, etc. Another is to identify which of its conditions of existence may be in jeopardy and how that may affect the reproduction of the class structure. 4.8 Class positions and individuals' incomes in Marxian theory, with its concern to show how class processes matter in modern societies, considerable attention is directed to individuals' incomes. Neoclassical theory is mostly interested in the connection between individual income and the marginal productivity of the resources, labor and/or capital, that each individual contributes to production and the decisions of that individual to supply labor and/or capital. Keynesian theory is mostly interested in how individuals divide their incomes between consumption and saving and the impacts of that division on employment and income. By contrast, the aim of Marxian theory is to show the role of class in overdetermining the distribution of incomes among individuals in any society, to explore the interrelation between class processes and income distributions. 4.8.1 Class processes and the distribution of income in terms of Marxian class analysis. An individual in a capitalist society can obtain income in three ways. By income we mean a flow of values that can be exchanged for commodities. First, a person may obtain income by appropriating surplus value in the capitalist fundamental class process. Such a person would be an industrial capitalist. Second, a person may occupy a sub-Marxian theory. 215. Summed class position receiving a distributed share of appropriated surplus value. Money lenders, bankers, managers hired by industrial capitalists, landlords, monopolists, and merchants, and owners exemplify recipients of sub-summed class payments. Third, a person may obtain income by participating in non-class processes that generate inflows of value. For example, one laborer sells an inherited antique watch to another laborer. This is an income-generating, non-class process of commodity exchange. No fundamental class process is involved, no surplus value is produced or appropriated by either individual in the exchange of antique watch for money. Nor is any subsumed class process involved, since neither laborer appropriates any surplus nor therefore can either distribute any. Selling the antique watch is simply a non-class process that generates income without either the fundamental or the subsumed class process occurring together with it. Other examples of non-class income include receipts of gifts. One person gives another a gift. The recipient thereby obtains income, but clearly the gifting process is neither a fundamental nor a subsumed class process. It is an income-generating, non-class process of considerable importance in many societies. Another noteworthy non-class income arises from realizing capital gains on the sale of shares of stocks or bonds. Neither class process occurs in this buying and selling of assets. Stealing is another example. Indeed, we have already touched upon other non-class, income-generating processes in our discussion of laborers who sell labor power to one another, merchants who buy from persons other than industrial capitalists, landlords who grant access to land to persons other than industrial capitalists, and so on. Such persons obtain their inflows of value by engaging in income-generating, non-class processes exclusively. Marxian theory divides incomes into fundamental, subsumed, and non-class kinds according to which processes generate such incomes to any individual or group of individuals. It highlights the relationship between the receipt of income and participation in fundamental, subsumed, and / or non-class, income-generating, processes, respectively. By defining class and income distribution as completely different phenomena, Marxian theory can pose and answer questions about how class and income influence one another. In sharp contrast, Neoclassical and Keynesian theories typically ignore class or else conflate class and income such that one's class position is literally defined in terms of one's quantitative income, as in rich, poor, and middle classes. Let us summarize the Marxian class theory of income distribution symbolically as follows. Y equals Y plus FC. YSC YNC. Here Y stands for the total income received by an individual. However, to specify the Marxian analysis of that income, we introduce the subscripts FC, 216 chapter 4. SC, and NC to indicate its fundamental class, subsumed class, and non-class sources respectively. Thus YFC represents income obtained from appropriating surplus value in the capitalist fundamental class process. YSC is the income from participation in the capitalist subsumed class process, receiving a distributed share of surplus value from its appropriators. Finally, YNC represents income from participation in a non-class process that itself generates an inflow of value. Every individual's income over any period of time can be disaggregated and analyzed in these class and non-class terms. Some of the terms might be zero. An old grandparent's income might be dependent exclusively on gifts from children and grandchildren, hence that person's income equation would set YFC equals 0 equals YSC. The board of directors of a bank that lends money might divide its interest income into two kinds, YSC and YNC, if some of the interest it earned on loans came from industrial capitalists and the rest came from borrowers who were not industrial capitalists. A productive laborer whose income flowed exclusively from selling his or her labor power would show an equation in which YFC equals 0 equals YSC, since his or her income would flow solely from participation in the non-class process of commodity exchange, labor power for money. Such an equation can be used to construct a class analysis of any individual's income and likewise for groups of individuals who share a specified C-class/non-class distribution of income. Thus we can and will later write equations for the income of industrial capitalists grouped into, say, the board of directors of a modern corporation. We can also write equations for state officials such as members of Congress, who receive state income, or for clerics who receive the income of a religious institution, and so on. Equipped with such equations, Marxian theory explores the interrelations between class processes, on the one hand, and the incomes of corporations, states, religious establishments, and so on the other. Such explorations comprise one part of specifically Marxian social analysis. 4.8.2 Occupying multiple class and non-class positions. Any individual or group can occupy more than one class position and thereby receive multiple kinds of class incomes. The same is true for the different non-class positions and the various kinds of income they may generate. Consider, for example, a woman who sells her labor power to an industrial capitalist and obtains a money wage income in exchange. This woman's income equation would contain a term for this non-class, exchange process, income, Y equals YNC. However, this woman might also have loaned money to, example by purchasing the bonds of, some industrial capitalist firm. She would then receive interest, a subsumed class payment since it is a distribution by the industrial capitalist Marxian theory. 217. Of a share of appropriated surplus value meant to secure continued access to such loans. Thus we must extend this woman's income equation to include her subsumed class position. Y equals Y plus NC. YSC. Finally, let us suppose that she also keeps a passbook account at her local savings bank, which provides her with interest income. This must be included in her income equation as a second kind of non-class income. This is because the savings bank is purely a borrowing and lending institution. It produces no capitalist commodities, employs no productive laborers, and appropriates no surplus value. Thus it cannot distribute any appropriated surplus value either. The savings bank's interest payment to this woman is a non-class income to her resulting from her participation in the non-class process of lending money to someone other than an industrial capitalist. Her summary income equation must contain two different terms for her two different non-class sources of income, YNC, one for participating in a commodity exchange process, selling her labor power, and YNC2 for participating in a process of lending to someone other than an industrial capitalist. Y equals Y1 plus 2 plus NC. YNC. YSC. Consider a second example. A man who inherits land from his relatives and then leases part of that land to an industrial capitalist for locating a commodity-producing factory there. The rental payments received constitute a subsumed class income, YSC, to this man. Y equals YSC. However, suppose that this man also hires two people to work on another portion of his land producing crops for sale. Upon their sale, the man realizes a fundamental class income, namely the surplus value he appropriates from these workers. To take account of this, we must amend his total income equation to include the surplus value he appropriates, YFC. Y equals Y plus SC. YFC. If, finally, This man also takes a full-time job, that is, sells his labor power to he will obtain non-class income, wages received in exchange for his labor power, YNC. His complete income equation would then be Y equals Y plus SCYFC YNC. As these examples suggest, Marxian theory presumes that individuals and groups often occupy multiple class and non-class positions that generate their incomes. Moreover, individuals will likely change their mixes of class and 218 chapter 4. Non-class income flows across their lifetimes. To know the amount of any individual's or group's income is far from sufficient for a Marxian class analysis of that income, individual, or group. That class analysis requires that we pinpoint the class and non-class components of anyone's income. The reason why class is so important here is that it returns us to the general purposes of Marxian theory. Marxists want to know how individuals, groups, and incomes relate to the class structure because of their interest in changing that class structure. Hence, studying the size of a person's or group's income, or knowing merely one component of it, is inadequate from the Marxian point of view. Such knowledge abstracts from and ignores the class complexities of anyone's income, while those complexities are precisely what Marxian analysis aims to understand. Analyzing income distribution in terms of class, fundamental and subsumed, and non-class processes helps focus attention on how class structures influence social life. Marxian analysis explores how most individuals participate in multiple different income-generating processes. Thus, political strategists seeking to enlist people in movements to change a society's class structure need to understand the multiple, different class involvements that individuals' incomes reflect. They need as well to project how class changes will likely impact on the incomes of various social groups. Marxian theory responds to such needs. This Marxian theory therefore opposes theories that divide people into classes according to the sizes of their incomes. That use and meaning of the term class is radically opposed to what we have found in Marxian theory. As we understand Marxian theory, it distinguishes clearly between income, on the one hand, and class processes, on the other. As the examples above indicate, we cannot deduce an individual's class positions from the size of his or her income, nor can we deduce an individual's income from his or her class participations. In Marxian theory, the relationship between income and class is more complex than that. 4.9 The complex class structure of capitalist firms. A central part of modern economic theories concerns the causes and consequences of the behavior of capitalist firms. Of course, different theories generate different analyses of these firms. In neoclassical theory, the behavior of capitalist firms is reduced ultimately to the desires of their resource suppliers, their technological possibilities, and the preferences of their customers. Keynesian theory emphasizes the uncertainty, behavioral rules, and animal spirits that shape enterprises' actions. We can show the different consequences and implications of Marxian theory by elaborating its unique way of Marxian theory. 219. Approaching firms. Building on our introduction to the Marxian theory of the firm in section 4.5.5 of this chapter, the following section presents a further class analysis of modern capitalist firms. 4.9.1 Class analysis of capitalist firms. By capitalist firm we mean an enterprise in which some initial sum of money is expanded quantitatively. Because its value is enhanced, that sum of money functions as capital. This self-expansion of value defines the firm as a capitalist enterprise. As noted earlier, there are different kinds of capitalist enterprises. Industrial capitalist enterprises expand value by appropriating surplus value generated by productive laborers who produce commodities for sale. Merchant capitalist enterprises expand value by buying and then reselling commodities for more than their purchase prices. Money-lending capitalist enterprises expand their capital by earning interest on the money they lend. For each capitalist enterprise, Marxian theory specifies its inflow and outflow of values in specifically class analytical terms as follows: Y++ equals plus FCYSCYNCESCN. The Y terms in this equation have already been discussed in this chapter. The E terms require a brief explanation. ESC refers to expenditures made by this enterprise from the surplus value it appropriates. These are subsumed class distributions expended by the firm to secure various conditions of existence for its appropriation of surplus value, YFC. ENC refers to those expenditures by the firm that are not subsumed class payments, not distributions of appropriated surplus to secure its conditions of existence. The expenditures under ENC aim rather to secure the conditions of existence for the firm's continued receipt of YSC and YNC. In this way they parallel the role of ESC, aiming to secure continued surplus value appropriation. Every capitalist phi RM can have such a Marxian class analytical equation written for it. Firms will differ from one another according to the differing values taken by the 5 EE terms in their respective equations. For example, an industrial capitalist phi RM exclusively engaged in commodity production can be represented simply as follows: Y equals FCESC. Its capitalists appropriate surplus value, YFC, which they then distribute to subsummed classes, ESC, in hopes of securing their conditions of existence. By contrast, a purely merchant capitalist phi RM would be represented simply as follows: Y equals SC in 220 chapter 4. This merchant capitalist firm's income, YSC, is derived exclusively from its participation in the capitalist subsumed class process, that is, buying commodity outputs at a discount from their value from an industrial capitalist. The merchant capitalist firm then spends ENC to secure the conditions of existence of its participation in the subsumed class process that generates the YSC. These merchant expenditures might include payments for the unproductive labor power of clerks and bookkeepers, rent for warehouses, and other expenses associated with buying and reselling of the industrial capitalist's commodity output. Finally, consider how Marxian theory approaches a capitalist enterprise engaged exclusively in consumer lending. This phi RM expands its capital by lending to individuals for consumption purposes and obtaining interest payments on as well as repayment of such loans. Its Marxian class analytical equation would be Y equals NC in. This firm draws purely non-class income. It earns no fundamental class income, because its performance of the non-class process of lending money does not involve the appropriation of surplus value. No commodity is produced and no productive laborers are hired by the lending capitalist. It likewise earns no subsumed class income, because the consumer borrowers it lends to are not themselves industrial capitalists. Therefore they do not appropriate surplus labor and so cannot pay interest out of appropriated surplus value. None of the three kinds of capitalist phi RMS described above needs to stay forever tied to its particular source of income. Capitalist phi RMS can and do change historically. They variously add, change, and drop income-generating processes as they react to the opportunities they perceive in their environments. Industrial capitalists may find it advantageous to use revenues to make loans to employees, thereby adding a YNC to their YFC. Merchant capitalists may decide to stop depending solely on their suppliers for commodities and begin to hire productive laborers to produce the commodities they will then sell, thereby adding YFC to their YSC. In general, the YFC, YSC, and YNC terms variously equal or exceed zero as the specify C history of each phi RM unfolds. At various times a particular enterprise can earn YFC and / or YSC and / or YNC. General Motors Corporation, for example, can make cars, earn YFC, charge interest for loans to other industrial capitalists, earn YSC, and charge interest for loans to car-buying consumers, earn YNC via its former subsidiary, General Motors Acceptance Corporation. In any given year, YFC may be greater or smaller than either YSC or YNC, according to the development of the economy and the corporate strategies of GM's Board of Directors. Marxian Theory 221. In recent decades, corporations often have purchased shares of another corporation and then have decided to merge the companies into one operating corporation. For example, an industrial corporation may earn YFC producing only steel products. Its corporate board decides whether for competitive, speculative, or other reasons to purchase the common stock of an energy company. New revenues YSC arise when the purchasing board receives dividends distributed to it by the corporate board of the newly owned energy company. At some point the steel company's board makes use of its power of ownership of the energy corporation to merge the two independent companies into one legally unified corporation with one board of directors. The newly merged corporation would produce two distinct commodities, called product lines, one of steel and the other energy. At that point the previous YSC equals 0, the subsumed class ownership position disappears, and YFC expands. The new surplus value of the fully integrated company is the sum of the surplus in the energy commodity and the surplus in the steel commodity. The newly merged company could even take on a completely different name reflecting its changed and expanded business operation. U.S. Steel Corporation became USX reflecting its merged steel and energy businesses. 4.9.2 Capitalists and corporate boards of directors. A capitalist can be an individual, or a group of individuals can occupy the social position of a capitalist. In modern capitalist enterprises, called corporations for historical reasons, the capitalist is a group numbering typically between 9 and 20 individuals, the board of directors. That group appropriates surplus value and / or receives subsumed class distributions and / or obtains non-class incomes. The corporation's participation in one or more of these income-generating processes will determine the kinds and sizes of the incomes received by its board of directors. In the early history of many capitalist enterprises, one person occupied the position of capitalist. A colorful and often mythical literature of tycoons, rugged and risk-taking individual entrepreneurs, and cutthroat competitors often surrounds this early history. However, as capitalist enterprises survived competition and grew, they tended to evolve into corporations whose capitalists were no longer single individuals but rather boards of directors. Everything Marxian theory says about capitalists holds whether they are single persons or groups. However, an important conclusion of Marxian theory emerges from examining the transition from individual capitalist to board of directors. Contrary to the literature, both popular and academic, pure capitalists are more likely to be found among boards of directors than among individual capitalist entrepreneurs. 222 Chapter 4. In the early years of an industrial capitalist enterprise, its single capitalist will likely perform many different functions inside the firm. Beyond appropriating surplus value from productive laborers, the early individual capitalist will likely also engage in managing productive workers, marketing the output, perhaps doing some productive labor alongside hired laborers, lending money or capital to the enterprise, and owning the means of production. In other words, the early individual industrial capitalist also participates in the subsumed class process, not only as a distributor but also as a recipient of shares of surplus value. He or she performs a variety of non-class processes that constitute the conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process, in our example, managing, merchanting, money lending, and proving access to means of production, and may well also sell his or her own labor power and so produce as well as appropriate surplus value. The individual industrial capitalist occupies many different class and non-class positions within one enterprise. Such an individual is not purely an industrial capitalist, not only an appropriator of surplus value within the enterprise. By contrast, members of a modern industrial corporation's board of directors are more nearly pure capitalists. Many members of corporate boards of directors have no other function within the corporation beyond appropriating surplus value and distributing it to subsumed classes. Such directors gather periodically at the corporation's headquarters for meetings. They literally personify the corporation and as such are politically, economically, and culturally designated to receive collectively the surplus value appropriated from the corporation's hired productive laborers and then collectively distribute portions of the appropriated surplus to various subsumed classes. Such board members actually display the classic outlines of the Marxian theory of industrial capitalists. They appropriate surplus value and distribute what they have appropriated. Many corporations do include on their boards of directors individuals who are also top managers within the firm and also at times those who are its major shareholders. Such impure capitalists do then occupy 2 or even 3 class positions: the fundamental class position of a surplus value appropriator plus 1 and/or 2 subsumed class positions, one as a hired manager and the other as a corporate owner. Still, this is a far less impure kind of capitalist than the early individual capitalist who typically occupied many different class positions within the firm. An individual who occupies multiple class positions within an enterprise, say, those of appropriator and manager, will then often function at both ends of a value FLO. The top corporate manager, CEO, who also sits on the board of directors, will not only distribute appropriated surplus value as a board member but will also receive a distributed portion of that surplus as a paid manager. Similarly, the early individual capitalist entrepreneur often functioned both as lender and borrower in the process of loaning personal capital to the Marxian theory. 223. Enterprise in which he or she appropriated surplus labor and also a receiver of interest on the loan. The early surplus appropriating entrepreneur also might have been the sole business owner or one of only a few owners. He or she would then function both as distributor and recipient of paid dividends. Marxian theory focuses on the multiple class positions occupied by individual capitalists at various points in an enterprise's history. The goal of this analysis is to produce a history and current assessment of the enterprise that stresses its changing relationship to the class structure of the society in which it exists. From this standpoint, capitalists appear frequently to pass sums of value to themselves via the multiple class and non-class positions they occupy. Indeed, it would be more precise to say, for example, that individuals as industrial capitalists pass sums of value to themselves as subsumed class managers, money lenders, and owners. Moreover, a Marxian theoretical accounting system for enterprises would measure and compare class and non-class value FLOs to yield consistent arithmetic formulations and applications of the theory. This means that arithmetic measures in Marxian theory will likely differ from arithmetic measures in non-Marxian theory, since the objects of those different theories are defined and understood differently. We can illustrate this by presenting a Marxian analysis of the widespread term profit, which figures prominently in nearly every kind of economic theory. Our class analysis and the resulting arithmetic measures and relations it suggests produce a new and distinctly Marxian interpretation of what industrial profit is and what meaning it can have for Marxian analysis. 4.9.3 A Marxian theory of industrial profit. A capitalist enterprise's general income and expenditure equation can be investigated to understand, in Marxian class analytical terms, the meanings of profit. We will begin by considering a firm that is engaged only in commodity production and whose sole source of income is appropriated surplus value, Y equals FCESC. We will extend this equation by disaggregating this firm's expenditures as follows: Y equals 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus FCESC 7, where E equals subsumed class payments to landlords, SC1E equals subsumed class payments to money lenders, bankers, SC2E equals subsumed class payments to managers' salaries, SC3 224 Chapter 4. E equals subsumed class payments to managers for capital accumulation, SC4, buying more C and V. E equals subsumed class payments to merchants, SC5. E equals subsumed class payments to the state, taxes, SC6. E equals subsumed class payments to shareholders, dividends. SC7. Typically modern U.S. corporations define their profits, sometimes labeled net income, as the residual when costs of production are subtracted from revenues received when output commodities are sold. To produce a class analysis of profit, we must determine the class meaning of such costs and revenues. The meaning of revenue is relatively straightforward. Revenue amounts to what we have earlier called W, equals C plus V plus S. However, the concept of costs poses more problems. Modern corporations do not accept, know, or use class terms. Nor do the government statistical services that define any, gather, organize, and publish the economic data relied upon by most analysts of capitalist economies. Thus they do not see or measure costs in terms of, for example, C plus V. If they did, their concept of costs would equal the Marxian concept of constant capital plus variable capital, C plus V. Then their concept of profit might, at least initially, be the equivalent of the Marxian concept of surplus value. However, that is not the case. The usual corporate concept of costs includes more than C plus V. For example, their costs typically include also rents, interest payments, managerial salaries, and discounts to merchants. In Marxian theory, these payments by a capitalist are portions of the appropriated surplus value, portions distributed to subsummed classes. They are thus crucially different from C and V, which are commodities purchased prior to and consumed in the production of a surplus. From the Marxian theoretical standpoint, then, what such a corporation calls its profit would be understood in Marxian terms as follows. Profit equals WC plus V plus ESC1 plus ESC2 plus ESC3 plus ESC5, or since WC plus V equals S, profit equals SESC1 plus ESC2 plus ESC3 plus ESC5, where E equals subsumed class payment to landlords, SC1 E equals subsumed class payment to moneylenders, SC2 E equals subsumed class payment to managers, SC3 E equals subsumed class payment to merchants. SC5 Marxian theory. 225. Thus, in class analytical terms, what capitalist corporations and most government statistics in capitalist societies report as profits is definitely not the same as what Marxists mean by surplus value. Quite the contrary, these profits are merely one part of surplus value, namely the sum of the subsumed class payments to managers for accumulating capital, ESC4, plus the subsumed class payments to shareholders, ESC7, plus the subsumed class payments to the state, ESC6. The popular term of American corporations, after-tax profits, would then be the sum of ESC4 plus E. SC7 Marxian theory's basic distinction between surplus value and profit is possible only because of its class analytical foundation. It is the focus on class processes that leads Marxian theory to that distinction. Moreover, some central conclusions of Marxian economics depend on this distinction between surplus value and profit. For example, Marxian theory draws no necessary conclusion about the fundamental class process from falling corporate profits. This is because, as our equations above demonstrate, falling profits could result from either a reduced surplus appropriation in the fundamental class process, a smaller s, or increased subsumed class payments from the surplus, a larger ESC1, ESC2, ESC3, or ESC5. Industrial capitalists' profits could fall not because less surplus value was appropriated from productive laborers, but rather because various subsumed classes were able to extract larger distributions of surplus. Both kinds of change could occur at once to produce falling profits. Indeed, profits would fall if industrial capitalists appropriated additional surplus at the same time as the extra demands of subsumed classes siphoned off more than that addition. Marxian theory likewise draws no logical inference about efficiency from relocations by capitalist enterprises from one region to another. Often such moves are explained or justified on the ground that the industrial capitalists were simply responding to differences in profit rates, moving from regions of lower rates to those of higher rates of profit. According to this argument, such moves are considered efficient because profits necessarily reflect the efficiency with which capitalist enterprises transform inputs and labor power into commodity outputs. In non-Marxian theories, efficiency is directly connected to profitability. Thus inferring efficiency gains from relocations to regions of higher profits makes sense. But this argument does not make sense from the standpoint of Marxian theory. In Marxian theory, an industrial corporation that changes its geographic location to achieve greater profits does not thereby necessarily achieve any greater efficiency. Consider, for example, a Marxian measure of efficiency defined in terms of the total amount of labor input, L plus LL, required per unit of commodity produced. The above industrial corporation's move might then be explained by the possibility that land rent, merchants' fees, and/or managers' salaries are lower in the Sun Belt than in the Northeast. Firms that 226 Chapter 4. Relocated might actually suffer losses in efficiency in the Marxian sense. That is, they might produce fewer commodity outputs per unit of total labor input, L plus LL. However, that reduced efficiency, which would diminish the amount of surplus value appropriated from productive laborers, would be more than offset by the reduced subsumed class payments to landlords, managers, and merchants. The results would be higher calculated profits, continued movement of capitalist enterprises from the U.S. Northeast to its Southwest, and a trend toward lower efficiency in Marxian terms. Similar reasoning leads Marxian theorists to recognize that rising industrial capitalists' profits can mask a deteriorating rate of surplus value. Class struggles between industrial capitalists and productive laborers over the rate of exploitation could diminish the quanta of surplus value appropriated by capitalists, falling s. However, this decline could be hidden statistically if subsummed class payments were falling even more rapidly, for example, as when interest rates drop quickly because of central bank policies. In the absence of direct attention to the complex changes taking place in both the fundamental and the subsumed class process, Marxian theory rejects inferences about class structures and changes drawn from statistical movements in published corporate profits. Marxian theorists do not deny, of course, that industrial capitalists can and often do make their decisions with the objective of maximizing their profits or profit rates. What Marxian theorists want to stress is that such decisions aimed at that objective are peculiar effects, in part, of a non-Marxian theory lodged in the capitalists' minds. To accept that objective and make decisions accordingly may well maximize profits. Non-Marxian theories may well draw a necessary equivalence between maximized profits and what they conceptualize as productive efficiency. However, from the Marxian standpoint, maximization of profit, as understood in class terms through the equations above, has no necessary relation to the appropriation of surplus value or its distribution to subsumed classes or the ratio of commodity outputs to commodity and labor inputs. In Marxian theory, maximizing profits is perfectly consistent with both rising and falling rates of surplus value, rising or falling distributions of subsummed class payments, rising or falling efficiency ratios of outputs to total labor inputs in production. Marxian theory criticizes non-Marxian theories for seeking to justify capitalism by equating what is nothing but its peculiar rule for capitalist decision-making with some absolute standard of efficiency. The profit maximizing rule of capitalist enterprises, making prices equal marginal costs in the neoclassical theory of the phi-rm, hallowed in the texts of non-Marxian theorists, is then no magic path to the optimum efficiency of all possible worlds. Marxian theory shows that rule to be perfectly consistent with all kinds of inefficiency in class processes as well as the physical transformation of inputs into outputs. Marxian theory 227. One conclusion about corporate strategies which Marxian theory reaches is that the rule of profit maximizing, which does not make for efficiency, does serve another purpose. It does maximize those particular subsumed class payments which are not subtracted from S in the profit equations above chiefly ESC4 and ESC7. In terms of those equations, profit maximization becomes a means by which to deliver the maximum possible FLO of value to shareholders, dividends, and the maximum possible FLO of value to the discretionary control of boards of directors, retained earnings. Pursuing the rule of profit maximization has little to do with efficiency and much to do with favoring dividends, the retained earnings of corporations, and what boards of directors decide to do with those retained earnings, Example: accumulate capital. Profit maximization turns out to be a rule for the maximization of a subset of subsumed class distributions of the surplus value, no more and no less. Across the history of capitalist societies, the specify C subset of subsumed class distributions defined as profit has varied. Sometimes the distribution of surplus value for the personal consumption of the enterprise capitalist S has been included. Modern commentators on large industrial corporations have debated whether dividends should be excluded from the profit subset because corporations aim to maximize after-dividend profits. Even at one historical moment, different capitalist enterprises may include different subsumed class distributions within what they maximize as profit. For example, private utility companies, which are subject to state regulations on their allowed profit rates, may maximize subsumed class distributions other than dividends and retained earnings, and so on. Profit, then, as reported by corporations, used by most contemporary analysts, and formalized in neoclassical and Keynesian theories, is a category that does not belong to Marxian theory. Marxian class analysis completely alters the concept by transforming it into a variable subset of subsumed class distributions. It goes even further by stressing that profit maximizing rules that maximize whatever happens to be the currently fashionable subset of subsumed class distributions, bear no necessary relation to what concerns Marxists, class processes and their interconnections with non-class processes, including the technical efficiency of transforming inputs into outputs in commodity production. As in most other areas of economic analysis, here we can see again how Marxian and non-Marxian theories make very different sense of the performance and achievements of capitalist economies. 4.10 The complex class structure of other social sites. The unique Marxian class analysis of industrial capitalist (RMS) may also be applied to other social institutions. We will here substitute another term: social. 228 Chapter 4. Site for institution, because we don't need the connotation of permanence often attached to institution. Site connotes merely a place in a society, a point where certain social processes and relationships occur and may or may not last long. Site is more consistent with the Marxian theoretical view that all processes and relationships are overdetermined, contradictory, and hence constantly changing. Below we examine Marxian theory's approach to an unique understanding of three sites in modern society: households, states, and international economic relations. 4.10.1 Class analysis and households. Like enterprises, households are sites in society at which many social processes occur. In enterprises and households, for example, many of the same processes can occur: people speak, dream, eat, breathe, give orders, do labor, pay taxes, and so on. Other processes occur chiefly at one site but not the other. Sleeping and child care occur in households but are probably largely prevented in enterprises, while commodity manufacture and sale are more likely to occur in enterprises than in households. However, as even these few examples suggest, there is no hard and fast separation of sites in any society according to which particular processes occur in each. For example, households have sometimes in history been important or even the main sites where commodities, especially farm products and home crafts, were produced for sale. In such times, few people distinguished households from enterprises. At other times, sites have been rigidly separated. Certain processes were proscribed at one site and strictly reserved for another. For example, sexual processes have often been strictly and/or legally constrained to the household and nowhere else. Child rearing was often treated similarly. While distinctions among sites are never fixed permanently, we can define them as specify C subsets of social processes at particular times and in particular societies. Thus in much of the world today enterprises differ from households according to the different subset of social processes each comprises. Households are where child rearing, eating, sexual activity, and so on, usually, if not always, occur in modern capitalist societies. We can contrast what is specifically different about enterprises by stressing that the processes of producing commodities, in the case of industrial capitalists, accumulating capital, buying labor power, and distributing dividends occur predominantly there and not in households. Marxian theory asks two broad questions about sites in society that other theories do not ask. Do class processes occur at any particular site chosen for theoretical scrutiny? If they do, which class processes occur there, and how? Marxian theory. 229. Do they interact with other social processes? Here we propose to ask and briefly why answer these questions in regard to present-day households. The results represent a remarkable analysis of the household and its relation to modern capitalism that is radically different from neoclassical or Keynesian theorizations of households. Fundamental and subsumed class processes can and typically do occur inside households. That conclusion of Marxian theory is reached through the following sort of analysis. Labor inside the household produces goods and services, raw food materials are transformed into finished meals, cleaning equipment is utilized to transform disorderly, dirty rooms into clean, neat ones, and torn clothing is repaired, to cite but a few examples. These production processes rarely result in commodities, products that are sold. Households in the United States do not typically sell prepared meals, cleaning services, or clothing repair services. However, the absence of commodity production is not equivalent to the absence of class processes, production, appropriation, and distribution of surpluses. The production of these meals, cleaning services, and repair services involves not only the natural transformation of physical substances through labor but also the fundamental and subsumed class processes. To identify whether and how class processes occur in households, we must distinguish between necessary and surplus labor. Can we identify inside households some people who are direct laborers, who produce not only the goods and services they consume in the household but also do some surplus labor yielding a household surplus? Marxian theory replies affirmatively. Many housewives have traditionally performed the necessary labor required to make the meals they eat, clean the rooms they occupy, and repair clothing they wear. Such women traditionally also perform surplus labor, that is, they produce a quantity of meals, cleaned rooms, and repaired clothing that exceeds their own consumption of these products. Their husbands, and/or others living with them inside households, often appropriate, and often consume, the surplus labor embodied in these surplus products. We have identified the existence of a fundamental class process inside such households as well as a particularly gendered organization of who produces versus who appropriates the household surplus. Of course, this gender organization need not and has not historically always been the same. Husbands and wives could reverse class positions. Communes, tribal societies, cooperatives, and other household arrangements have displayed various distributions of men and women among class positions across history. However, most traditional households of recent history conform to the Marxian class analysis that identifies women as performers and men as appropriators of household surplus labor. 230 Chapter 4. Given Marxian theory's affirmation of the existence of class processes inside modern households, which kinds of class processes occur there? Clearly, those are not capitalist fundamental class processes. Husbands do not buy their wives' labor power or sell, as commodities, the products of their wives' household work. No values, surplus value, or prices typically attach to such products. The class processes inside these households must therefore be non-capitalist. Next, to identify which non-capitalist form, of the fundamental class process occur in households, Marxists consider the other basic forms so far identified in their theoretical tradition. That quickly leads them to conclude that traditional households today displays class processes most nearly like the feudal, as exemplified in medieval Europe from the 12th to the 16th centuries. Marxian theory points to the typical husband's duty to protect wife and household, while the wife's duties concern serving and obeying the husband. The latter relationship closely resembles the medieval serf's dependence on the feudal lord for protection and payment of rents to that same lord. The wife is tied by many traditional, religious, and legal constraints to perform surplus labor for her husband, quite like serfs labored for their lords. Traditional wives have believed it was the natural, moral, or religious order of the world to deliver household surplus labor to her husband, typically embodied in physical goods and services rather than in money forms. Traditional households in recent history have thus been sites of feudal class processes, in the Marxian view, while FIRMs have chiefly been sites of capitalist class processes. Marxian theory thus constructs a complex class analysis of modern society. It is understood to encompass two very different class structures at two different sites, homes and enterprises. Indeed, this Marxian analysis challenges the label capitalist for many modern nations as an unacceptable oversimplification. Such a single label risks missing the specific differences between feudal households and capitalist enterprises and the problems people encounter in moving between these different and often clashing class structures. Marxian theory avoids such risks by directly confronting the different class structures of these two sites and posing questions about how they interact with one another and with the non-class processes of the society. The existence of the feudal fundamental class process in households implies the existence of the feudal subsumed class process. Husbands distribute portions of their appropriated household feudal surplus product to secure their conditions of existence as feudal appropriators. Since the household of our example has only two people in it, one or the other must play the role of the subsumed class receiving distributed shares of the surplus. Thus, for example, suppose that one of the rooms cleaned by the wife were set aside for paperwork connected with household management. If the wife does this management work, her cleaning of that management room would be a surplus that she, Marxian theory 231, produces, that her husband appropriates, and that he then allocates to her performance of household management. That management provides a condition of existence for the husband's position as feudal surplus appropriator. If, alternatively, the husband performs household management in that designated room, he would distribute the wife's surplus product, cleaning that room, to himself as the subsumed class, the manager. The husband would then occupy both the feudal fundamental class position inside the household and also the feudal subsumed class position of household manager. Marxian theory's next step poses questions about the interactions between the two different class structures of household and enterprise. Consider husbands who move daily between the household class position of feudal appropriator to the enterprise class position of wage-earning productive laborer in a capitalist factory. How will navigating between these two different class positions affect an individual's emotions, physical productivity, ideological persuasion, and political loyalties? How will such an individual's participation in social movements be influenced by the multiplicity of his/her class affiliations? In Marxian theory, understanding husbands includes the specific and multiple class positions they occupy within households and at other sites. Understanding relationships between spouses and between men and women generally likewise requires attention to their multiple class positions and the influences of those class positions upon them and their relationships. Theories that abstract from class cannot pose or answer such questions nor explore the impacts of class, in its surplus definition, on human relationships. Similarly, consider wives who occupy household feudal class positions as serfs. How might they change if they added a second-class position, say, as productive laborers in a capitalist enterprise to their household feudal class position, s? Or consider how Marxian theory would approach the social role of religious institutions. Marxian theory would ask whether and how religious preaching and rituals provided conditions of existence not only for the capitalist fundamental class process in enterprises but also for the feudal fundamental class process in households. Such a Marxian line of inquiry would produce a particular understanding of the persistently different attitudes of men and women toward religion. Marxian theory similarly raises distinctive questions about children, given its conception of feudal households and capitalist enterprises. For example, do male and female children develop different attitudes toward class, conscious or unconscious, because of the divergent class positions occupied by their mothers, fathers, or other role models. Similarly, how would a Marxian theory account for the value F allows from parents to sustain their children, and how do those F allows affect the entire household's class structure? We cannot here even summarize, let alone discuss, the distinctive, new insights into family and household relationships opened up by Marxian Class 232 Chapter 4. Analysis, Cassano 2009. This subsection only introduces the lines of inquiry fostered by applying Marxian theory to households. The remainder of section 4.10 further elaborates the basic Marxian theory of class by considering next the role of the state in modern societies. 4.10.2 Class analysis and the state. The state, another site in most modern societies, differs from both capitalist enterprises and feudal household because of the precise subset of social processes that occur together in, and thereby constitute, the state. The processes that generally distinguish the modern state from other social sites include the following: maintaining a standing military force, designing and passing laws for society as a whole, adjudicating disputes over those laws, enforcing compliance with those laws, operating an educational system, collecting taxes. Past and present states have not been the exclusive sites of these processes. In some societies the state does not maintain the only standing military force. That occurs also at other sites, as in enterprises that maintain security forces or even households that employ guards. Similarly, in some societies other sites beside the state design laws, enforce them and adjudicate disputes over them. For example, religious institutions may do that alongside the state. However, the history of modern societies suggests that the list above fairly typifies processes that occur predominantly in the state. Note that the state comprises natural processes, example wilderness preservation, cultural processes, example education, economic processes, example collecting taxes and buying commodities, and political processes, example controlling group behavior via military and legal actions. While many analysts focus chiefly on the political processes in the state is usually treated as an especially political institution. Marxian theorists identify all of the processes of which any state is composed, the non-political as well as the political. Marxian theory asks C questions about the state, reflecting the theory's interests and orientation. Do class processes occur in the state? If so, which ones do, and how do they interact with the class and non-class processes that occur at other sites in the society, such as enterprises and households? A Marxian theory of the state focuses especially, not exclusively, on the relationship, including its contradictions, between that state and the class structure of Marxian theory. 233. That society. Our brief introduction here concerns the state that currently exists in the United States. Marxists inquire whether the capitalist fundamental class process occurs in the state. Does the state hire productive laborers to produce commodities and thereby appropriate surplus value? Does the United States government operate capitalist enterprises alongside those of private corporations? Occasionally it does. The Tennessee Valley Authority, producer and seller of electricity as a capitalist commodity, is a frequently cited example. West European states operate such enterprises on a much greater scale than the United States does. In any case, the answer is yes, capitalist enterprises can be run by the state. In that event, another source of revenue to the state, in addition to the taxes and fees it imposes and any borrowing it may undertake, is the surplus value it appropriates by participating directly in the capitalist fundamental class process. We will refer to such a state revenue as SYFC. The modern state is also typically involved in the capitalist subsumed class process. If the state itself appropriates surplus, it must distribute that surplus to secure the conditions for the continuation of the state's capitalist fundamental class process. The state industrial capitalist distributes surplus value just as private industrial capitalists do. We can represent the state's participation in that subsumed class process as follows. SYFC equals SESC, where SESC is the distribution of SYFC to secure the conditions for the state's continued appropriation of surplus value. The modern state also usually participates in another subsumed class process as the recipient of taxes paid by private industrial capitalists. Those taxes are portions of the surplus value appropriated in private industrial capitalist enterprises. The state performs various non-class processes that secure conditions of existence for private industrial capitalists. These include guaranteeing private property, limiting trade union challenges to private profitability, providing public health services that sustain productive laborers' productivity, providing public education, and so on. Part of the state's costs in performing such processes, example the wages of court clerks, officials, soldiers, and other government workers, plus equipment and buildings used by them, are defrayed by subsumed class payments to the state in the form of taxes imposed on industrial capitalists. We can incorporate this second source of state revenues as follows. SYFC plus SYSC equals SESC plus SENC, 234 Chapter 4. Where SYSC equals state subsumed class revenues, and a necessary additional term SENC equals the non-class state expenditures needed to secure the state's receipt of those subsumed class revenues. SENC is added because the state must make these non-class expenditures to secure the tax payments from private industrial capitalists. These expenditures are non-class expenditures because they are not distributions of surplus value appropriated by the state. Those distributions are contained in the SESC term. To complete a Marxian class analysis of the state's budget, account must be taken of the state's non-class revenues, in addition to the fundamental and subsumed class revenues discussed above. The state obtains non-class revenues whenever value flows into the state that is neither 1. Surplus value appropriated from productive laborers hired by the state nor 2. A subsumed class distribution to the state from private capitalists. Examples include individual income taxes, sales taxes, property taxes paid by productive and unproductive workers out of their wage and salary income, and corporate income taxes paid by non-industrial capitalists, example merchants and bankers, who do not appropriate surplus value from their employees. Such taxpayers also expect the state to provide them with goods and services. States therefore hire people and buy equipment to, for example, build public swimming pools, stage elaborate pageants, subsidize medical care for elderly, indigent, or all people, and provide military security and public education. States do not typically provide these goods and services as capitalist commodities sold in markets. If they did, the resulting government net revenues would be appropriated surplus value, SYFC. Rather, taxes in the form of non-class revenues pay for producing such services and delivering them to the general population according to citizenship, age, need, location, or other non-market price criteria. The state's complete budget equation in class value terms can thus be represented as follows. SYFC plus SYSC plus SYNC equals SESC plus SENC1 plus SENC2, where SYNC refers to non-class state revenues, SENC1 refers to non-class state expenditures made to secure the state's subsumed class revenues, and SENC2 refers to non-class state expenditures made to secure the state's non-class revenues. This Marxian class analysis of the state in a modern society suggests a number of distinctive conclusions unavailable to alternative theories of the state. First, the state is a complex social site at which multiple class as well as non-class processes occur. Second, the state has many different relationships with class and non-class processes at other sites in society. Third, the state, as a social site, is complexly interdependent with such other sites as enterprises and households. The state is therefore neither above society in the sense of existing beyond the rough and tumble processes of everyday social life. Marxian theory. 235. nor is it some external or extraneous institution relative to enterprises and households. Marxian theory stresses the multiplicity of the state's social roles. The state is not merely the tool of capitalists, providing them with the conditions they need to go on exploiting productive laborers. Nor is the state simply an institution of, by, and for all citizens, taxing them and using those revenues to provide public services for everyone's benefit. The former analysis is inadequate, it sees only the SYSC and SENC1 portions of the state equation. The latter analysis is similarly inadequate, it sees only the SYNC and SENC2 portions. Marxian theory rather combines all four of those terms plus the SYFC and SESC terms into a properly complex class and non-class conceptualization of the state. A conclusion suggested by the Marxian approach concerns precisely the SYFC and SESC components of the state equation. These represent the state's participation in the capitalist fundamental class process and then in the subsumed class process too as the distributor of surplus value. State capitalist enterprises do just that, they appropriate surplus value from productive labor ERS hired in the markets for labor power and they distribute subsumed class payments. It follows from the Marxian theory presented in this book that the existence or growth of such state capitalist enterprises is not a transition to socialism or communism understood as non- or post-capitalist economic systems. For Marxian theory, socialism and communism refer to societies in which non-capitalist forms of the fundamental class process prevail. Such societies are altogether different from those in which state industrial capitalist enterprises appropriate surplus value from the productive laborers they hire and exploit. The existence of state industrial capitalist enterprises alongside or instead of private industrial capitalists signals neither a transition to nor a realization of communism or socialism. In contrast, most neoclassical and Keynesian treatments of socialism define it as or associate it with a major economic role for the state. Neoclassical economists therefore sometimes conflate Keynesians and socialists, whereas Keynesians usually stress how the role they advocate for the state is significantly less than what socialists seek. For Marxists the relative magnitude/quantity of the state's economic role is not what defines socialism, it is rather the qualities the specific class dimensions of state and private enterprises that are most relevant for a social movement beyond capitalism. For Marxian theory, communist is the name for one form of the fundamental class process, a specifically non-capitalist form that displays the following general characteristics. Productive labor is designed and performed collectively, surplus labor is appropriated collectively, 236 chapter. 4. Collective appropriators of the productive laborers' surplus are identical to the productive laborers. To participate in the communist fundamental class means to be both a collective performer and collective appropriator of surplus labor. Unlike the capitalist fundamental class process that separates the producers of the surplus from its appropriators as different groups of people, the communist fundamental class process unifies the producers and appropriators of the surplus in one and the same group of people. Despite its brief and summary character, this sketch of the communist fundamental class process suffices to show why, from the standpoint of Marxian class analytics, the decision of a state to operate capitalist industrial enterprises has no necessary relation to socialism or communism as alternative class systems. Historical evidence suggests different explanations for why modern societies have often established state industrial capitalist enterprises alongside private industrial capitalists. Sometimes private capitalists want commodities priced too low to allow any surplus value to be realized by any private industrial capitalist that produced them. Examples include telephone, telegraph, and postal services, rail and air transportation, electricity, gas, and steel, all inputs to most capitalist enterprises. One solution would be for the government to establish capitalist industrial enterprises that could charge the low prices desired by private capitalists by relying on subsidies drawn from other government revenues. Such state capitalist enterprises exist to strengthen rather than threaten private capitalists. There is also historical evidence that occasionally citizens' movements press for state industrial capitalist enterprises to produce goods and services for mass consumption when private capitalists refuse to do so or would charge unacceptably high prices. The Tennessee Valley Authority that provides inexpensive electric power across several states was partly a response to this sort of pressure. Marxian theory also offers a unique class perspective on social struggles over state budgets. The Marxian class equation for the state projects the logic of such struggles in terms of shifts among its 6 terms. SYFC plus SYSC plus SYNC equals SESC plus SENC1 plus SENC2. The Marxian analysis begins by noting that private capitalist industrial enterprises have an interest in expanding SENC1 and reducing SYSC. They want increased state provision of the conditions of existence for private exploitation while they demand lower taxes on the surpluses they appropriate. To the extent that these private industrial capitalists succeed in realizing these interests, they will either, 1. Transfer the costs of the state onto others, SYSC and or SYFC, or, 2. Shift state expenditures away from serving others, SESC plus SENC2, to instead serve their own needs, SENC1, or both. Marxian theory. 237. Such transfers of the costs of the state can be accomplished by political and cultural processes, by politicians altering tax rates and by public relations campaigns depicting tax reductions on industrial capitalists as means to increase jobs. Such shifting of state expenditures can be accomplished as well by cultural programs aimed at changing popular perceptions of expenditures serving corporations, SENC1, so that they are seen instead as serving the mass of people, SENC2. For example, the state's military expenditures secure capitalists' abilities to continue exploiting productive laborers in multiple ways, protecting against foreign and domestic enemies of capitalism, buying industrial capitalists' outputs, providing private industrial capitalists with technical innovations discovered in military laboratories, etc. A concerted media campaign might redefine the state's military expenditures as urgent outlays to protect the general public perhaps from terrorists. If successful, that campaign could increase military expenditures and decrease other state expenditures on the general public, raising SENC1 and lowering SENC2. Finally, a fully developed Marxian theory of the state in modern societies would have to take account of the non-capitalist class structures interacting with capitalist class structures in those societies. To illustrate one step in that direction, we can extend our state equation to specify the state's relationship with both capitalist enterprises and feudal households. SYFC plus SYSC1 plus SYSC2 plus SYNC equals SESC plus SENC1 plus SENC2 plus SENC3. Here we introduce a new distinction between SYSC1 taxes levied on industrial capitalists and SYSC2 taxes on feudal households. The state is thus shown to be subsumed to feudal surplus appropriators in households as well as to capitalist appropriators in enterprises. The state correspondingly performs some non-class processes that provide the conditions of existence for the feudal fundamental class process in households. Examples include public education curricula that endorse feudal household class structures, passing and enforcing laws of property, inheritance, marriage, abortion, and divorce that support such structures, and subsidizing such structures through marriage and household tax exemptions and credits. At the same time, the state performs, as noted, various non-class processes that secure the conditions of existence for industrial capitalists. SYSC1 remains our term for the subsumed class tax payments made by industrial capitalists, while SYSC2 designates subsumed class tax payments by feudal households. By the same logic, SENC3 must be added to our state equation to show state spending on processes that provide the conditions of existence for feudal households' fundamental class processes. Such spending includes parts of outlays on public education, legislation, judicial administration, and tax collection. Those outlays aim to secure the conditions of existence for Household 238 Chapter 4. feudalism and thereby to secure the tax revenues derived from those feudal surpluses. This extended state equation analyzes value FLOs to and from the state in terms of their interacting multiple class and non-class components. Such Marxian categories differ sharply from those used in non-Marxian theories of the state. However, non-Marxian theories and their categories govern the definition, collection, and organization of published data on states in modern societies. Those data, for example, typically distinguish between business taxes and individual taxes. These are not Marxian class analytical distinctions. Business taxes lump together what Marxian analysis needs to keep separate. Business taxes abstracts from, disregards, the difference between taxes on surplus appropriators, industrial capitalists, and taxes on subsumed classes, bankers and merchants. SYSC1 and SYNC are taxes with importantly different relationships to a society's class structure. The same critique applies to state expenditures. Consider, for example, those lumped together in the non-Marxian category legislative activities. Those expenditures would be treated differently by Marxian theory. They would be disaggregated into SESC, SESC1, SENC2, and SENC3. The specify CS of that disaggregation would depend on whether the legislation provided conditions of existence for the state's own appropriation of surplus value or for the state's other sources of class and non-class revenues. Marxian analysis of the state in modern capitalist societies asks different questions, organizes its accounts of value FLOs by means of different categories, and generates different answers from those of non-Marxian theories. The Marxian theory of the state focuses attention on the variety of its class and non-class component processes. It explores especially the complex linkages between those processes and the class and non-class processes that occur at other sites in the society. Marxian theory strives to understand especially the relationship between the state and society's class structure. That is neither a goal for nor an achievement of neoclassical or Keynesian economics. 4.10.3 Class Analysis and International Relations. As a theoretical and practical political tradition, Marxism has long been committed to what it calls internationalism. In the Marxian view, capitalism has expanded from its West European base to colonize and transform the entire world economy. Therefore today the transition to a new and better society necessarily involves an international movement. Such a better society, in the Marxian view, depends on an international transition to post-capitalist class structures, whose egalitarian, democratic and collective forms of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor warrant the label socialist or communist. Marxian theory. 239. Their concern with internationalism has led Marxists to pose questions about international relations. How did capitalism generate a world economy? How do class processes link nations together or keep them apart? How do class processes interact internationally with non-class processes? What connections exist between international class processes and domestic class structures? To answer such questions, Marxian theory adopts a general approach to international relations that focuses on their class components and how these interact with domestic class structures. Sketching such an approach is our task here. Over the last few centuries, an expanding Europe was a major force in shaping and reshaping the complex set of processes linking the different nations of the world. At various times and in varying degrees many different processes composed such linkages. Pillage, theft, crusading, wars and colonization sometimes connected different nations, as did religious missions, commodity exchange, trade, foreign investment, distribution of motion pictures, and labor migrations. These are a few of the major international linking processes that have comprised our planet's evolving international relations. What Marxian theory adds to the understanding of international relations is an exploration of their class dimensions. Both fundamental and subsumed class processes can exist between and thereby link two different nations. To take the example of a capitalist fundamental class process, we might consider a corporation in one country whose board of directors hired and appropriated the surplus labor of productive workers in a different country. The appropriation of such surplus labor would then occur across national boundaries. The same applies to the capitalist subsumed class process. For example, industrial capitalists in one country who appropriated surplus labor from productive workers there might then pay interest or dividends to money lenders or shareholders in another country. Such subsumed class payments across national boundaries are components of international relations. Thus, lending in one direction between nations is a non-class process comprising international relations, while a subsumed class interest payment in the reverse direction would be a class process comprising international relations. Of course, non-capitalist as well as capitalist class processes can and do occur across national boundaries. Some examples will suggest the implications of such a Marxian class analysis of international relations. An investment bank on Wall Street lends money to an industrial capitalist in Brazil. The latter uses that money to hire Brazilian productive laborers to produce computer components which are sold in Europe. These complex relationships include and connect the capitalist fundamental class process inside Brazil, the non-class lending process between New York and Brazil, the capitalist subsumed class process, Brazilian interest to New York, the non-class process of commodity exchange, Brazil's exports. 240 Chapter 4. Of course, this list is partial. It does not include all of the processes involved in this example of international relations. Letters and telephone calls between New York and Brazil are international cultural processes, diplomatic maneuvers associated with the loan are international political processes, and climatic conditions affecting air travel between New York and Brazil are component international natural processes. The specify C processes chosen for the list above reflect the focus of Marxian theory. They also permit some distinctively Marxian conclusions about international relations. First, the three particular international FLOs of funds in our example are not exploitative, that is, they are not appropriations of surplus value. Exploitation only occurs inside Brazil, as exploitation of Brazilians by Brazilians. Other parts of the world provide key conditions for the existence and continuation of Brazilian exploitation. By contrast, consider a situation in which a multinational industrial corporation based in Texas closes factories producing automobile components inside the United States and establishes a subsidiary in Liberia. That subsidiary hires Liberian productive laborers to produce the same automobile components to be shipped to the multinational corporation in Texas for sales throughout the United States. In this case, the multinational corporation appropriates in Texas surplus value produced in Liberia, value FLOs internationally from the latter to the former. This capitalist fundamental class process is thus international, part of the international relations between the two countries. Likewise, the foreign investment from the multinational corporation to establish the subsidiary in Liberia was another value FLO comprising international relations. What Marxian theory highlights here are differences that exist among the class and non-class processes that constitute international FLOs of value. The FLO of value from Brazil to the New York Bank was a subsumed class process, while the FLO of value from Liberia to the United States was a fundamental class process. The international relationships in the two cases differ because the social consequences of the two different kinds of class processes differ. We can illustrate the differing social consequences by further elaborating our two examples. In the New York, Brazil case, international relations entail the support of Brazilian industrial capitalism and the sharing of its fruits between industrial capitalists in Brazil and money lenders in the United States. In the Texas, Liberia case, international relations entail the contraction of industrial capitalism inside the United States and its expansion in Liberia. Inside all three countries, the United States, Brazil, and Liberia, there will be complex class and non-class consequences of these particular international relations with one another. Moreover, those consequences differ from those that would FLO from international relations connected with labor migration, remittances sent home by emigrants, changing commodity imports and exports, and so on. Marxian theory. 241. Non-Marxian analyses that ignore or abstract from class miss the important class implications of international relations. For example, if the FLOs of value from Brazil to the United States rise over some decades, non-Marxian observers might conclude that this is a negative sign for the development of capitalism in Brazil. They might then describe the international relationship between the two countries with adjectives such as imperialist or exploitative. For a Marxian analysis, the key question concerns the class and non-class nature of the value FLOs within the relationship between the United States and Brazil. If those FLOs are reflect rising monopoly prices obtained for U.S. exports to Brazil, the negative conclusion might be warranted. However, if those FLOs are reflect instead rising subsumed class payments from expanding Brazilian industrial capitalists to U.S. banks, one might conclude the opposite, namely that the value FLOs within the international relationship between the United States and Brazil are major supports for capitalist development inside Brazil. Non-Marxian approaches typically treat such FLOs very differently. Interest FLOs from Brazil to New York would be called payments for a service, access to loaned money. Surplus appropriated in Texas and produced in Liberia would likewise be called payments for another kind of service, return on invested capital. Such approaches remove class distinctions and indeed block out notions of class altogether. Hence they do not ask or answer questions about the class implications of the value FLOs within international relations. Consider a long-standing critique of the modern world's system of international relations. It explains widening gaps of wealth and income between rich, industrialized nations at the center and the peripheral, economically deprived hinterland nations. Critics denounce the unjust and one-sided pattern of net value FLOs from periphery to center, proposing new and different international relations that would reverse the net FLOs. Only then, they argue, could the poor nations of Asia, Africa, and Latin America finally emerge from their desperate and deteriorating social conditions. The Marxian theory developed in this book disagrees with such reasoning, while sympathizing, of course, with the goal of transforming poor nations. Redirecting international value FLOs might not significantly change the central issue for social progress in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, the transformation of their national class structures. Even if Brazilian capitalists no longer paid interest to New York banks, that might be because Brazilian capitalists had found ways to more intensely exploit their workers and to rely on their own expanded surpluses instead of foreign loans from New York. Rising rates of Brazilian exploitation could and likely would exacerbate income and wealth inequalities inside Brazil and exercise all sorts of other negative influences on social development there in the present and future. Similarly, some non-Marxian theories of international relations take inspiration from neoclassical economists' celebration of private property and markets. 242 Chapter 4. They conclude that poor nations around the world should immediately remove all legal, cultural, and political barriers to the maximum expansion of commodity trade as the solution to poverty. Drawing poor nations into a world commodity market, they argue, would bring them the benefits of prosperity and growth enjoyed by the world's rich center countries. Marxian theory recoils from such a prescription because it is class-blind. It fails to see the capitalist class structures in the center and the periphery. It therefore fails to appreciate how their interactions are major supports for social problems in both parts of the world economy and for the massive inequalities between them. Hence, extending capitalist class structures via expanding world trade would only deepen the problem. The policies needed instead, Marxian theorists argue, should aim for transformations from capitalist to non-capitalist class structures. Appendix A. Why does Marxian theory make class its entry point? In this appendix we consider a question often put to Marxists: why do you make class your entry point rather than individual preferences and productive capabilities, macroeconomic structures and their associated rules or laws of behavior, political power, race, gender, or many other possible aspects of society? While we touched on this issue earlier in this book, a fuller statement may be useful here. The answer now, as also in Marx's day, follows from what Marxists believe to be the social role of a theory. A theory invented and spread will have an impact on every other process in society. Part of that impact stems from the theory's entry point. The entry point of a theory affects society by drawing attention to it. To produce a new theory is, among other things, to focus interest on its entry point. Marxian theory has always self-consciously drawn attention and interest to the class process. Marx himself believed that his fellow revolutionists did not adequately understand class as defined and understood in relation to the social organization of the surplus. They likewise missed the importance of class processes producing, appropriating, and distributing surpluses both in the societies they sought to change and in those they dreamed of establishing. His theory aimed to rectify this situation, to focus attention on class and its relations to all the other, non-class aspects of society and social change. The point was not to claim that class was any more important a part of society than power, individual preferences, institutions, language, race, or gender. Rather, Marx's purpose in making class his entry point into social analyses was to remedy the ignorance and underestimation of class which, in his view, undercut the revolutionary projects he supported. In this way he added the issue of class to the agendas and strategies for change of many of his contemporaries. However, after Marx, the class issue in terms of the organization of surpluses faded among the many issues that inspired movements for social change over the decades. More recently activists have stressed instead issues of the democratic distribution of power and of racial and gender inequalities. Movements for broad social democracy and racial and gender equality developed social theories whose entry points were power, race, and gender. Those theories focused attention on those particular aspects Marxian theory. 243. Of society. While some of those theories were influenced by Marxian theory, they tended to substitute non-class processes for the class process as their entry points. This situation has now provoked a pendulum swing back toward a concern with class in its surplus definition and usage, lest Marx's insights be lost to the movements for social change. People have become increasingly interested in Marxian theory for reasons quite similar to Marx's original motivation in producing his theory. Yet again, another severe capitalist economic crisis that erupted in 2008 reminded millions of the risks, dangers, and problems of capitalism. Broad public interest revived in reading Marx and the Marxist tradition. One result of renewed attention to the Marxian tradition is greater interest in the Marxian theory presented here. It addresses the question of why class is Marxian theory's entry point by stressing the current need for those interested in social change to confront the issue of class and to incorporate it into their strategies. One set of social conditions produced Marx and the revolutionary movements of his time. Current conditions have produced a revival of interest and work in Marxian theory, and for similar basic reasons. That is why class remains Marxian theory's entry point. Appendix B, the transformation problem. As much or more than any other topic in Marxian economics, the relationship between values and prices of commodities has engaged debates among Marxist, Neoclassical, and Keynesian economists. As this book makes clear, values are central to Marxist arguments about exploitation, competition, business cycles, and most other aspects of capitalist economies. Yet neoclassical and Keynesian economics and thus most of the last century's discussions of economic issues use prices, not values, in their arguments. So the question arose, are value and price theories/analyses simply different, alternative ways to understand capitalism, or is one correct and the other false? The major classical economists such as Adam Smith and David Ricardo used values in their work. Sometimes they equated values to prices and sometimes they viewed values as the average or long-term price around which daily prices fluctuated. In general, classical economists did not think the value-price relationship all that important. They focused on other topics such as how economic growth occurred, how the total output of society was divided among capitalists, workers, and landlords, why economic crises kept recurring, and so on. Marx, as a close student of Smith and Ricardo, followed them in this regard. He too relegated the value-price relationship to a secondary status, discussed in a small number of chapters in volumes 2 and 3 of his major work, Capital. What made the relationship between value and prices important was a sharp critical attack on Marxian economics by one of its opponents, the Austrian economist Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk, 1851–1914. In 1896 Bohm-Bawerk published a book attacking Marx's economics as fundamentally flawed because of its value theory. He insisted that for Marx's economics to be valid, he had to show that commodities' values stood in a clear, consistent, and fixed relationship with their prices. Values and hence value analysis had to be precisely and consistently transformable into prices and price analysis. Bohm-Bawerk aimed to show that Marx's own effort to transform, Marx's own term in Capital, Volume 3, values into prices was logically inconsistent and flawed, thereby invalidating the totality of Marxian economics. 244 Chapter 4. Marxists disagreed, most defended Marx's transformation as logical and defensible, many debated alternative interpretations of Marx's transformation, and some argued that the bulk of Marx's critique of capitalism did not depend on the nuances of the mathematical relation between values and prices. Across the 20th century Marxists and anti-Marxists debated what came to be known as the transformation problem. A vast literature developed, although interest has waned over the last decade. Since neoclassical and Keynesian economists focused so much on markets and market prices and since they disliked Marx and Marxism, they mostly embraced the idea that Marx's notion of commodity values introduced something metaphysical, unrealistic, and unnecessary, and perhaps politically motivated, into economics. So Marxists mostly defended while neoclassical and Keynesian economists mostly attacked Marxian value theory. One position that emerged in the last generation of debates over the transformation of values into prices achieved a kind of resolution, Wolff, Collery, and Roberts 1984. In this view, which we present below, Marxian value theory and the price theory endorsed by neoclassical and Keynesian economists are recognized as different ways of understanding how capitalist economies work. There is no need to debate which is correct any more than there is a need to debate whether Christianity or Buddhism is correct. The better approach is to explore and learn from their differences, what each teaches and prioritizes, what each illuminates and obscures. Marx specifies the relationship between values and prices in several sections of Capital, Volume 2 and especially in the first section of Capital, Volume 3. There he introduces qualifications to the value analysis used initially to introduce many of his basic ideas in Volume 1. In that first volume, Marx presents his labor theory of value. It builds upon but also differs in important ways from the labor theories of value in Smith and Ricardo. In Marx's formulation, as we have observed in this chapter, the value of each commodity is defined as the amount of socially necessary abstract labor time, SNALT, needed to produce it. In our text example, 14 hours of labor is socially necessary to produce a chair. Marx's Volume 1 analysis entailed a simplification in order to develop the theory of surplus value central to what Marx contributed that was new and different to economics. It is a simplification because it abstracts from all the other constituent causes/determinants of a commodity's market price. It simplifies by assuming that the SNALT needed to produce the commodity is the only determinant of, and thus equal to, its price in the market. In Volumes 2 and 3, Marx can and does go beyond the initial simplifying assumption. He there shows how additional, typical aspects of capitalist economies beyond the SNALT needed to produce commodities also influence the market prices of commodities. In this way Marx differentiates the earlier SNALT-defined values of commodities from their later elaboration into prices. Prices are overdetermined by many different aspects of a capitalist economy. They are not essentialistically determined by, nor are they equal to, commodity values. Consider two of many possible examples. In Volume 2, Marx shows explicitly how the differing times it takes for two different commodities to be produced and circulated, turnover times, make their prices diverge from their values. This happens when and because the two capitalist industries producing the two commodities compete. Marx shows how their competition entails changing the quantities that each industry supplies to the market until the profit rates for both industries equalize. The competition that yields equal profit rates changes commodity supplies in relation to market demands for them, which makes their prices diverge from their SNAL-defined values, since the latter abstracted from, ignored, the constituent Marxian theory. 245. Influence of different turnover times and inter-industry competition on prices. In Volume 3, Marx likewise shows how the different compositions of capital, ratios of constant capital to the sum of constant and variable capital, in different industries interact with competition and equalizing profit rates to further differentiate commodity prices from their values. Marx's labor theory of value is not, in our reading, conceptualized as an alternative to a price theory. Rather, it is one particular way to understand the workings of capitalist economies, including the commodity prices generated in market exchanges. His labor theory of value explains and explores markets and prices in terms of their non-reductive connections to the exploitation inside capitalist enterprises that his writings stress. In Marx's view, especially in the circuits of capital discussion at the beginning of Volume 2, analyses of capitalist economies that do not connect markets and prices to surplus labor and production are theoretical alternatives that effectively deny the existence and relevance of exploitation. In other words, Marxian theory explains prices by a value analysis that is complex and considers many causes but prioritizes the relation of prices to exploitation. In contrast, Neoclassical and Keynesian theories explain prices as also complex but exclude exploitation and SNAL altogether from any explanatory role. Given such profoundly different theories of price, it is little wonder that Marxian theory reaches such different conclusions from those reached by Neoclassical and Keynesian theories. A final but important technical note: many 20th-century discussions of the relation of Marx's values to prices turned on the mathematics of that relation. Various problems arose because analysts within and without the Marxian tradition, 1. Interpret SNAL to be defined in purely and exclusively physical/technical labor terms, and 2. Presume that market prices, P, were determined by values, V, in the unidirectional relationship of V rightward arrow P. In other words, these discussions assumed that values were determined only by the physical and technical requirements to produce commodities. Using the language of traditional Marxism, values became in effect rooted in the forces of production as their essential cause. In proceeding in this essentialist way, forces of production as the ultimate cause of price problems arose concerning the consistency of mathematical solutions, with basic propositions, in Marx's general analysis of value and surplus value. In other words, Marx's value theory became suspect, if not rejected, because of logical inconsistencies attributed to it, a serious criticism of any theory. However, starting in the mid-1980s, several Marxist researchers showed that all those consistency problems could and would be resolved if analysts proceeded differently in their initial presumptions. This new approach first appeared in Bruce Roberts' seminal work, Roberts 1981. Most important, first Roberts and then others showed that logical inconsistencies would disappear if analysts rejected essentialist reasoning and embraced instead the causal logic of overdetermination. The outline of their alternative argument follows. Commodity values, defined as before in terms of SNALT, should be understood with emphasis on SN, namely the phrase socially necessary. That meant, to them, that the quantum of value every capitalist paid for purchased commodity inputs into production, the means of production, equaled the prices that capitalist had to pay for those inputs. Those input commodity prices defined what was socially necessary, what capitalist had to pay in the market to acquire those inputs. The value of the capitalist's outputs was thus partly determined by the prices paid for the produced commodity inputs. Returning to our example, the value of a chair was the sum of 8 hours of living labor plus the prices of these inputs. Because of well-known assumptions 246 Chapter 4. Marx made in Volume 3 of Capital, about capitalists located in different industries deploying differing compositions of capital and competitively seeking the highest profit rate on their capital across the economy. The prices of capitalists' purchased commodity inputs turn out to be different from their values. For example, the labor attached to the inputs no longer will be the 6 hours of other workers' past labor, as we previously specified in the text, but instead a different number. That different number will reflect the different social context considered by Marx, namely his two new assumptions in regard to differing compositions of capital and competition. Hence that new number must be added to the 8 hours of living labor to yield the new value, V, of a chair. Symbolically, the revised Volume 3 formula for the value of the commodity becomes P plus LL equals V, where P stands for the prices of the purchased inputs. Thus P stands for this new number that must be added to living labor, if capitalists are to purchase the means at what they cost in the market so as to combine them with living labor to produce outputs. Instead of the traditional one-way mathematical determination of prices by values, the new approach proceeded with a two-way mutual determination of prices by values and values by prices within the framework of prices and values as both over-determined in this book's sense and use of that term. Technically, two related and simultaneous transformations occurred. Values were transformed into prices and prices were transformed into values. P left right arrow V, where the left right arrow stands for the two-directional relationship. With the basic consistency issue thereby resolved, attention can return to what we think are the basic lessons taught by the transformation problem literature and debate. These lessons include, first, that Marxian theory yields a different understanding of capitalist economies including prices than neoclassical and Keynesian theories do. The second lesson is that the relation among these theories is not a matter of which is right and which wrong but rather a matter of how we will all act differently in and on our world depending on which, or which combination, of these theories we find persuasive. The third lesson concerns recognizing that the struggles among proponents of these theories help shape our world and affect us all. Appendix C, Capitalist Competition. Part 1. Consider the chair industry in which three competitive firms produce identical chairs. We start by assuming they have identical cost structures. To facilitate discussion, we also assume that 1 hour of labor is equivalent to $1. The following table lists the chair firms vertically as firms number 1, 2, and 3 and lists horizontally their respective value categories read either in dollar or labor values. Using the same numbers as presented in the text, capitalists of firm 1 purchase $6 of C, $6 of V, and appropriate $2 of S from workers employed in that firm. The same numbers apply to capitalist firms 2 and 3. We use the letter Q to denote the number 1 of chairs each produces. The letter W stands, as before, for the total value of chairs produced, which is $14 for each, and the value per unit is W/Q, or in this case $14. We can call this number the amount of labor each private capitalist requires to produce one chair. Because all capitalists are assumed to be alike, it is also the average or social value per chair in this assumed competitive industry. As we will soon see, competition will produce a difference between this individual firm's or its private value and the average of all firms or social value per unit. Marxian theory. 247. Other important ratios are listed horizontally to reflect the firm's respective economic performance. Their business success is measured by the value profit rate R equals S/C plus V equals 1/6. Their index of mechanization K is measured by the quantitative importance of C as a proportion of their total capital K equals C/C plus V equals 1/2, and their relative efficiency in the industry is measured by their average production cost AC equals C plus V/Q equals 12. Marx spends a good number of pages in Capital, Volume 1 explaining why mechanization, as measured by K, tends to rise in capitalist development. As we will see, one reason is competition. Capitalist C V S WQRK AC 1 6 6 2 14 1 1/6 1/2 12 2 6 6 2 14 1 1/6 1/2 12 3 6 6 2 14 1 1/6 1/2 12. Suppose that firm 2 raises its productivity. It now produces 2 chairs in the same labor time that formerly produced 1. As explained in the text, we assumed its capitalists hired more supervisors, managers, to gain this efficiency advantage. This one change will change everything in the industry. Firm 2's capitalists have now become the least cost producer in the industry. We can easily see this by calculating the change in their average costs, divide the same $12 of C plus V costs by 2 chairs to get the new AC of $6. In our table, then, capitalist 2 sees its average cost, AC, drop from $12 to $6, while its competitor's AC remains unchanged at $12. In addition, the value of a chair falls in the industry to $10.50. We calculate this new and lowered per chair value as a weighted average of the 3 capitalist firms' amounts of private labor times. $10.50 equals 14, 1, plus 7, 2, plus 14, 1/4, where 4 is the new total number of chairs produced across the 3 producers. It is worthwhile spending a moment examining exactly what this market unit value represents. It averages together the private amounts of labor each capitalist enterprise requires to produce its chairs. Notice that capitalist 2's business strategy has successfully reduced the amount of labor required to produce each chair from 14 to 7, while its competitors still require the same and hence more labor time to produce their chairs. The average of all producers' labor times needed per chair produced is merely the particular way that markets socialize these different private labor times. Now, when each capitalist firm sells its chairs at this new market price of $10.50, the profits realized by each capitalist enterprise are very different from what they were prior to of capitalist 2's increase in its productivity. Consider first capitalist firms 1 and 3. They come to market expecting to sell their produced chairs at $14 per chair. That selling price would cover fully their respective costs of producing them, $12, and allow each to realize a surplus of $2 embodied in each chair. Unfortunately for them, however, their expectations are frustrated. They must sell at the new competitive per chair value of $10.50. Their frustration stems from the private action of capitalist 2 in raising its labor productivity. That strategy reduced the market price of a chair from its previous $14 to the new $10.50. Selling their chairs at the new lower market price yields both capitalists a loss of $1.50 that threatens their ability to continue producing chairs. We show this stark result in the following second table. 248 Chapter 4. Capitalist. Total revenue. Total cost. Profits. Average cost. 1. 10.5. 12. 1.5. 12. 2. 21.0. 12. 9.0. 6. 3. 10.5. 12. 1.5. 12. Not only have the expected profits of $2 per chair for capitalist 1 and 3 disappeared, but matters are still worse. They no longer can cover their costs of doing business in this industry. While each needs $12 of sales to cover its production costs, each can sell its output only for $10.50. Yet the market loss incurred by capitalists 1 and 3 is equal exactly to capitalist 2's gain in profits. Let us explain. Capitalist 2 comes to market quite happy to sell each of its shares for $7, for that is the amount of private labor it required to produce each. However, to its delight it finds it can sell its shares at the higher social average of $10.50 per share. As shown in the second of our tables, it sells its 2 shares and earns $21 in total sales revenues as against its unchanged $12 of costs. Capitalist 2's profits have soared from $2 to $9. Put differently, it has been able to reduce its average production costs proportionately more than the fall in the market price. Is there any question but that strategies to lower average costs pay off in a competitive market? Market competition results in a redistribution of value of $3.50 from each of capitalists 1 and 3 to capitalist 2, enabling the latter's profits to expand from $2 to $9. This difference of $7 is what Marx calls a super profit, the extra profits earned by capitalist 2 above and beyond its unchanged surplus value of $2. It gains this $7 of super profits at the direct expense of reduced values received when capitalists 2 and 3 sell their shares. Part 2. Following the text, suppose that the board of directors of firm 2 decides to pursue a different strategy from that examined in Part 1 above. Rather than distributing surplus to expand supervisors, the board instead distributes surplus to accumulate capital aimed at altering its system of production. Its goal is to become more mechanized, capital intensive. The board accomplishes this by buying additional machines and tools, constant capital, but without purchasing more labor power. In other words, it raises its composition of capital K. This new distributive strategy is illustrated in the following table. There capitalist 2 expands its constant capital from $6 to $12 without employing more workers. It thereby raises its K to 2/3. This accumulation strategy also raises its labor productivity from 1 to 2 shares. The same number of workers as before are now equipped with more machines and tools, allowing them to produce more shares. Average cost of production for capitalist 2 falls to $9. Capitalist C V S WQK AC 1 6 6 2 14 1 1/2 12 2 12 6 2 20 2 2/3 9 3 6 6 2 14 1 1/2 12. Marxian theory. 249. The new market value of a share becomes $12. Once again, the average falls to all because capitalist 2 found a different way to innovate and raise its productivity. The following table shows the resulting new profit position for each competing firm. Capitalist. Total revenue. Total cost. Profits. 1. 12. 12. 0. 2. 24. 18. 6. 3. 12. 12. 0. Capitalist 2 earns a super profit at the direct expense of capitalists 1 and 3. Like the previous case, unless the latter respond, their continued operation is problematic. Suppose then that these capitalists do react to this threat to their continued existence. They decide to replicate the business strategy of capitalist 2. They too accumulate $6 of C, raising their composition of capital to 2/3. They too reduce their costs of production to $9. We show the new result in the following and last of our tables. Capitalist C V S WQK AC 1 12 6 2 20 2 2/3 9 2 12 6 2 20 2 2/3 9 3 12 6. 2. 20. 2. 2/3. 9. Clearly, this strategy for capitalists 1 and 3 has paid off. They appropriate and realize the same $2 of surplus value they had prior to the offensive action of capitalist 2. It is also true that their recovery is at the expense of capitalist 2, it no longer earns a super profit, but at least it too appropriates and realizes $2 of surplus value. However, some major changes also have occurred, and they point to one of Marx's most well-known arguments in regard to the contradictions of capitalism. On the one hand, the exchange value of chairs has fallen to $10 per chair. Competition has forced each and every capitalist to accumulate capital, or risk going out of business, accompanied by an increase in the composition of capital, K. The social result of these competitive actions on the part of all capitalists is to make more wealth available at more affordable prices for the citizens of capitalism. The capitalist economy delivers 6 rather than 3 chairs at $10 rather than $12 per chair. Posed in terms of traditional Marxism, capitalist competition helps develop the forces of production, enabling more wealth to be forthcoming. This example reflects the actual history of just about every kind of capitalist commodity, from food to housing to shoes to cars to electronics. In each, interacting capitalist competition and accumulation has resulted in historic decreases in average costs of production and values per unit. On the other hand, a new and serious problem arises. If we look back at the last table for a moment, we can see that the value profit rate also falls for each and every capitalist from its initial rate of 1/6 to its new rate of 1/9. In other words, to receive the same surplus value of $2 as before, each capitalist now requires more capital, $18 rather than $12, to be advanced. This fall in the return on capital can discourage 250 Chapter 4. Profit-oriented capitalists and lead them to reduce their subsumed class expenditures, actually reduce their rate of expansion, and hence cause a recession or even depression. Reacting to a lower profit rate, they contract new capital accumulation and other distributions, to managers, research and development, borrowings, dividends, etc. As the effects of reduced business expenditures flow throughout the economy, unemployed labor and unused means of production arise. Besides lost jobs and excess industrial capacity, the loss to society is potential wealth that could have been produced if not for the fall in the profit rate. Marx concludes that capitalist competition is inherently contradictory. The interaction between capital accumulation and markets leads to more wealth produced, more chairs in the expansion, followed by less wealth, fewer chairs in the contraction. As we see, these are not independent events, rather, they are both integral parts of how capitalism functions. Appendix D, Rising exploitation with rising real wages. Recall the earlier equation for the value of labor power, V equals EQ. Let us now calculate what portion of the change in V is accounted for by changes in each of the two factors on the right-hand side of this equation. First, there is the change in the per unit value of wage commodities multiplied by the initial standard of living, delta EQ. Second, there is the change in the standard of living multiplied by the initial per unit value of the wage commodities, delta QE. Adding both changes, we derive the change in V, delta V equals, delta EQ, plus, delta QE. We may rewrite this equation in terms of percentage rates of change, delta V delta E delta Q equals plus VEQ. It follows that a 10% decline in the value of labor power, delta V/V, and a simultaneous 20% decline in unit values of wage goods, delta E/E, would equal a 10% rise in real wages, delta Q/Q. 5. Late Neoclassical Theory with Yahya M. Madrer. 5.1 Introduction. Why this chapter? This chapter introduces some interesting recent developments in and extensions of neoclassical theory. We do this for two reasons. First, some economists claim that these changes effectively refute several basic criticisms of standard neoclassical theory, and many of these changes have been sufficiently integrated into that theory to be frequently included in introductory microeconomics textbooks. Second, a smaller number of economists also claim that certain recent extensions and developments represent a break from neoclassical economic theory that inaugurates a new and different kind of economic theory. If the second of these claims were persuasive, then we would need to add another, fourth economic theory to the three already considered. We think students should be aware of these theoretical changes and the claims surrounding them. They represent still another dimension to the continuing struggles within economics as a field of inquiry. Part of any examination of any field of study is to figure out if, when, and how its practitioners break from tradition and launch radically new ways to think about the objects in that field. This is as true in economics as it is in physics or art. Indeed, Keynesian economics represents such a break in the 1930s from what was then the hegemonic neoclassical tradition. Similarly, Marxian economics broke in the 19th century from the classical tradition of Smith and Ricardo. In this chapter we will explain why the recent developments and extensions in neoclassical economics do not mark a similar break or sea change in economic thought. The neoclassical tradition has rather effectively incorporated the recent changes without compromising either its entry point or logic. Thus we title this chapter Late Neoclassical Theory. In our view, while neoclassical theory keeps evolving, it nonetheless continues its basic approach to the new issues it engages. As this chapter shows, neoclassical theory's evolution has produced interesting, new understandings of some important topics and issues. These include, how and why markets fail and how society should respond, how to incorporate into its analysis interactive, 252 chapter. 5. Strategic behavior of firms and individuals, how to extend the opportunity cost concept to include costs of market transactions and information, even how to incorporate altruistic alongside self-interested behavior. Nonetheless, these recent developments and extensions remain well within rather than marking breaks from the basic neoclassical framework discussed in Chapter 2. However, this chapter's presence does raise another question. Why include and focus on recent developments and extensions of only neoclassical theory and not of the other two economic theories compared in this book? Actually, we did include a parallel, albeit limited, examination of recent developments within the Marxian tradition when we distinguished traditional, determinist/mode of production, from non-traditional, overdeterminist/class, Marxian theories. And we did consider some interesting changes and extensions in the Keynesian approach such as post-Keynesian economics in Chapter 3. Addition Ally Section 5.3.3 below takes up again a key point of post-Keynesian economics, namely how the social environment shapes human behavior. Our reason for including this chapter is much influenced by two events. First, given the dominance of neoclassical economic theory in academe, the media, and political discourse over the last generation, we believe our readers should be aware of the theory's evolution and the claims of some to have broken from it. Second, the global economic crisis that erupted in 2007 reopened the protracted struggles among neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian approaches and policies. Those struggles include claims by some participants to have conceived altogether new ways to understand and resolve the crisis. We think they overstate their arguments. No such radical breaks have so far occurred. The basic contest among the three major paradigms continues. It shapes our world and our future, and thus provides a major motivation for writing this book. 5.1.1 Criticisms and their consequences. As with any theory, economic or otherwise, neoclassical theory has received criticism over the many years of its development. Some alleged its inadequate representation of key events and major changes in the real world. It mirrored the real world inadequately and thus explained it improperly. Neoclassical theory just does not correspond to what really occurs, such critics argue, since production and consumption have complex and unaccounted for extra-market effects, called externalities. Giant corporations typically wield power in all kinds of markets, individuals behave in ways that cannot be explained by the axioms of choice, The actions of the state and its agents have complex effects on the workings of supply and demand, recessionary and inflationary cycles impact capitalist economies, and the class structure of society interacts with everything else in the economy. These kinds of criticisms stem from views late neoclassical theory. 253. That may well accept the analytical sophistication of neoclassical theory but question whether it truly reflects or adequately captures what occurs in the real world. From this perspective, the theory suffers from a lack of realism. Other critics focus more on the structure and logic of neoclassical theory. For example, some claim to have found serious internal inconsistencies. For them, the neoclassical explanation of value and distribution presented in Chapter 2 is flawed. One of the most famous of these criticisms argues that neoclassical theory cannot explain the distribution of income in society because of its inherent difficulty in measuring the value of capital. In that argument, there may not be any unit by which this resource input can be measured independently of the equilibrium prices that neoclassical theory claims to explain partly on the basis of specific quantities of that input. Consequently, one of the entry point concepts of neoclassical theory, the initial capital endowment, can no longer be considered an essence. A different but related criticism questions the neoclassical notion of exogenous preferences of individuals. Our preferences for goods and services, leisure versus labor, and present versus future incomes are not given but always vary in response to social change including economic processes. Thus, these critics say, neoclassical theory errs in explaining market prices and other economic outcomes as based on, essentially caused by, given preferences. This is because preferences are not given. They are shaped by the entire social context in which they arise, and that context includes economic events and changes. Hence, market prices, incomes, and savings for future consumption are not merely effects of our preferences but likewise and simultaneously causes of them. In mathematical terms, prices and incomes must be variables included in the individual utility functions discussed in Chapter 2. In addition, as psychology teaches, we are only conscious of a few of all the societal and natural factors affecting our choices. Our preferences for friends and lovers are partly functions of our unconscious, as are our preferences for economic objects. And our unconscious is continually shaped and altered by our economic as well as cultural and political activities. For this criticism of neoclassical theory, our preferences and the axioms of choice from which that theory derives those preferences cannot be essential, ultimate causes of economic phenomena, since they are caused and changed by those same phenomena they seek to explain. Those critics find it illogical to treat preferences as exogenous in the face of mutual causation between preferences and prices and incomes. No easy, clear-cut demarcation line separates criticisms directed at the lack of realism of neoclassical theory and criticisms of its internal inconsistency. The two kinds of criticism often converge in the works of one writer or even with one argument. Moreover, these criticisms have emerged from both neoclassical theorists and analysts committed to Keynesian and Marxian theories. 254 Chapter 5. Keynes, for example, began his major contribution by criticizing the notions of marginal productivity of labor and marginal utility that underlay the neoclassical theory of labor markets. Marx often ridiculed certain assumptions of classical economics that passed intact into neoclassical theory. For example, he thought it absurd to defy any capitalist's profits as rewards to something called capital, an object, when for him profits emerged from a particular relationship between laborers and capitalists. Keynes and Marx confronted the neoclassical entry point concepts with their very different entry points, prescribed structural rules for Keynes and class for Marx. Their criticisms were less attacks on neoclassical theory's logical consistency or lack of realism, although they included such attacks, than they were affirmations of different theories of how economic realities are organized and how they function. Criticisms of neoclassical theory have always had different results. Theorists who find merits in the criticism seek to develop alternative ways of explaining economic events that overcome neoclassical theory's lack of realism and/or logical inconsistencies. Among them, some ultimately introduce a different new entry point and/or different logic and thereby become non-neoclassical. Keynes did that in the 20th century in one way while Marx broke from classical economic theory in another way in the 19th. Other critics modify some of the theory's entry point concepts and logic yet remain within the basic framework of the neoclassical way of thinking. Such theorists aim to develop the existing body of neoclassical theory to respond to its critics by enhancing its logical consistency and empirical realism. Over recent years they developed new ideas and arguments about pervasive market imperfections, observed human behavior that deviates from the assumptions of the neoclassical tradition, and strategic actions that take account of the expected behavior of others. Neoclassical theory changed over the years partly as a result of the criticisms leveled against it. The change and development of the theory is the subject of this chapter. Criticisms are among the conditions that produce changes in all theories. Criticisms have pushed and continue to push neoclassicists to ask new kinds of questions of their theory, questions not previously asked. Criticisms provoke efforts to correct discovered errors or contradictions within the theory. Creative individuals may be stimulated to invent new concepts to deal with the criticisms. Paradoxically, the richness, power, and uniqueness of neoclassical theory derive in part from the attacks of its harshest critics. Our discussion will be organized around three distinct yet connected neoclassical responses to criticisms. The first set of responses concern neoclassical theory's concept of markets and critics' claims of ubiquitous market imperfections. The second set of responses deals with human behavior that critics argue does not conform to neoclassical theory's standard rationality assumptions. Last, the third set of responses treats critics' insistence that in the real world late neoclassical theory. 255. FIRMS and individuals must and do take into account expected responses of others while traditional neoclassical theory assumed they do not. 5.1.2 The responses, an overview. Neoclassical economists have developed new approaches to market analysis when those markets exhibit imperfections rather than the competitive perfection assumed in the traditional theory. The market imperfections considered include, for example, the deployment of power by one or a few buyers, or sellers, to determine price, the lack of perfect information among buyers and sellers, the impossibility to write completely specified and enforceable contracts among market participants, the external effects of market transactions on non-contracting third parties, and technologies that yield continually declining average costs as output increases. One interesting result of the theoretical efforts to accommodate and understand these imperfections within neoclassical theory has been new explanations for why non-market institutions, FIRMS, governments, judicial systems, etc., arise as societal solutions to various forms of market failures resulting from market imperfections. The responses to critics and resulting new approaches considered here fall under the heading of late neoclassical theory because they continue to refer to a Pareto optimal allocation of resources, through perfectly competitive market economies, as their goal, reference point, and standard of optimality. Recall that Pareto optimality referred to a competitive market equilibrium in which anyone who increases their well-being makes someone else worse off. Late neoclassical theory retains that standard but in the modified form of minimizing the deviation from Pareto optimality to measure the success/efficiency of any solution to market imperfections yielded by a FIRM, government, or court system. In other words, the central goal of economic analysis becomes how to move the economy closer to the traditional standard of Pareto optimality. That standard remains entrenched in late neoclassical theory and, as discussed in our chapter on neoclassical theory, that standard derives from and depends on the traditional entry points and essentialist logic of neoclassical theory. In that sense, late neoclassical theory represents developments and changes that remain committed to the neoclassical tradition. But responding to critiques of markets as imperfect is only one part of late neoclassical theory. Given the humanism informing neoclassical theory, it is no surprise that its assumptions about human behavior have also come under scrutiny and criticism. Critics have provoked neoclassical practitioners to modify those assumptions, especially the notions of individuals making their decisions independently of one another and in sole pursuit of their individual self-interest. New notions of human behavior have arisen that take into account non-self-ish, self-interested, motivations and cognitive limitations to the 256th chapter. 5. Human mind. Nonetheless, the basic humanism informing late neoclassical theory remains what it was in the neoclassical tradition. It is only that the human nature driving the economy is presented in a more realistic construction. Late neoclassical theory's new specification of human behavior has also involved certain important modifications and extensions of the traditional assumptions of rationality and preferences. Recall that traditionally neoclassical theory views tastes for goods and services, leisure, and future income as derived from axioms of choice, as summarized in Chapter 2, that are part of human nature. These natural axioms of choice define what human rationality is. The individual aim to maximize individual well-being in the face of given constraints. For neoclassical theory, human beings behave rationally if and when they acquire the most of what they want while taking into account their limitations. The result is the traditional neoclassical notion of choice-making individuals who forego no available opportunity to better satisfy their consistently defined, complete preferences. A rational human being is always an opportunist and purely self-regarding, i.e., one who only thinks and looks inwardly. Just as evolutionary theorists coined labels Homo habilis to Homo erectus to Homo sapiens to mark human evolution, economists coined Homo economicus to signify the emergence of this kind of opportunist, self-regarding, rational human being. This was understood to be modern human, thereby equating modernity with the particular neoclassical definition of rationality. Criticisms directed against this notion of an individual as always opportunist and only self-regarding prompted some neoclassicists to modify their definitions of rationality to include non-self-serving goals and aspirations. A Keynesian criticism, discussed in Chapter 3, of neoclassical theory attacked it for not adequately acknowledging the role of uncertainty in all human decisions. Thus some neoclassicists also transformed traditional ideas about human rationality by questioning individuals' cognitive capacity to process the vast amount of information about commodities needed to be able to make the ratio NAL decisions that best satisfy their preferences. While such criticisms of traditional neoclassical notions of rationality yielded some interesting developments, especially in the emerging field of behavioral economics discussed below, the newer notions of how individuals behave still are defined in relation to the standard figure of Homo economicus. That traditional idea of the rational human being continues to serve as a normative, if not descriptive, standard. Newer notions of rationality maintain the tradition of seeing a redefined human rationality as determining the economy as a whole, humanism. Hence our decision to locate the recent responses to critiques of neoclassical rationality within late neoclassical theory. Late neoclassical theory. 257. New theories of equilibrium were responses to critiques of traditional neoclassical theory's notions of market behavior among individuals and institutions. Recall that in the standard neoclassical theory of equilibrium, individuals are assumed to be price takers. In making decisions, they need consider only the information provided in the given prices of commodities they face along with their given endowments and available technology. Put differently, in the standard neoclassical economic model of a fully competitive society, rational individuals do not need to know what other individuals think in order to decide what to buy, sell, save, and invest. Some neoclassical economists call this type of decision-making parametric to sharply distinguish it from strategic decision-making where individuals or institutions do make decisions that depend on the expected decisions and actions of others. Critics claim that the parametric environment does not adequately mirror the real world of decision-making. Real decision-making in imperfectly competitive markets must take into account all the possible actions and reactions by other market participants. Basically, decision-makers incorporate others' reasoning process into their own reasoning process. Their survival and success require the formulation of a strategy to deal with such interdependence. Consider a business environment with imperfect competition. FIRMs no longer are price takers but instead price makers. Each FIRM must then make its output and pricing decisions strategically, taking into account the expected actions of other FIRMs. In analyzing this, and many other, strategic decision-making situations, Neoclassical economics increasingly adopted a new notion of equilibrium named after the mathematician John Nash. The traditional neoclassical market equilibrium is one in which demand and supply intersect. A Nash equilibrium is different. It occurs if and when no interacting agent benefits from unilaterally changing his or her chosen strategy. In recent years, a still different notion of equilibrium has emerged. Some economists prefer to formulate the problem of equilibrium at the aggregate level of a population distribution of behavioral traits rather than at the micro level of interactions among rational individuals. These economists have come up with a notion of evolutionary stability. It specifies a stable distribution of patterns of behavior within a given population. They claim that such a notion is far more useful than the strictly individualistic premises of the Nash equilibrium idea. While the developments of the Nash and evolutionary notions of equilibrium have rendered neoclassical theory more versatile and mathematically sophisticated, they did not break from the theory's traditional normative project. They continued the long-standing neoclassical desire to articulate a logically consistent and universally applicable theory of societal reconciliation that harmonized divergent economic interests. The Search for an Equilibrium 258 Chapter 5. Solution, whatever its form, is a quest for a way to deal with economic difference and consequent conflicts within society generally and within capitalist economies in particular. The search for social harmony has a long intellectual history in economic theorizing, starting with Smith, followed by Pareto, and continuing today with these developments in late neoclassical theory. Before we examine these major extensions of the neoclassical approach in more detail, let us emphasize again the shared qualities that lead us to situate them as late expressions of neoclassical theory. First, they all continue to refer, implicitly or explicitly, to the traditional neoclassical approach as their basic benchmark. For example, they may newly conceptualize human behavior but only through its deviations from or violations of the standard axioms of choice. Second, they construct their approaches to the economy with the aim of determining the conditions under which the diverse interests of individuals are or can be harmoniously reconciled. To the extent that some late neoclassical theorists move away from these two theoretical practices, they may yet begin a move beyond neoclassical theory. That remains a possibility for some, who may even produce a new way of theorizing the economy, much like Marxian and Keynesian theories did. 5.2 Theories of market imperfections. From its inception, neoclassical theory was criticized for adhering to an idealized model of perfectly competitive markets. Critics rejected the neoclassical assumptions that all economic actors, both FIRMs and households, were price takers, that contracts were fully specified and had no unaccounted, external, effects on third parties, that all individual actors had full and complete information, and that no missing markets exist. For such critics, traditional neoclassical economic theory was unrealistic in depicting a world composed of atom-like rational individuals who interacted with one another only in and through smoothly functioning competitive markets. And from its inception, neoclassical theorists tried to incorporate analyses of some possible deviations from the ideal world of perfect competition. Over the course of 20th century, the types of deviations studied and the ways of handling imperfections through economic policy have changed in response to ongoing and changing criticisms. A common charge in most of the criticisms is the failure of markets to work properly. The charge is serious, for market imperfections would preclude capitalism from achieving the efficiency of production or consumption that was always a major part of its self-justification. The sources of market imperfections specified by critics vary. They include the unaccounted for externalities or spillover effects stemming from production and consumption, Market late Neoclassical theory. 259. Power wielded by giant corporations, state interference in the operation of markets, and the inability of human beings to foresee the future. They all interfere with the ability of human beings to make the rational market choices that result in a Pareto-type optimality of production and consumption. Market imperfections result in a societal mess. Citizens enjoy less wealth than they should, they suffer the deleterious effects of unemployed resources, and they face increasing political tensions among their citizens over distribution of less wealth than they could have. Very little is optimal about this kind of world. Broadly speaking, there have been two major kinds of criticism targeting the neoclassical notion of perfect competition in markets. They arose in different historical contexts. The THIRD wave of market imperfection theories focused on two sets of problems that critics saw in capitalist economies: 1. Unaccounted social effects on society arising from private economic activities, and 2. Social effects when firms or other institutions, example unions or governmental bodies, used concentrated power to control a commodity's price. More recent critics of market perfection arose after 1950 and attributed market failures to transaction costs and information failures. While the newer theories did not supplant the earlier ones, they did change one important aspect of the discussions. In the THIRD generation of theories, the state was usually seen to offer the only solution for market imperfections. In the more recent theories, a variety of other kinds of institutions are favored as dealing more effectively with market failures. 5.2.1 Externalities and ways of managing them. Recall that standard neoclassical theory assumes that individuals interact with one another only through and in markets. This means they only exchange what is stipulated in the contract that governs their private exchange. Hence they affect one another only via those markets. Suppose, however, that an observed market transaction causes an externality, namely an effect external to the market transaction that impacts third parties or nature. Traditional neoclassical theory does not recognize or account for this externality, even though it surely belongs in a listing of the market transaction's costs and benefits and hence its efficiency. For example, suppose that one individual's consumption of cigarettes produces an adverse effect on the utility of another with whom the smoker has no market relation. Consumption of this or, by extension, just about any commodity may yield such externalities, for one individual's consumption will often impact the welfare of others. Externalities may be positive as well. Individuals who choose and pay for vaccinations against disease thereby benefit others, third parties who neither paid for nor obtained vaccinations. Consider a production example in which oil drilling for offshore wells releases 260 Chapter 5 toxins into the water that kill fish and thus adversely affect the fishing industry. Hence economic transactions in oil markets can harm third parties who do not participate in the oil markets. In these cases, private decisions of consumers or producers have impacts on others, but the social costs and benefits of those impacts remain unaccounted for by or in any market. Thus the deals reached in markets, efficient for the deal makers, may well be inefficient once we consider the real, socially consequential costs and benefits the deal makers and their markets ignore. Public goods provide another important example of externalities. Consider the government providing national defense or clean air and water. In these instances of state-provided collective consumption, there cannot be private markets of the sort theorized in traditional neoclassical theory. Each citizen in the society consumes, as it were, the same amount of the public good irrespective of whether that citizen wants it or not. No one can be excluded from the benefit of national defense, a more healthy physical environment, or public education. The inability to exclude others from receiving these benefits is what marks public goods. The example of public goods also underscores the usefulness of distinguishing between positive and negative externalities, although there will likely be disagreement in judging what is negative and what is positive. For instance, while many citizens may well consider national defense to be a benefit to society, others may fear the social risks of a military-industrial complex and thus consider national defense to be a cost, meaning a negative externality. Around the 1920s, a British neoclassical economist, Arthur Cecil Pigou, 1877–1958, offered a new way to theorize negative externalities by distinguishing between private and social costs of a commodity. While the private costs of a commodity, the marginal cost of its production, are reflected in its price, its social costs, imposed on third parties and nature by its consumption, production, or both, are not. To return to our offshore oil production example, consider an oil drilling company in a competitive market that maximizes its profit by equating its marginal cost of drilling to the market-determined price of oil. In other words, P oil equals MC private, where the subscript private stands for the oil company's private marginal costs of production. If oil drilling also causes environmental damage of one kind or another, that represents a cost to society. That social cost is not usually taken into account by the FIRM's focus on its private costs alone. This social cost is outside of external to the private supply of oil by this and other private FIRMs that cause similar externalities in their different lines of business. Put differently, the private marginal cost curve of FIRMs previously discussed did not include this social cost. The result is stark: this market fails to yield the optimum, socially efficient output of oil. By extension, the same critique applies to other markets if they exhibit similar negative externalities. The market price for oil should be higher. Late neoclassical theory. 261. Than what it is in the private market. It fails to count properly all the real costs, including environmental, incurred in its production. P oil MC private plus MC social. The new added term, MC social, represents the social cost of private drilling's environmental impact. Since the market price of oil fails to reflect its real, private and social, costs, more of the commodity will be produced and consumed than would be efficient and optimal in the neoclassical sense. Such externalities thus reduce overall social welfare. Notice here that the Pareto criterion or standard of efficiency remains. The externality produces a deviation from the traditional optimal standard of P equals MC because of an unpriced environmental cost. The externality discussion inaugurated by Pigou does not question the Pareto criterion itself. Thus, if the government levied an appropriate tax, known as a Pigouvian tax, on oil, the market price of oil could be raised to ensure that P nu equals MC private plus MC social, where P nu stands for the tax-adjusted price of oil. In supply-demand terms, Pigou's extension of neoclassical theory creates a new and higher supply curve. It shifts up and to the left, to include the added social costs. The new neoclassical argument follows directly. Government intervention via a tax equilibrates the assumedly unchanged demand for oil to this newly upward-shifted supply of oil. The resulting new higher price represents a market outcome returned to social efficiency in the definition provided by traditional neoclassical theory. The latter remains the benchmark for this late neoclassical theory. State officials who levy such a Pigouvian tax would have to estimate the social costs involved, never a straightforward business. The same applies to positive externalities. For example, state intervention to reduce cigarette consumption produces documented health benefits to society but also costs from 1. Diminished opportunities for tobacco farmers, their families, and communities, and 2. More demands on social security because reduced smoking enables people to live longer. And the list of externalities is very long as well as contested. In fact, what economists, politicians, and others do is to count only some of the many costs and benefits that they think are important at that moment, or at least those that they are aware of. Before Pigou, what were counted were private costs and private benefits. After Pigou, at least some social costs and benefits were added. Of course, the underlying question of which of the many social benefits and costs will be counted is hardly just a theoretical issue in economics. Rather, we struggle over the recognition and inclusion of social costs and benefits, and the outcome of those struggles is what gets placed onto the social agenda. Clearly, today we recognize both private industry's and private consumption's impact on the natural environment. That impact and the 262 chapter 5. Counting of its costs result from many social forces. These include new theoretical work, example the 1962 publication of Rachel Carson's path-breaking book Silent Spring, to an organized environmental social movement, to a general public awareness that our private lives impact nature and hence our continued ability to enjoy life. Similarly, the negative externalities on our private lives arising from the capitalist business cycles are more or less recognized. Reducing or eliminating them motivated Keynesian economics and its policies. However, the costs to our lives arising from capitalist class exploitation are not now well recognized, hence little is done to deal with them. Unlike environmental or business cycle externalities, they still remain mostly unacknowledged and unpriced. A number of neoclassical economists, in particular, the more conservative, are very wary about government interventions into and constraints placed on the freedom of firms and individuals to make private decisions in their self-interest. They argue that a capitalist society should not allow the government to attempt nearly impossible cost and benefit calculations and then create taxes and subsidies based on them. Such neoclassical theorists argue that the externally driven taxes and subsidies have their own consequences on markets, including their externalities, that could move the economy away from a Pareto position. A far better way to proceed, they argue, would be to recognize externalities but then allow affected parties privately to negotiate the compensations for those externalities. These economists base their solution on the Coase theorem, named after the neoclassical economist who originated this argument, Coase 1960. According to this theorem, if solid property rights exist and are fully delineated, and if transaction costs, example arising from hiring a lawyer, are negligible, the problem of social cost can be fully and efficiently resolved through mutually beneficial trades among affected parties. To return to our offshore oil drilling example, those who benefit from it may well be different from those who are adversely affected by it. Viewed from the perspective of Pareto efficiency, offshore oil drilling makes some worse off, example the fishing industry, tainted fish consumers, and those who prefer less polluted environments, but not drilling makes others worse off, example businesses with losses from reduced drilling, workers with such losses, their local communities, and automobile drivers required to pay higher gasoline prices if oil drilling were reduced. From this perspective, prohibition or taxation of drilling will entail an injustice toward the latter groups, and they will need to be compensated for their losses. If the property rights to the sea basin where drilling is planned were well delineated, then either those who wish to keep it free from pollution will have to compensate the losses of those who wish to drill, or vice versa. If the oil company holds these property rights, the fishing community has to be willing to compensate the oil company for foregoing this business opportunity. If the late neoclassical theory 263 fishing community holds the rights, then the oil company has to compensate the fishing community for its losses incurred by drilling. If a third party holds the rights, then both the fishing community and the oil company will have to bid for the property. But since neither would bid beyond their respective expected returns, the drilling will only happen if its benefits outweigh its costs. Notice here that according to the Coase theorem, it doesn't matter who owns the property rights but only that the rights are fully specified. The Coase theorem says that under these assumed conditions property rights exist and are specified, transaction costs are low, and not too many parties are involved, then private market transactions are efficient. In other words, all externalities have been fully accounted for, they have been internalized into market transactions. This remarkable result shows the power of neoclassical theory to confront a major criticism, ubiquitous market failures due to externalities, adjust its concepts in reaction, and then reaffirm the basic tradition in the form of a late neoclassical theory. No wonder that its originator, Ronald Coase, won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1991. Of course, both neoclassical economists and their critics have analyzed the conditions that specify it as necessary for his solution to the externalities problem to apply. Critics stress that property rights are hardly ever completely specified and transactions can be very costly, especially when many parties are affected by externalities. For example, when information, example pertaining to long-term consequences of externalities, is less than perfectly available, it would be misleading to assume that those adversely affected by an economic activity's externalities will be able to assess fully and costlessly those adverse effects. Even if markets exist for such information, not everyone has equal access to or can afford the information. This problem alone tilts the level of the negotiation field. For example, in a world of income and wealth inequalities, to assume that a fishing community has monetary power equal to that of a multinational oil company will also be misleading. Consider this situation: given incomplete information, discussed in more detail below, financial institutions cannot transparently assess the default risk of prospective borrowers. Borrowers who don't have enough collateral to cover the risk of default will be discriminated against and their credit rationed. This may disadvantage fishing communities who want to carry on costly negotiations with the oil company, negotiations needed to arrive at a solution to the externalities of offshore oil drilling. Unlike the oil company, the fishing community needs credit to carry forward these negotiations if they lack sufficient collateral. Without access to credit, the community cannot afford to carry on negotiations with the oil company. In short, in a world with positive transaction costs, underspecified property rights, information asymmetries, and in this example, wealth and income inequalities, critics might well argue that Keynesian market-based solutions do 264 Chapter 5. Not manage externality problems better than Pigovian government-based solutions. Such criticism typically provokes some neoclassical economists to find other ways to reaffirm the traditional canon. The more conservative among them might insist on a restructuring of the economic order through institutional and legal reforms. Their goals would be to broaden property rights, through privatization, copyright laws, patents to new forms of knowledge, etc., and reduce transaction costs, through market deregulation, digitalization, or fostering new forms of privatization and decentralization. Needless to say, this is an endless process. It is possible neither to establish fully delineated property rights nor to eliminate all transaction costs. In addition, new market imperfections may arise from broadening property rights. While patents do turn intellectual discoveries into private property, they can also enable the owners to wield monopoly powers in markets. However, more liberal neoclassical economists take a different approach. They argue that because it is impossible to establish in every case the superiority of market solutions over government solutions, and vice versa, the respective costs and benefits of each solution should be compared before choosing between them. Rather than advocating only market-based solutions, these liberal economists argue for a mix of solutions involving markets and governments and still other institutions of civil society. In the liberal, mix and match approach, the question of gathering and distributing pertinent information does not automatically favor private markets alone. Hence, public questioning and debate can occur in regard to which externalities, costs and benefits will be included, or even how affected communities will undertake cost-benefit analyses. The mix and match approach allows for considering various scientific positions and even principled, ethical positions over economic growth, and unrestrained use of energy sources. It even allows for directly questioning the market's ability to gather and disseminate information about social costs. The more conservative, pro-market approach criticizes and rejects such public questioning and debate of social costs and market capabilities. Instead, the size and scope of social costs are correctly found in the information that is transmitted through markets and the prices determined there. Of course, such a reliance on the efficiency of markets to convey appropriate information via prices is perfectly consistent with the traditional neoclassical approach to this and indeed most economic issues. Not surprisingly, Criticisms arise in response. First, in the conservative approach, only those who have received or have access to economic resources profits, wages, returns to owned capital can signal their preferences as to social costs. The signaling individuals' effective preferences will also depend on the size of their income or wealth or lack. Late Neoclassical theory. 265. Thereof. Individuals without incomes of any sort will not have their preferences included in the marketplace. Some individuals' market votes will count more than others because they receive higher incomes than do others and hence are able to have relatively more influence over market outcomes pertaining to social costs. In this sense, a market-based system of displaying preferences compromises the one person, one vote criterion of modern democracies. The conservative approach thus provokes opposition from all who argue that decisions pertaining to social costs, especially those that affect life in the most general sense, should be determined democratically by each person's vote counting as much as does the next regardless of their individual incomes or wealth. Second, when considering global problems such as climate change, substantial international cooperation and a long-run horizon are required. International cooperation can be difficult, and reliance on market outcomes alone can be myopically short-sighted. For example, in order to calculate the present value of an estimated cost of an economic activity in the future, a society has to decide on a discount rate. We already encountered this discount rate of interest in Chapter 2, Note 9, when discussing what the present worth of future consumption is to an individual. Neoclassical theorists typically argue that the relevant discount rate equals the long-run interest rate in the economy and the latter, in turn, equals the long-run real growth rate of the economy. From this perspective, negotiation over the discount rate is simultaneously negotiation over the long-run growth rate for the economy. Some problems can emerge. Relatively poor countries may well have a very different discount rate than relatively wealthy countries. In the latter, because the long-run rate of economic growth and interest are lower, the present discounted value of social costs is that much higher than in faster growing, higher interest rate, and relatively poorer countries. How will a market-based approach deal with this difference among countries? Additionally, markets provide societies with mostly short run-time horizons when sometimes long run-time horizons are more relevant to the decisions that must be made. Recognizing these limitations of markets enables alternative institutions to be considered. Economists who favor those alternatives to markets disagree and debate with those who view markets as always the best solution. Today, in most advanced capitalist economies, public policies on externalities incorporate, to different degrees, both Pigovian taxation, example excise tax on cigarettes, extra charges for water use aimed at reducing water pollution, and Coasian marketization, example externalities handled through the court system. Cap and trade mechanisms are designed and instituted by governments as a hybrid that combines the two approaches. While limiting the maximum level of toxic emissions within an economy according to scientific criteria and political concerns, cap and trade mechanisms also leave the 266 chapter. 5. Distribution of resulting costs of pollution, and of rewards to non-polluters, to market negotiations among enterprises that buy and sell pollution permits. The traditional neoclassical market mechanism and Pareto optimality have been reaffirmed as applicable to externalities. 5.2.2 Forms of imperfect competition across the 20th century and even before, many observers noticed that the capitalist economy was increasingly marked by firms wielding enormous market power. In industry after industry, competition among firms resulted in only a few successful survivors. For example, in the U.S. automobile industry, a few industrial giants emerged to dominate that industry, until the advent of major foreign competition. Economists also noted that advertising had become more important for the few large firms that survived competition. However, a few huge firms with market power and massive advertising are a phenomenon not easily incorporated in the traditional neoclassical approach to markets and price determination. Recall two basic points of that tradition. All FIRMS are price takers and they can sell as much as they want at the market-determined price. The quantities that FIRMS produce and sell depend only on their marginal costs. No FIRM would spend on advertising because to do so would be irrational, as a competitive FIRM by definition, one of many in a perfectly competitive market can always sell all it can produce at the going price. In other words, the operating constraint on its profits is not sales but rather costs. Why then would a FIRM ever incur the expense of advertising? The answer is that competition is not as perfect as assumed in neoclassical theory. In a world of imperfect competition, advertising makes sense. Neoclassical theory had to and did adjust its ideas to this new world of jumbo corporations, advertising, and imperfect competition. Our discussion will focus on the case of monopoly and then on competition that is imperfect because of the existence and effects of monopolies. A monopolist FIRM supplies and controls all of the market, it is the sole seller of a commodity, the only FIRM in the industry producing that commodity. A monopoly FIRM's selling price is the market price for every buyer. Numerous reasons are offered for why monopolies can arise in different industries, we will explain only two, but they are important. One possible cause of monopoly is technology. Suppose that one particular FIRM in a competitive industry characterized by many FIRMs institutes a new technology different from what every other FIRM uses. As this FIRM succeeds and expands its output, it enjoys what other FIRMs do not, the average production cost per unit of output declines, that is what economies of scale means. At the given market price such a FIRM makes ever more profit as its costs per late neoclassical theory. 267. Unit of output keep falling further below that market price. So it can grow all the faster. Eventually its expanding output grows so large that it accounts for the major portion of the industry's supply. At that point its expanding output alone begins to impact the market price, driving that price down. Other FIRMs producing this same commodity then face a major problem. Their average costs have not fallen since they do not have the technology that yields economies of scale. A falling price drives them out of business. The only survivor is the FIRM with economies of scale. A monopoly has been generated. The monopolist FIRM can earn more money by advertising if doing so yields enough additional demand to yield more additional revenue than the cost of the advertising. The monopolist, unlike the competitive FIRM, can only sell more output if either the price per unit of output falls or else advertising secures extra buyers even without a fall in price. The monopolist chooses between these strategies according to which generates more net revenue. Nothing like this is done in a competitive economy of the sort assumed by neoclassical theory. Notice in this discussion that one of neoclassical economic theory's entry point ideas has been altered. We have introduced the possibility of a technology that yields economies of scale as a FIRM expands. One response that rescues the neoclassical assumption of competition is the argument that in the real world all technologies eventually lose any economies of scale they might have enjoyed when some input is limited in its availability and thus costs rise ever more as production expands beyond that limit. In other words, all FIRMs eventually run up against a limited input and thus experience diseconomies of scale. By means of this argument, neoclassical economists have sought to rescue the legitimacy of assuming competitive economies where, at least in the long run, temporary monopolies do not survive. Another possible reason for the emergence of monopolies can be traced back to the very neoclassical assumption of opportunism. Human beings forever seek opportunities to better satisfy their desires, in the case of FIRMs, to gain more profits. Such human beings exist not only in FIRMs but also in government and elsewhere too. An entrepreneur may achieve monopoly status in an industry by securing an exclusive patent from a government, by persuasion, lobbying, bribes, etc. Self-interested bureaucrats can solicit bribes in exchange for providing privileged market positions, monopoly positions to FIRMs. A monopoly can arise as a result of payoffs given to and received by opportunists who operate both in the private and public spheres. Not only technology but human nature too can cause monopoly. Let us turn to an examination of how neoclassical theory treats monopoly and so responds to its critics' arguments that monopolies undermine their theory's relevance and applicability. Neoclassical economists introduced the idea of marginal revenue and have developed it into a sustained argument about 268 chapter 5. Imperfect competition. To explain their argument, consider a Profit equation for a phi Rm having monopoly power. Pi equals P times QC, Q, where pi stands for the firm's profits, P for the price of the commodity being produced and sold, Q for the quantity of the commodity produced and sold, and C, Q, for its total cost of production, specified as an increasing function of the quantity it produces. Note two changes in what we discussed previously in Chapter 2, there we used the variable L bar, as in P, to stand for the market-determined price and C for total costs, the sum of wage, WHLI, and capital, RKI, costs. Here P no longer is barred, as in P, because the firm is a price maker, not a price taker. Also C once again stands for total costs, but now it is defined as a function of the number of units produced. We made these changes in the profit equation to better understand what happens when the monopolist, unlike the price-taking perfectly competitive firm, can manipulate both P and Q variables. Assuming its goal is as always to maximize its profits, the monopoly phi RMS strategy is to set the level of output and accordingly the price in a way that would maximize the difference between its costs and revenues. However, a new problem arises. Gaining power over price means that the phi Rm also shapes the quantity it can sell. For example, raising its price to gain more profits will also reduce the demand for its product, reducing the quantity it can sell and perhaps eroding its profits. What should it do? Here is where the concept of marginal revenue comes into play. It refers to the extra revenues gained by a phi Rm per unit of extra output produced and sold. Tr. Mr equals delta. Delta Q where delta indicates, as before, a change in the appropriate variable. A perfectly competitive firm's marginal revenue equals the market-determined price, for its decision to change its quantity has no impact on that price, since it is one of a huge number of competitive firms supplying the market. Hence the competitive firm's total revenue changes according to the quantity it produces and sells at that unchanged market price. Matters are very different for a firm having monopoly power. Its total revenue changes not only according to what quantity it produces and sells but also because the price it gets varies with that quantity, since it is the only seller in the market. We can write these two related impacts on the monopoly firm's revenues as follows. Delta TR equals delta QP plus delta PQ, where the first term, delta QP, stands for the changed revenues accounted for by changing the firm's production and the second, delta PQ, for its changed late neoclassical theory. 269. Revenues due to a price change. Unlike perfect competition, both variables are under the control of the monopoly firm. Dividing both sides of the equation by delta Q, we get the phi RMS marginal revenue. PQ delta P delta QP delta MR equals plus PQ. Q delta Q equals plus delta. Consider more closely the second term, delta P slash delta QQ, in the equation. It has a negative sign, for it reflects the so-called law of demand, an inverse relationship between price charged and quantity sold. For a monopolist to produce and sell more of its good, it must lower the price. 2. Paradoxically, a monopolist's power over price always creates a sales problem for itself. That's the importance of this second term. That implicit sales problem for any firm having monopoly power is what the concept of marginal revenue captures. To maximize its profit, the monopolist must find the optimum combination of price to charge and quantity to produce given the market demand conditions and the cost of production for what it sells. Returning to our profit equation, we can ask how a monopolist's profits will change when it varies its output. Delta pi equals delta TR, delta C. Divide both sides of this equation by delta Q. Use the above concept of marginal revenue, MR, for delta TR/delta Q and our previously discussed marginal cost, MC, in Chapter 2 for delta C/delta Q. Delta pi. Delta P delta C equals P plus Q. Delta Q. Delta Q. Delta Q, where the first bracketed term on the right-hand side of the equation represents the marginal revenue and the second unbracketed term represents the marginal cost. If delta pi/delta Q is positive, then clearly an increase in the output level will add to profits. Put differently, for delta pi/delta Q to be positive, MRMC and an incentive exists to the firm to expand its profits by producing more. If delta pi/delta Q is negative, then producing more will reduce its profits, for Mr. MC. In this case the firm's incentive is to reduce production. The profit maximizing condition is when the monopolist sets its marginal revenue equal to its marginal cost. At that point profits are at a maximum. At that point the monopolist no longer has an incentive to raise its price, and sell less, or lower its price, and sell more. Neither action will gain any more profits. The relationship between the demand line and the marginal revenue line is depicted in Figure 5.1. Because the marginal revenue gained will always be less than the price charged, the marginal revenue line is drawn always to fall below the demand or price line. The phi RM produces where the Mr. line intersects the MC line at point B on the graph. That is its optimal position, where it maximizes profit TS. We then locate on the graph its corresponding profit T maximizing level of output, Q*, 270 chapter 5. Price. D. A. Marginal cost P*. E. B. C. Marginal revenue. Demand. 0. Q*. Quantity. Figure 5.1. Profit T maximizing point for a monopolist. And price level, P*. Clearly, the price must be located on the price line, for that line depicts what buyers are willing to pay for the determined level of output. Because, and unlike perfect competition, price is above marginal cost, the monopolist phi RM will earn positive profit TS, an economic rent. The rectangular area between points A, B, C, D is the total economic rent going to the monopolist. Unlike perfect competition, in imperfect competition it is not competed away. Let us compare the situation of the monopolist with the perfectly competitive market outcome. To facilitate the comparison, we will interpret the marginal cost curve in Figure 5.1 to stand for both the supply of the monopolist and the aggregate market supply under conditions of perfect competition. Similarly, the demand line in the same figure will be assumed to depict the demand facing the monopolist and the aggregate market demand in competition, i.e., not the same as the demand facing each competitive phi RM, which is still perfectly elastic. Once these assumptions are made, it is possible to identify point E in Figure 5.1 where the MC line, now representing the market supply curve, crosses the market demand line as the market equilibrium for the perfectly competitive case. Compare points E and A, in monopoly P MC, whereas in competition P equals MC. This is a straightforward way of comparing the two different market situations. The equilibrium price in competition is lower than the monopolist price and the competitive equilibrium level of output is higher than that in monopoly. Consumers are worse off in markets. Late Neoclassical theory. 271. Dominated by monopolies, they pay a higher price for a lower level of output. More broadly speaking, under monopoly, society will be using its scarce resources less efficiently, there will be unemployment, as the output levels are below what they could be under perfect competition, and there will be underutilization of capital. The monopolist could produce more but is prevented from doing so by the impact of more output sold on prices. In thus comparing competition and monopoly, note the use again of Pareto efficiency, P equals MC, as the standard for measuring the costs to society of monopoly power. By adding the concept of marginal revenue, Neoclassical theory has revised its entry point to include the issue of market power. The theory still deploys its other entry point concepts and essentialist logic, and it still searches for n-phi and ds an adjusted equilibrium position, now where MC equals MR. Moreover, because that new equilibrium is usually analyzed in relation to the optimal Pareto equilibrium, the latter retains its position as the standard benchmark of economic well-being in this late neoclassical theory. Monopoly is thus understood in neoclassical theory as a deviation from Pareto optimality. Neoclassical economists help design and endorse legislation aimed at eliminating or constraining monopolies to return the economy closer to perfect competition. The latter remains, as always, the neoclassical goal. The discussion of monopoly power in neoclassical economics has also influenced Keynesian economics. Some Keynesian approaches use monopoly power to write a new price equation for the macroeconomy, P equals 1 plus M, MC, where P stands for the aggregate price level, M for what is called the markup coefficient, and MC for marginal cost. In competition, M equals 0 and P equals MC. Some Keynesian approaches introduce a new structural rule, that of the markup, M, and apply it to many macro topics, wage bargaining, inflation, unemployment, etc., and much else too. A continuum of possible forms of imperfect competition lies between the extremes of monopoly and perfect competition. Most actual cases of imperfect competition fall within that continuum. For example, consumers may switch their purchases, of soap, toothpaste, or sneakers, etc., from a monopoly phi RM to a different phi RM that offers a good substitute product. The market power of a monopoly is thus inversely related to the availability of substitutes. That is why monopolies try to earn their customers' loyalty, to convince them that no true substitutes to their products are available. They seek to differentiate their product from all others so that their monopoly prices do not drive their customers away. They do this by means of advertisements, marketing, labeling, packaging, product development, and customer loyalty programs tied with financing. The more successful a phi RMS product differentiation, the more market power it will wield. Of course, unless some technology or legal restriction blocks others from entering into an industry, the presence of monopoly and 272 Chapter 5. Its profits will attract new phi RMS to enter and compete. This suggests that at any given moment industries will likely vary across an economy, ranging from more to less competitive. Over time any industry can move from competitive to monopolistic and then quite possibly back again. Neoclassical economists became interested in other forms of imperfect competition as well. Oligopolistic competition refers to a market situation in which a small number of phi RMS operate such that each is large enough to have a non-negligible impact on price. Using our previously defined terms, they compete with each other strategically, as opposed to parametrically. In other words, the key and new assumption is one of interdependent decisions in regard to what each phi RM decides to be its output decision. Each takes into account in its private decision what it expects other phi RMS to do. These deciding and competing phi RMS may not all be of the same size. For example, in the Stack-Kleberg model, named after the German economist Heinrich Freiherr von Stackelberg, 1905–1946, a bigger-sized leader competes with a smaller-sized follower. Because only two phi RMS compete in such an industry, its market structure is called duopoly. The leader begins phi RST by considering how the follower will respond to its output decision. Based on the predicted best response of the follower, the leader makes its profit maximizing output decision. In response to the leader, the follower phi RM makes the predict output decision. This economic behavior is very different from how neoclassical theory describes economic decisions made by perfectly competitive phi RMS. The latter take others' decisions as given, whereas in leader-follower models, the leader needs to take into account predictions of responsive behavior by the follower, in the form of a functional relation, in reaching its own profit-making decision. For those interested in the formal mathematics of this approach, we briefly outline profit equations for the follower and the leader. P equals, plus, times FPLQQFQFCF, QF. P equals plus, times LPLQQFLQLQLC, LQ, where the subscripts F and L refer to the follower and the leader, respectively. Notice that price is here specified as a function of the aggregate quantity decisions of the two firms, P equals P, QL plus QF. 3. This means that the first two terms in the two equations are price functions. Now the strategic dimension of the model is reflected by the leader treating the quantity that the follower, QF, supplies as a function of what the leader decides to do, QL. That strategic reasoning works as follows. The follower is assumed to calculate first a function for the profit maximizing level of QF for any given QL, in other words, the follower decides on what to produce to maximize its profits by taking its competitor's output decision as a given to it. Then the leader is assumed to late neoclassical theory. 273. Know and use this function to decide on the profit maximizing level of output, QL. Finally, once QL is set, the follower calculates its own output level, QF, QL. The leading phi RM captures the larger and the follower the smaller part of the market. When compared to the case of perfect competition, oligopolistic market structures tend to produce less market output at a higher price. When compared to the case of monopoly, oligopolistic structures tend to perform better from the perspective of consumers, that is, produce more output at lower prices. Once again, the benchmark standard for the analysis remains the price and quantities appropriate to the neoclassical notion of perfect competition. The neoclassical tradition tends to treat cases of duopoly with competing phi RMS of equal size through the Bertrand model, after the French mathematician Jean-Louis Francois Bertrand, 1822–1900. In this model no product differentiation is assumed. Consumers buy the commodity with the lower price, and this creates an incentive for each phi RM to bid down the price. Firms continue to compete over price until it equals the marginal cost. As a result, even though there are only two phi RMS in the market, the output and the price levels end up being equal to what would have happened under perfect competition. This conclusion of the Bertrand model holds only under the assumption that the competing phi RMS do not engage in collusive behavior. We will return to this problem of collusion below when we discuss the basic contours of late neoclassical developments in game theory under theories of equilibrium. Neoclassical theory engendered a range of government policies against imperfect competition. On the one hand, a traditional anti-monopoly position argues that the government should pass and enforce laws against business wielding monopoly power. Antitrust laws arose at the end of the 19th century with the deepening worry in the United States about the emergence of monopolies and colluding or merged phi RMS, trusts, that act to constrain production and trade and thereby phi x higher prices. The Sherman Antitrust Act, 1890, the Clayton Act, 1914, and the Robinson-Patman Act, 1936, were three major pieces of legislation aimed to restore competition in the United States. In several major court cases, monopolies such as Standard Oil Company and American Tobacco Company were targeted for disaggregation into smaller independently owned, competing phi RMS. A related policy had the government moving against collusive, example price fixing, behavior as in the case of oligopolistic competition. Still another policy was government regulation of a monopoly phi RMS economic behavior when it was allowed to continue to operate as a monopoly. The best example of that policy was the regulation of American Telephone and Telegraph Company's monopoly for years prior to its being broken up into independent companies. Many neoclassical economists also tend to argue that another way to deal with a national monopoly is to deregulate its market by eliminating trade protection, tariffs and quotas, that favor the national producer. They advocate opening markets and keeping them open to 274 Chapter 5. International competition. Consumer electronics and automobiles are two U.S. industries whose market structures were dramatically changed by the impact of international competition. However, a number of neoclassicists tend to be more cautious and skeptical about government intervention or even regulation. Some argue that if a company achieves a monopoly status, that should be conceived as its prize for winning the competitive struggle. The firm whose managers deploy a new technology enabling it to become the low-cost producer and beat its rivals deserves the rewards provided thereby by its achieving a monopolistic position in its market. Such economists have insisted on the social benefits of the gains in productive efficiency that firms used to move from competitive to monopolistic. They have likewise stressed the greater expenditures on research and development, for new technologies and new products, made by monopolistic as opposed to competitive firms. Late neoclassical theory contains a range of arguments and debates about imperfect competition, unlike the traditional neoclassical focus on perfect competition. However, that range remains tied to the basic entry points, essentialist logic, and Pareto optimal success criterion characteristic of the tradition. 5.2.3 Transaction Costs and Economic Organization. In 1937, Ronald Coase posed another important, basic question to traditional neoclassical economic theory: why do firms exist? That theory offers little in the way of an answer. It simply assumes that firms automatically transform inputs into outputs in a manner that maximizes profit, given technology and all prices. Critics of this neoclassical approach to the firm came to dismiss it as equating the firm to a mysterious black box. What they meant was that in the neoclassical view, firms simply solve a minor technical arithmetic problem: how much to produce given technology and prices. The solution to that problem, for neoclassical economics, is to produce where marginal cost equals price. That is a trivial matter, leaving the firm's complex structure, functions, and purposes unexplained and untheorized. Neoclassical theory, critics have argued, seems to pay no attention to the organization of power and the myriad other cultural and economic processes that shape what firms are and do. It would seem that the nature of a firm, like any other important social institution, is a far more complex entity than what is assumed in traditional neoclassical theory. The models of imperfect competition discussed above certainly suggest a more sophisticated and institutionally detailed analysis of firm behavior. Finally, another and perhaps more basic problem confronts the traditional neoclassical approach to firms. That tradition has always affirmed that market transactions among independent individuals and firms are late neoclassical theory. 275. Nomically superior to the sorts of dependent relationships within hierarchically commanded institutions. After all, Adam Smith had claimed that private, independent market transactions would yield, as if led by an unseen hand, an unintended but nonetheless social optimum. The singular route to achieve that utopia was found in private property and markets. It was not found in the power wielded by a despot or a hierarchical bureaucracy of corporations or government planners. How then should neoclassical theory explain the continued existence and growth of firms and corporations as islands of conscious power in this ocean of unconscious cooperation? Coase 1937. The central thrust of Coase's answer was to recognize that the exchange process itself is not without costs. It is costly to write and enforce market contracts. It is costly to maintain the market as an institution, like all other institutions. Based on the recognition of those costs, Coase argues that firms exist because, as an organizational form, they can do some things more cheaply than markets can do them. In other words, for some undertakings necessary to the production and exchange of commodities, firms offer the least cost alternative to markets. Notice once more that this answer rests on the use of the traditional neoclassical standard of efficiency, narrowly defined net cost minimization. Transaction costs provide the quintessential example. Such costs arise because they are intrinsic to the acts of buying and selling. For example, two ways exist to search for a home to buy. One way is to carry out and coordinate all the tasks by yourself, You search for the desired sized home in various locations, get information about the quality of education in these different locations, compare home prices there, organize the gathered information into a coherent totality, and so forth. Some of these tasks can be accomplished or facilitated with purchases. For examples, newspapers offer real estate pages with home prices, notebooks can hold gathered information, and computer programs organize and print gathered information. Other tasks require your time, and that suggests including the opportunity cost of your time spent searching, recording, and managing the whole undertaking of buying a house, the potential income and/or utility foregone by not spending your time otherwise. The other way to buy a home is to hire a brokerage firm that performs all the tasks listed above and more. The hiring of a brokerage firm incurs a single transaction cost compared to the many transaction costs incurred if you carried out all the required tasks yourself with the accompanying purchases. If the brokerage firm can provide its service at a cheaper cost to you, including the opportunity cost of your time, we have an answer to why such a firm exists. Firms may arise because they can perform sets of tasks at lower costs, perhaps by realizing economies of scale, than if markets alone were relied upon to accomplish each of the tasks separately. 276 Chapter 5. Consider all that firms actually do. In addition to production, they carry out all kinds of other complementary processes, search for cheap production inputs, find good managers, discover new production technologies and product lines, maintain and extend their customer base, handle contract negotiations and legal services, manage risk, and so forth. Any firm may prefer to internalize these processes, if they can be carried out at a lower cost than by making many market exchanges. Influenced by Coase work on the firm, some neoclassical economists have argued that costs may be lower to a firm when it internalizes these processes within its own hierarchical bureaucracy instead of relying on many market transactions to secure them. It not only spreads its total costs over many different products, it may thereby realize economies of scale. Connected to the latter is what economists call team production, when employed individuals specialize in various tasks including production, searching for cheap inputs, marketing, lawyering, and so forth. Managers plan, organize, and direct the many diverse but related tasks with the aim of raising the firm's, team's, productivity and lowering its average costs, winning the game. When they succeed, the firm realizes economies of scale. Firms will normally internalize some and rely on markets for other of their activities, depending on which option better serves profitability. Coase's transaction cost idea, followed by other neoclassical economists' similar work, developed a more general theory of non-market institutions. That theory is consistent with traditional neoclassical ideas pertaining to individual's rational self-interested behavior and the implied optimality of competitive market outcomes. For such late neoclassical theories, non-market institutions such as firms arise when they can secure processes more cheaply than market transactions. Such institutions may also undertake processes because of market failures. Markets may fail because rational agents tend to behave opportunistically, by not delivering on contracts if they have the opportunity to do so, by minimizing their work effort once hired, by free-riding if and when opportunities arise to do so, etc. Consequently, costs involved in performance measurement and contract enforcement arise. A firm often deals with such problems of markets failing by incurring internal costs of supervision and enforcement. In striking contrast to the traditional neoclassical black box theory of the firm, example in which the marginal productivity of labor is costlessly monitored, measured, and remunerated, late neoclassical theories of the firm problematize the productivity of labor. For them, labor productivity is not given, it rather presents employers with a crucial and possibly costly problem after employees are hired. Simply put, such employees may seek and find ways to avoid effective work. The firm is an organizational structure aimed at addressing this productivity problem. In fact, some neoclassical economists have extended this framework to explain the evolution of institutions throughout human history. Late neoclassical theory. 277. North 2005. According to them, institutions arise not only to economize on transaction costs but also to solve incentive problems stemming from ubiquity opportunism. 5.2.4 Information failures and missing markets. The attention of some neoclassical economists was drawn to critics' challenges against the traditional neoclassical assumption that everyone in a market has the same complete information about all available commodities. The critics had claimed that relevant market information was asymmetrically, i.e., unevenly, unequally, distributed and strategically used in many markets. Neoclassical economists responded by exploring what happens when contracting agents have asymmetric information pertaining to the quality of the commodity, good or service, being exchanged. The new approach distinguished between two kinds of information problems, those that emanate from hidden information, the problem of adverse selection, and those that fall out from hidden action, the problem of moral hazard. Arrow 1974. We consider each in turn. The problem of adverse selection results from the asymmetries of information among market contracting agents, prior to the moment of exchange. For example, when insurance companies cannot discriminate between high and low risk groups, relevant information is hidden from them, they are forced to raise insurance rates across the board. This has the undesirable effect of driving low risk groups out of the market. They cannot afford the too high premiums, leaving the insurance companies with only high-risk groups, for some of whom the premiums may even be too low. This is why the problem facing the FIRM is called one of adverse selection. The problem of moral hazard results from the difficulty of monitoring the behavior of an, already, contracted agent. For instance, when one party, principal, hires another, agent, to act on its behalf, the interests and motivations of the latter do not necessarily line up with the interests and motivations of the former. An agent may have incentives to take actions that are undesirable from the perspective of the principal. For example, an assumedly opportunistic and rational individual who buys an insurance policy from an insurance firm will have an incentive to take more risky actions, precisely because the possibly negative consequences of doing so will be borne not by her/him but rather by the insurance firm. One important application for such theories is found in analyses of input markets. Consider, for example, the labor market. Suppose that firms cannot distinguish adequately between high and low quality workers. They are confronted with an adverse selection problem. In addition, the asymmetries of information on the part of the firm's managers and its workers mean that workers, once hired, will have opportunities and incentives to take actions that 278 Chapter 5 do not necessarily line up with the interests of the managers. The firm also faces a moral hazard problem. To solve these two problems, firms pay a wage rate above the market clearing, full employment, wage rate. This new higher wage rate, also known as the efficiency wage, and the accompanying unemployment in the labor market are thought to solve both cost problems in a single stroke. An efficiency wage higher than the market clearing equilibrium wage provides the appropriate signal to attract adequately qualified workers and ameliorates the firm's adverse selection problem. The persistence of unemployment, caused by the prevalence of the efficiency wage rate, provides increased incentives to those already employed to properly perform the job that managers hired them to do. If they don't, they could lose their current job. In that eventuality, they lose not only the difference between the efficiency wage rate and the market clearing wage rate but also incur significant costs of a job loss, periods of unemployment between jobs, lower probability of re-employment, etc. This information approach produces an explanation for a persistent non-clearing labor market. For that reason alone, it is claimed to be more realistic than the traditional neoclassical model of full employment equilibrium. The information approach belongs to the set of late neoclassical theories because it extends the tradition yet also continues to use and adhere to traditional neoclassical assumptions of opportunistic, Self-interested behavior on the part of all economic agents. Here too Homo economicus inhabits the theoretical terrain. And here too individuals' private choices are shown to yield a social optimum, efficiency. The information approach has also been extended to credit markets. There the lender's problem is one of risk, the borrower may not repay the loan. If the lender charges the same interest rate to all borrowers, the lender faces an adverse selection problem, too few borrowers who present a low risk of default and too many whose risk of non-repayment is high. At a singular rate charged to all debtors, more risky debtors borrow more than they would if they faced a higher rate reflecting their higher risk, and less risky debtors borrow less than they would if they faced a lower rate reflecting their lower risk of default. The information approach shows then why an equilibrium interest rate in a market that combines these different borrowers is inefficient because of adverse selection. Lenders can deal with this problem by charging different interest rates to borrowers of differing risk, higher for more risky and lower for less risky debtors. Differentiating debtors according to risk moves the credit market from a relatively inefficient to a more efficient allocation of credit. Of course, lenders would have to assess differential risk on the part of their customers. Lenders typically ask potential borrowers about their financial status. However, given traditional neoclassical theory's assumption of opportunistic, self-late neoclassical theory. 279. Interested behavior by all individuals, an incentive exists for more risky borrowers to withhold or distort relevant information gathered by lenders, thereby possibly securing loans at lower interest rates. To deal with this information problem, lenders require collateral to help guarantee repayment in case of default. Such extensions, comprising late neoclassical theory, enabled neoclassical economists to make sense of a range of economic phenomena that did not fit the traditional perfectly competitive model of credit markets while retaining the drive to find optimal equilibria in markets. 5.3 New theories of human behavior. Late neoclassical theory understands the FIRM as a far more complex and interesting entity than the narrowly technocratic optimizing calculator proposed in and by traditional neoclassical theory. Late neoclassical theory does something similar with the traditional view of human behavior. It responds to critics who question the relevancy of reducing individuals' choices to exogenously given preferences governed by given axioms of rank ordering, non-satiation, and so forth. Traditional neoclassical theory conceives a choice-making person as a computer, perfectly logical and wonderfully consistent but also devoid of emotion, conflicting desires, and contradictory preferences, and strangely immune from societal influences. That conception also yields someone in severe need of psychological counseling. Late neoclassical theory has begun to move away from this mechanistic view of economic behavior to a more nuanced, uncertain, and psychologically enriched view of why individuals act as they do. This emergent view is the subject of this section. Neoclassical economists introduced new concepts and connections that questioned, if not undermined, the idea of exogenously given preferences. Their criticisms of traditional neoclassical theory's image of individuals as mechanistic self-interest optimizers went furthest in the late neoclassical theories grouped under the heading behavioral economics. Interestingly, this group of late neoclassical theories can be usefully approached by a brief return to a concept explored in our earlier chapter on Marxian economics, overdetermination. From the perspective of overdetermination, any individual's economic behavior, or indeed any behavior, is understood as the product of different and multiple determinations emanating from all the natural, cultural, political, and economic processes comprising the total context in which that individual exists. You, your desires, and your behavior are the combined effect of a whole host of natural processes of body and mind inherited from a long line of mostly unknown ancestors and of emotional processes stemming from both conscious and unconscious feelings of love, hate, hope, fear, jealousy, serenity, anger. 280 Chapter 5. Empathy, and so on. In addition, you, your desires, and your behavior are influenced by political processes, the legislation, administration, and adjudication of the rules and customs created within your family, clan, tribe, community, and state. Further, your tastes, and actions are also partly effects of cultural processes, the production and dissemination/communications of meanings about life through language, religion, literature, music, art, education, and mass media. Finally, our actions and ourselves are also in part effects of economic processes, the set of ways we produce and distribute goods and services, labor, and wealth. All of the diverse processes that comprise the total ity into which we are all born and where our lives combine to make us what we are at each moment. Individual behavior, economic or otherwise, is in that sense overdetermined by all those processes. It is not reducible to the effect of any one or a subset of them. That is what overdetermination means. Conceived in this overdeterminist way, every behavior from who you date to eating anchovies to sacrificing leisure time to gain income to not running red lights is socially, emotionally, and naturally contrived. Causal complexity including many diverse influences explains our behavior. Economic causes, income, prices, class, and so forth must be included in what the term social means here. One implication of this alternative way of thinking about choice is crucial. If you believe that choices help shape the economy, a core argument of neoclassical theory, then from an overdeterminist perspective you will also believe that the economy helps cause those same choices. Individual choices are both a cause and an effect of economics. This mutual causation between the two differs markedly from traditional neoclassical theory's notion that preferences are only a cause and never an effect. Overdetermination implies that each of us is a singular being precisely because of the different array of determinations combining to constitute each. We thus evaluate uniquely whatever alternatives we confront. No uniform measuring rod exists that transcends each of us. Whenever common rankings emerge, they represent no more than agreements forged among us at that moment. Your singularity as a person and evaluator of alternatives reflect partly the impacts of others' ancestors, parents, relatives, teachers, friends, ministers, legislators, sports figures, corporate directors, and managers. But you are hardly a passive decision-making entity, a mere bearer of influences. Rather, and precisely because of these constituting influences, you make decisions that impact others who impact you, and so on. Putting it all together, you are at one and the same time both a cause and an effect of the behavior of others. In other words, and to contrast this view with that of neoclassical theory, no one can be conceived to be a decision-making island, an isolated entity. Rather, we are all interconnected. Therefore, quite parallel to late neoclassical theory's view of FIRM's strategic behavior, individuals too can and should be understood to engage in similarly interdependent ways. They make choices, late neoclassical theory. 281. That are influenced by and influence other individuals' choices. In this regard, and as we will explain below, the interdependence of preferences helps explain why, for example, stock markets rise and fall. Purchasing stocks may have little to do with carefully and logically scrutinizing the value of companies. Instead, it may more reflect buyers' guesses as to what other buyers and sellers the crowd will do. Our guesses about the crowd shape what we do and thereby what the crowd does. Similarly, our consumption decisions are affected by others' consumption decisions. Indeed, the utility we derive from consuming a commodity and the intensity of our preferences reflect the utilities and preferences of others. If not for such interdependence, we wonder what the term fashion could mean. Current styles of dress, cars, homes, and electronics help determine which products figure in our utility functions, how we rank those products, and what we count as life's necessities. Finally, interesting recent contributions of social theory underscore the conflicting desires within individuals and why individuals' preferences are hardly the stable, consistent decision-making machines implied by neoclassical theory. In the disciplines of political theory, sociology, feminist theory, cultural studies, psychology, and psychoanalysis, individuals are theorized to be composed of multiple, ceaselessly shifting, and potentially conflictual subjectivities. Our different subjectivities yield the conflicts and compromises that we observe in our and others' individual behaviors. Late neoclassical theory's exploration of human behavior engages some comparable ideas. Individuals participate in multiple processes during any day and across a lifetime. A person may participate in a market exchange process selling the capacity to work for a wage. That person then occupies, creates, a wage laboring position, subjectivity. This same person takes on a different position and added subjectivity when he or she participates in a religious process. Similarly, other subjectivities arise when he or she participates in still additional economic, cultural, and political ones too. An individual becomes a consuming being when participating in the process of consumption, a political being when participating in the process of voting, and so on. These and other participations create the varying subjectivities of a person. We all are a complex bundle of potentially conflicting and conflicted subjectivities interacting and vying with one another and overdetermining our social behavior. Such an approach helps explain conflicts in voting. A wage worker might not be inclined to vote for a political candidate who advocates a cut in workers' health insurance or reduced taxes on the rich. From the perspective of the worker as an economic being, those actions may not appear to serve his or her economic interests. Suppose, however, that the same political candidate favors restricting rights to abortion and reducing big government. Those positions might well conform to the worker's religious and political beings. Hence the 282 chapter. 5. Worker is conflicted. At one and the same time he or she feels a preference for and against the candidate. If the conflicted worker eventually votes for that candidate, that does not necessarily imply irrationality, stupidity, or gullibility on the worker's part, ascriptions sometime made because the worker's vote appears to be against his or her economic interests. Rather, the worker, just like the rest of us, likely struggles with and tries to reconcile multiple and differing subjectivities and their corresponding interest calculations. Voting is uncertain and continually variable as voters struggle over different and conflicting beings. We would guess that many a successful politician already has learned this lesson. Recent theorizations of multiple and contesting subjectivities clash with the traditional neoclassical idea of a well-ordered and always stable choice-making person. For a final example, consider a married woman and mother who occupies two positions. In one she is pushed by a whole host of social processes, associated with marriage, religion, and traditional gendering notions, to stay home and provide household goods and services for her spouse and children. At the same time other social processes, arising from women's liberation movements, severe economic times, new gendering notions, push her out of the home to take a wage laboring position. She is conflicted. At one and the same time she prefers to stay and not to stay at home. Once again, this does not illustrate irrationality on her part. It illustrates instead a part of the modern dilemma faced by many women. Indeed, for many, the conflicted preference for opposites cannot be resolved, so they do both. The resulting double shift of women working hard outside and inside households only produces new conflicts and struggles. The latter even can lead to the disappearance of one of the competing positions. Divorce eliminates the obligation to work for the husband. If our preferences are interdependent, determined, and determining, and conflictual and inconsistent, that yields a notion of human nature very different from the homo economicus figure offered by traditional neoclassical economics. We are comparing two very different underlying psychological theories of human behavior. The neoclassical view arose and is still firmly rooted in 19th century utilitarian psychology. The more current view owes much to late 20th century psychological and psychoanalytical thought. In the following section we will survey some recent departures from the traditional neoclassical approach to human behavior generally and to economic rationality in particular. We begin by distinguishing between two distinct aspects of the neoclassical concept of rationality: 1. The preferences that inform the decision-making and, 2. The decision-making act itself. On both aspects there is theoretical movement away from the neoclassical tradition. Regarding preferences, the new literature affirms motivational heterogeneity. For example, individuals' preferences do not express only self-interest but late neoclassical theory. 283. Rather also reflect our interest in others. Our motives are diverse and can flow ing, egotistic but also altruistic. Society and its multiple, diverse institutions shape both sets of motives inside each of us in endlessly varying combinations, balances, and tensions. Regarding decision-making, new literature stresses the cognitive limitations of the human mind and their consequences for decision-making. We make decisions based on a very limited, vaguely understood, and biased understanding of the available alternatives. We are not the mechanistic, utility-maximizing calculators of traditional neoclassical theory. After surveying these two movements, we will turn attention to the emerging field of behavioral economics. It weaves together various insights culled from debates on rationality and behavior in a pragmatic, problem-solving way. At that point we will examine whether it breaks completely from the neoclassical tradition's view of Homo economicus. 5.3.1 Theories of motivational diversity. Traditional neoclassical economic theory assumes that individuals behave calculatively, i.e., their behavior conforms to the axioms of choice. Thus they seek to take advantage of all available opportunities to advance their self-interest. In the last quarter of the 20th century, some neoclassical economists began to relax this assumption of opportunism. There was an increasing interest in motivational diversity, altruism and reciprocity, beyond straightforward opportunism. As a result, research and debates on motivational diversity have concentrated on two specific questions: does motivational diversity exist? And, if so, why? The first question continues to be relevant because a significant number of neoclassical economists still insist that Homo economicus accurately represents human nature, even when motivational diversity appears to exist. Such neoclassical economists claim that behavioral traits that appear to be other-regarding are actually self-regarding. These qualities either reflect an enlightened, long-term but nonetheless still self-ish perspective, or else they arise because of externally imposed constraints, norms, rules of behavior, or moral laws, on our otherwise self-ish behavior. Late neoclassical theory's introduction of externally imposed constraints exposes yet again the tendency for neoclassical theory's primary humanism to occasionally lean on a structuralism for support. In this case, a late neoclassical theory imports an unacknowledged form of structuralism into its otherwise humanist approach. The behavior of Homo economicus now conforms not only to some innate human nature but also to moral laws and rules of behavior imposed by the social structure into which Homo economicus is born and matures. 284 Chapter 5. One interesting application of motivational diversity appears in a variant of the efficiency wage model discussed earlier. Akerlof, 1982, theorized the labor contract between employers and employees as a partial gift exchange. Employers pay wages greater than the market clearing wage in return for workers' extra effort. Again, the idea is that a market clearing wage leaves employers and employees making strategic decisions with asymmetric information that end up with inefficient outcomes. By giving workers the gift of a wage higher than what a simple market mechanism would produce, they obtain in return employees who do not shirk or otherwise maneuver around employers at the latter's expense. In a sense, workers' opportunistic behavior is modified and redirected by means of a partial gift of higher wages. Even though both employers and workers modify their behavior in this mutually beneficial gift exchange, they remain opportunistic agents, for otherwise no need for a partial gift exchange would arise. They behave calculatively and opportunistically because, given that the markets can fail because of strategic decision-making and asymmetric information, departing from the norms of traditional neoclassical theory improves the well-being for both parties. In contrast, some economists argue for a genuine motivational diversity in a clear break from the neoclassical tradition. Drawing upon evidence from the emerging field of experimental economics, they note that individuals behave in non-self-ish ways systematically. They do so even in the absence of social constraints, norms, morals, etc. One typical example from this field is the game of ultimatum. Two subjects are observed. The first divides up the proverbial pie as he or she wishes and offers a slice to the second subject. The second subject either declines or accepts the offer. The rule covering this game is this: if the second declines the offer, neither party gets any pie. Traditional neoclassical theory predicts that the second subject, being self-interested and independent of anyone else and their preferences, should always prefer the thinnest of slices to no slice at all, and would thus accept whatever size piece the first subject offers. Nevertheless, experiments have shown that, unless the first subject makes a fair, 50-50, offer, the second subject tends to reject the offer. Guth, Schmidberger and Swartz 1982. This result violates traditional neoclassical theory's non-satiation axiom. The experimental results compelled many to ask whether concerns for fairness should be incorporated into the theory of economic choice in a more systematic manner, at the level of behavior motivation. Some experimental economists want to introduce homo reciprocans as a completely new personality type. Such a reciprocating individual has a human nature that seeks to cooperate with those willing to cooperate and to punish those who do not. What differentiates homo reciprocans from homo economicus is the former's commitment to cooperate and punish, even when doing so is personally costly. Fair and Gh. 2000. For example, when a late neoclassical theory. 285. Homo reciprocans observes a fellow citizen evading a tax obligation, he or she would confront the tax avoider or report the individual to authorities, even if such acts were personally costly. Homo economicus, in contrast, would not take action unless calculation showed its cash benefit outweighing its cost. Proponents of homo reciprocans argue that merely the presence of a critical number of homo reciprocans in a population of mixed personality types can explain why societies implement and sustain egalitarian mechanisms of economic redistribution and democratic institutions of political participation. Bowles and Gintis 1998. Critics, however, argue that homo reciprocans is not a new personality type. Instead, homo economicus selfie shly maximizes preferences that include punishing rule breakers or non-cooperators. In such arguments, human action, including action harmful to the self, is always presumed to be motivated by self-interest, and the researcher always searches for, and invariably finds, some interest that the acting individual is served by his or her action. The individual who lost money by reporting a fellow citizen was still acting to maximize self-interest, gaining more utility from the pleasure of reporting misdeeds than the utility foregone because of the lost money. For those who do claim that individuals display systematic deviations from opportunism, the central question concerns what determines how one becomes an opportunist, an altruist, or a reciprocan, or any particular combination of them. Is it evolutionary dynamics or reasoned choice? While the evolutionary perspective formulates the question of motivational diversity as a matter of the population distribution of preference types, self-regarding, other-regarding, reciprocity, etc., the reasoned choice perspective formulates the question as a matter of the autonomy of a person to entertain different preference rankings. Some late neoclassical economists have imported methodologies from evolutionary biology to explain the persistence and survival of non-self-ish behavioral traits, altruism and reciprocity, within populations. Smith 1982. Individuals were found by economists to display both self and other regarding preferences in various combinations. Becker 1981. Using biological group selection models, those economists argued that, while non-self-ish individuals could be abused by self-ish individuals, if the non-self-ish formed communities and minimized interactions with the self-ish, they could thereby increase their fitness and survive in a mixed population. Other late neoclassical economists explored the conditions under which different behavioral traits are replicated, learned, and mimicked by individuals. What these approaches share are explanations of diverse behavioral traits not as matters of reasoned choice but rather as outcomes of selection processes where the comparative fitness of particular traits determines their survival. Note that this selection process implies an underlying natural/social structure that determines the diversity of behavioral traits, a structuralism rather than a humanism. 286 Chapter 5. Another Nobel Prize-winning economist, Amartya Sen, treats individual preference diversity differently. Sen initially defines rationality quite broadly as reasoned scrutiny on the part of individuals. Most important, he argues, that for rationality to mean anything at all, it must involve a deeper kind of individual freedom than merely the freedom to choose among commodity bundles. A rational individual should be understood to have the capacity to choose among alternative criteria used to form preference orderings. Sen thus breaks from traditional neoclassical theory's reduction of rationality to particular, predetermined axioms of choice within one particular process of maximizing self-interest subject to constraints. Sen opens a door to individuals' motivational diversity by adding a new, meta, layer of preferences over preferences. Motivational diversity is deepened into individuals' freedom to reconsider, alter, modify, or replace preferences. In this formulation, individuals are conceived to be capable of self-reflexively switching among different preference patterns. While indeed a novel idea for neoclassical economics, much in Sen's argument depends on how this meta-choice over how to choose is made. One possibility might pursue another optimization model. Each individual optimizes something in choosing which set of preferences to use. A very different possibility might affirm that different individuals' preference sets are socially overdetermined. Moving toward an overdeterminist position carries the cost, not of analytical rigor, but rather of losing mathematical tractability. Maxielowski 2006. Choosing between the evolutionary and the reasoned choice perspective sketched above is indeed a critical choice for neoclassical economists. If they select evolutionary selection as the cause of motivational diversity, a structural mechanism, they violate the methodological individualist commitments of traditional neoclassical theory. If neoclassical economists instead choose rational deliberation, a process of individuals optimizing choice among alternative choice criteria, they retain the methodological individualist commitments of the neoclassical tradition. Whatever further evolution awaits these debates among traditional and late neoclassical theorists, what remains common to them all, even those drawn by the structuralism of natural selection idea or the overdetermination lurking in Sen's formulations, is a basic humanism. Human beings, with their natures either given by some intrinsic rationality or else more or less shaped by nature and history, remain the entry point. What such human beings believe and do is what causes or determines the pattern and flow of economic events. Late, as well as traditional, neoclassical economics would thus still differ from and clash with Marxian economics, whose entry point is class. However, some among the neoclassicals, those more or less interested in theorizing human rationality as naturally and socially overdetermined, would late neoclassical theory 287 have worked their way to positions closer to the overdetermination logic increasingly favored among Marxists. 5.3.2 Theories of bounded rationality. Another late departure from traditional neoclassical notions of rationality and the optimization process, maximizing one's utility subject to constraints, has focused on human beings' cognitive limitations and the practical limits on information available to them when making decisions. These limitations led the economist Herbert Simon to develop a notion of bounded rationality, 1978. Consider a comparison between how a human and a computer play the game of chess. The example is a typical one used to help explain Simon's notion of bounded rationality. A computer can easily map all possible paths involved in a chess game. A human chess player can envision only a limited number of rounds of the game. The human chess player may well be rational, but in contrast to a computer, he or she faces cognitive limitations. The decision-making of the individual is bounded. This human limitation is particularly important because the standard neoclassical economist's notion of rationality assumes a considerable, if not impossible, amount of cognitive competence on the part of the human subject. For example, the typical competitive general equilibrium model assumes that a rational individual needs to access and process private information, about his or her endowments, technologies, and preferences, and public information, about the quality and market prices of all commodities and all the possible states of the economic environment. How does one expect individuals to make optimal decisions if it is impossible for them to process cognitively or gain access to all of this required information? The neoclassical assumption of optimality is based on a cognitive impossibility. The models of imperfect competition discussed earlier in this chapter only add to the information and processing demands faced by the individual. In leader-follower models, individuals and phi-RMS are assumed able to process, in addition to all the information listed above, the private information for all the other individuals and phi-RMS in the economy. Moreover, they are assumed able to instantaneously reason through interdependent decision-making. Interdependent decision-making refers to strategic decision contexts where the decision of any one individual or phi-RM is contingent upon the decision of another individual or phi-RM. No human being could possibly possess the cognitive ability to gather and process all this required information. Simon offered a different way to think about how individuals make their decisions. They do not deploy a strategy of optimization as per traditional neoclassical theory. Rather, they use a satisficing process. Unlike 288 chapter 5. An optimizing individual, a boundedly rational, satisficing individual makes the best decision that he or she can based always on limited information. Individuals are not computers. People always need to bring the reasoning process to an arbitrary end, based on cognitive limitations, so as to make a decision. This satisficing conception of rationality understands individuals to rely on institutions and to invoke rules of thumb, habits, and other social devices, intuition, to make these decisions. One late neoclassical reaction to Simon's theory of bounded rationality and satisficing behavior is to reintegrate it back into the optimization paradigm. Optimization is then theorized as something that entails a cost. Given human cognitive limits, to optimize costs money, a transaction cost entailed to overcome those cognitive limits. By incorporating a cost of optimization into the optimization problem itself, some late neoclassical economists could formally model bounded rationality within the optimization framework of traditional neoclassical economics. While such treatments of bounded rationality are mathematically elegant, we think they miss Simon's valuable insights into the process of limits on individual, and phi-RM, decision-making. Simon's work fundamentally challenges the apparatus and basis of neoclassical theory's aim to specify how and why capitalist market economies can reach socially optimal equilibrium points. 5.3.3 Behavioral Economics. The theories of motivational diversity and bounded rationality examined so far proved unable to dislodge the key position of Homo economicus in neoclassical economics. Its essentialized entry point, the individual with his or her preferences and human nature, remains in place. However, as discussed above, those alternative approaches raised basic and critical questions about the status of that essentialized entry point. They challenged key parts of the neoclassical tradition. Nonetheless, those theories and their challenges remain more or less on the margins of mainstream neoclassical economics, even though they increasingly appear as added chapters in microeconomics texts, rather as they do in this book. While important enough to be recognized and taught, those challenges have hardly reached the status of inaugurating a new entry point to economic theorizing, a genuine break from and beyond neoclassical economics. Yet, partly in response to those theoretical challenges, still newer developments have arisen that may well go beyond posing critical questions in regard to Homo economicus. They may evolve into a completely new vision of how to specify the economic behavior of individuals. Were such an evolution to occur, then the heading of late neoclassical theory might no longer fit. A new, non-neoclassical, and post-neoclassical theoretical break might then be late neoclassical theory. 289. Achieved. We will briefly examine this new development, for much may be at stake for neoclassical theory. A number of economists have delved into the fields of evolutionary biology, cognitive psychology, sociology, and related disciplines focusing on the complexity of human behavior. One result is the emergence of a new and highly variegated research field called behavioral economics. While difficult to define, this new field displays some distinctive characteristics. Beyond already discussed motivational issues and cognitive limitations of human subjects that pertain to behavioral economics, we will concentrate here only on the psychological insights of behavioral economics. In doing so, we can examine the potential of this work to achieve a break from the neoclassical framework. One important strain of behavioral economics demonstrates, via experiments, how the traditional neoclassical explanation fails to represent adequately the complex reality of human behavior. For example, according to neoclassical theory, rational agents are assumed always to make their choices in a consistent manner regardless of the way the problem is framed. Experimental results do not support that core hypothesis. Rather, experiments show that human beings are affected by the way choice problems are presented. Tversky and Kahneman 1990. Different ways of framing choice problems yield different conclusions, choices. Hence social context affects the choice. To the degree that choices are in fact socially contrived, dependent, neoclassical economists can no longer postulate a predetermined set of axioms leading to choices that are independent of social context. Consider the following experiment illustrating how social context matters. Suppose that society faces a flu epidemic resulting in the expected death of 900 people. The government devises and presents two scientific plans of action to combat the flu. Plan A, this action results in 300 people saved. Plan B, this action allows everyone to be saved with a 1/3 probability and no one to be saved with a 2/3 probability. Now consider the following alternative scientific presentation, framing, by the government. Plan C, this action results in 600 people who die. Plan D, this action allows no one to die with 1/3 probability and everyone to die with 2/3 probability. A moment's notice shows that Plan A and Plan C are identical, as are Plan B and Plan D. They differ from one another only in the way the government presents them to society. In standard neoclassical theory, a rational economic 290 chapter 5. Agent should not be affected at all by the manner in which the problem is presented. The agent makes the same choice in both presentations. Yet, repeated experiments conducted with randomly selected individuals with similar distributions of characteristics show that when presented a choice between A and B, the majority chooses A, and when presented between C and D, the majority chooses D. Experiments such as these demonstrate that contextuality and textuality, literally how something is worded, do matter in human decision-making. This and other like experiments suggest that human behavior is socially manipulable. Experiments such as these go beyond merely questioning a sovereign and rational consumer, who knows what he or she wants, whose actions are reflect his true interests alone, and who always acts opportunistically. These experiments indicate the need for a radically new way to theorize individuals' economic behavior, very differently from the neoclassical tradition. Given this critical stance toward neoclassical theory, some behavioral economists look to its critics for support. In doing so, they encounter the two major critical and alternative theories contrasted in this book, Keynesian and Marxian economics. For most, Keynesian economics has been the attraction because, unlike Marxian economics, it is not anti-capitalist in its vision. Behavioral economists responded to Keynes' use of animal spirits, herd behavior, and money illusion to explain inconsistencies in the behavior of investors, consumers, and laborers that arise from the way social context frames and influences their decisions. According to Keynes, when humans are deciding to do something, for example, A corporate board of directors deciding whether to invest in new plant and equipment, they cannot weigh all the expected costs and benefits of their proposed action. The word expected denotes the future, and that is unknown. Keynes' famous line is, "We simply do not know." Hence, as we already explained in Chapter 3, uncertainty is an integral part of the human condition. That is why we gain entertainment from fortune tellers and fortune cookies alike. Some handle this knowledge problem by assigning, objectively or subjectively determined, probabilities to different possible outcomes. However, as we explained earlier in this book, to assume that individuals can assign probabilities to different outcomes is to assume a prior condition. They already know the future, albeit probabilistically. In other words, in this kind of assignment, they become certain about uncertainty. But gaining that, or indeed any certain knowledge, is precisely the problem. Given the fundamental uncertainty haunting human behavior, it is impossible for economic actors to predict the outcomes of their actions, let alone make cost-benefit analyses of all the diverse consequences of various possible strategies. Instead, Keynes argues that economic agents, i.e., our hypothetical corporate board of directors, act according to their animal spirits, following a spontaneous urge to action rather than inaction. Sometimes this spontaneous late neoclassical theory. 291. A urge to action enables actors to navigate through the fog of uncertainty, at other times, it does not. For example, when the mood is sour, animal spirits can work to motivate the corporate board to recoil and prefer inaction over action, non-investing over investing, even when inaction may not be warranted by economic events of the day. Hyman Minsky, 1914–1996, a well-known post-Keynesian economist, argued that the economic behavior of investors changes as the economy moves through cycles of boom and bust. During booms, economic actors become too optimistic and overly eager to take action, while they tend to become too pessimistic and prone to inaction during recessions. These Keynesian and Minskian theories of the psychologically erratic and fundamentally unstable nature of economic actors contradict the traditional neoclassical theory of modern economic human. The latter forms rational expectations by correctly reading and understanding changing circumstances in the present and future, and responds by continuously adjusting his behavior. Example: see our appendix to Chapter 3. The traditional neoclassical notion is very much at odds with the Keynesian and post-Keynesian idea of economic human caught up in a web of unavoidable societal influences that complexly shape his behavior, often resulting in wild swings and surprises. Behavioral economists and Keynesian and post-Keynesian economists share a common causal idea: contextuality matters. For the behavioral economists, experiments organized to study decision-making individuals provide conclusive evidence for that idea. For Keynesians and post-Keynesians, supporting evidence comes from observing how financial and corporate investors act across the macro business cycle. Despite this similarity, a number of behavioral economists avoid Keynesian economics because of its structuralism. Like the neoclassical economists, they prefer a humanist approach to theorizing economic behavior, even though they would replace the traditional neoclassical notion of the individual with an individual far more socially conditioned. Other theories, such as those of herd behavior and money illusion, can also be understood as offering versions of contextuality. Keynes explained that herd-like behavior prevails in the stock market not simply because people have an inherent tendency to follow others, but rather because of how the market is structured. The price of a traded security may have some connection to the underlying value of the company issuing that security. But its price also, and mainly, reflects guesses of market participants, buyers and sellers, about the future price of the traded security. Hence the price reflects the anticipated average public opinion about the value of the traded security. If what shapes individuals' market decision-making is their guesses about what the average market participant will guess, the result will be herd behavior. The explanation regarding money illusion builds on individuals' cognitive limitations. Money illusion refers to confusing the nominal value of a 292 Chapter 5. Currency with its real value, i.e., its nominal value adjusted for the rate of inflation. In other words, if one is holding money in a savings account earning 3% interest per year but prices are increasing by 3% per year, then the real return on savings is effectively zero. The illusion would be to think that one is earning a real return of 3% on savings. According to Keynes, workers resist reductions in their money or nominal wages, even when prices are falling. They think in terms of money, nominal, wages rather than understanding that it is real wages that matter. When firms resist cuts in nominal prices of what they sell even when their costs of production fall, that too may follow from money illusion, thinking in terms of nominal rather than real terms. Here too some behavioral economists avoid invoking Keynes because they reject Keynesian structuralism. Instead, they ascribe money illusion to some inherent limitation of the human mind. Behavioral economics has begun to develop a rich and nuanced anthropology of the economic behavior of human beings in modern societies. Based on experiments, behavioral economists have catalogued the multitude of ways in which human behavior diverges from the presumptions and predictions of the neoclassical tradition. Based on its psychological explorations, behavioral economics confronts a choice: will it remain a research field that merely catalogues various shortcomings of the traditional neoclassical model and account of human behavior, or will it break from neoclassical theory to formulate a new theory of human behavior? 5.4 New theories of equilibrium. The notion of equilibrium, like the notion of rationality, is central to the neoclassical tradition. Achieving equilibrium in the economy is understood as achieving a reconciliation of, a kind of harmony among, the potentially conflicting interests of different economic agents, buyers and sellers, employers and employees, lenders and borrowers, and so forth. When combined with the assumption that each individual is economically rational, i.e., makes decisions that best satisfy his or her preferences, equilibrium signifies that every individual was able to completely satisfy his or her wants, choosing among commodities to consume, whether to consume now or later, and how to choose between leisure time and real income, given the individual's initial distribution of endowments and technology. In this sense, neoclassical economists' notions of rationality and equilibrium construct and represent a kind of utopian dream, realizable on Earth via establishing the market and property institutions of capitalism. Its utopian dimension has helped neoclassical economics become an important and powerful image in multiple other disciplines and in politics as well as within the discipline of economics. Late neoclassical theory. 293. It is also true that throughout its history, neoclassical economics has conceptualized the notion of equilibrium in multiple, and not always complementary, ways. One primary aim of its practitioners has always been to prove that equilibrium can be defined and achieved in a capitalist economy. This has meant demonstrating mathematically the existence of an equilibrium point that can and will emerge out of market interactions among buyers and sellers given the traditional neoclassical assumptions regarding human behavior, technology, and a given initial distribution of endowments. On the basis of proving that an equilibrium point exists, neoclassical economists undertook to prove further that such an equilibrium is also unique. There are not multiple and hence alternative equilibrium points, raising thorny problems of choice among them. Stable, any departure from an equilibrium sets in motion mechanisms that restore that equilibrium, and efficient, in Pareto's sense that it maximizes the welfare possible for each and all without diminishing any one's welfare. We begin this section by reviewing the different notions of equilibrium already contained within traditional neoclassical theory. Next we consider two new concepts of equilibrium, increasingly embraced by neoclassical economists, that fall under our heading of late neoclassical theory. The first refers to Nash equilibrium and more generally to the field of classical game theory. The second refers to evolutionary stability and more generally to evolutionary game theory. Classical game theory defines Nash equilibrium as a stable point where no interacting agent benefits from unilaterally changing his or her chosen strategy. The proponents of Nash equilibrium argue that their notion of equilibrium, precisely because it takes into account the strategic, interactive, aspects of decision-making, supersedes because it is superior to the traditional neoclassical approach to decision-making that does not accommodate those strategic aspects. Evolutionary game theory conceives of equilibrium as a strategy, not a point, and does so in terms of a population distribution. It defines an evolutionary stable strategy as a pattern of behavior such that, if generally followed in the population, those who deviate from it in small numbers will survive less well than others. Proponents of evolutionary game theory argue that their modeling of the problem of equilibrium at the level of the population distribution of behavioral patterns breaks from what they see as classical game theory's narrowly individualistic framework and unrealistic assumptions about human rationality. Breaking from classical game theory's thesis of rational individuals choosing the best strategy, they argue instead that individuals, through learning, adapt their behavior through repeated plays of a game. This general process of learning, rather than rational contemplation and instantaneous calculation, yields the set of strategies that have the highest capacity to establish and enforce an evolutionary stable equilibrium. 294 Chapter 5. In what follows we will investigate whether or to what degree the concepts of Nash equilibrium and /or evolutionary game theory represent breaks from traditional neoclassical theory or fall under our heading of late neoclassical theory. 5.4.1 Different notions of equilibrium in the neoclassical tradition. An early variant of the idea of equilibrium figures implicitly in Adam Smith's notion of the invisible hand. If every individual agent freely pursues his or her economic self-interest, the competitive market guides and eventually harmonizes their conflicting interests, yielding the maximum feasible wealth for all. The uncoordinated and self-interested behaviors of rational economic actors are tamed by the key institutions of private property and competitive markets. As noted throughout this book, the political corollary is to reduce the role of the state to securing those two institutions. As noted earlier in this chapter, the neoclassical tradition has broadened to include the state's provision as well of public goods that cannot be provided by private markets. In traditional neoclassical economics, equilibrium has a very strong normative thrust. It was seen as the antidote to the chaos that Hobbes foresaw if individuals were allowed to act in their own self-economic interest without other constraints. Where Hobbes predicted a powerful state apparatus necessitated by such chaos, traditional neoclassical economics represented the counterargument that no such state apparatus would be necessary. In the 18th and the early 19th centuries, classical liberal theories aimed, above all, to establish and protect the rights of individuals and civil society against encroachment by king, church, or other powerful social groups. They sought to counter Hobbes' arguments by establishing that self-interested individuals' behaviors in the institutional context of private property and markets could avoid chaos and reach a harmonious equilibrium point without needing any state intervention. Traditional neoclassical theory's equilibrium represented a harmonious and spontaneous reconciliation of conflicting economic self-interests. It required no interventions of any visible hands, state, church, etc. Smith's invisible hand thus had great normative value and political significance for classical liberals. Its normative and political importance explains why the concept of equilibrium occupied the attention of so many economists in the over 200 years since Adam Smith. The earliest neoclassical conceptualizations of equilibrium were those of four great 19th-century economists: William Stanley Jevons, 1835–1882, and later Francis Isidro Edgeworth S., 1845–1926, conceptualized equilibrium in terms of reaching a mutually beneficial exchange between two self-interested, economically rational traders. Significantly different was the vision of equilibrium articulated by Leon Walras, 1834–1910, who late neoclassical theory. 295. Went well beyond an equilibrium limited to two trading agents. Walras envisioned a state of generalized equilibrium across a system of markets where each market, populated with multiple buyers and sellers, simultaneously reaches equilibrium. Unlike Jevons's and Edgeworth's representation of markets as processes of negotiation and bargaining between two economic agents, Walras's general equilibrium was envisioned as a singular auction in which equilibrium prices are reached through iterative adjustments by buyers and sellers to prices announced by an imaginary auctioneer. The prices successively announced by such an auctioneer will continue until a general equilibrium is obtained that equates all supplies and demands across all markets. Walras's work allowed neoclassical theorists to claim that equilibrium is possible for any complex modern economy with many interrelated markets. Paradoxically, this important neoclassical notion of general equilibrium premised on that theory's profoundly individualist humanism required and rested on a structuralist assumption. Reaching equilibrium required specification of the structural rules governing the imaginary auctioneer's functions. Neoclassical theory thereby imposed a structure to which the human subjects have to conform if equilibrium were to be found and achieved. Humanism can and, in the case of general equilibrium theory, did need to rely on a structuralist moment to reach its goals. Something parallel happens when a Keynesian structuralist economics needs to introduce a humanist moment, an individual investor with animal spirits determining investments. A third notion of equilibrium emerges in the writings of Alfred Marshall, 1842–1924, famous for producing the THIRD textbook version of neoclassical economics in his canonical work Principles of Economics, 1920. Marshall-Lian equilibrium analysis examines a change in a single market while assuming everything else is being held constant. Thereafter economists became famous, in some eyes infamous, for using the Latin phrase caeteris paribus when analyzing markets. The models used were called partial equilibrium models because they focused only on changes in a particular industry and market. They ignored changes in all other industries and markets that were occurring or would occur because of induced changes in the observed industry and market. No interactive effects were allowed to occur between the investigated industry and the rest of the economy. In contrast, general equilibrium models allow economists to trace how a change in, say, a price can impact not only a particular market but in fact all markets. For example, a price change that occurs in a single market ripples throughout the economy. It may lead households to make adjustments not only in the demand for the good whose price has changed but also in demands for all the other commodities that they desire. Those changes will impact FIRMS in different industries producing those respective goods, and those effects will lead to still other changes, and so forth. 296 Chapter 5. Not surprisingly, those neoclassical economists who work with Walrasian general equilibrium analyses tend to find Marshall-Lian models of partial equilibrium limited and wanting. In contrast, those who work with partial equilibrium models find general equilibrium models to be too abstract and unmanageably complex with correspondingly limited practical use when analyzing a particular industry. Traditional neoclassical theory contains three different notions and uses of equilibrium: exchange, general, and partial equilibrium. While they occasion arguments and debates among neoclassical theorists, all three concepts of equilibrium share at least two very important attributes. First, they all affirm traditional neoclassical assumptions regarding economic rationality. All economic agents are self-interested maximizers of individual utility or profit. Homo economicus is their common presumption. Second, despite differences, all three approaches focus on the mathematically tractable conditions under which an equilibrium state can be reached. They share a drive to demonstrate how and why competitive markets enable uncoordinated and self-interested actions of economically rational agents to yield equilibrium. However, in the final quarter of the 20th century, criticisms arose directed against traditional neoclassical theory's concepts of equilibrium. They led to new and different ways of formulating the idea of equilibrium. Both the exchange and partial equilibrium concepts were understood to be too limited in their empirical applicability. Too often the caeteris paribus way of reasoning invited ridicule. Too much had to be held constant in order to say something that then had too little real significance. The general equilibrium system did not fare much better. Research demonstrated that the set of assumptions necessary to mathematically prove the efficiency, the stability, and the uniqueness of a general equilibrium system was so complex and restrictive that it turned the analysis into a special case scenario, thereby rendering the qualifier general meaningless. In addition to all of this, and perhaps even more important causally, the final quarter of the 20th century saw neoclassical economists increasingly interested in addressing problems outside of competitive market adjustment mechanisms. As neoclassical economists responded to claims that real markets were imperfect and systematically failed to perform as perfect markets had implied, they needed concepts of equilibrium that did not rely on the invisible hand of competitive markets. Earlier in this chapter, we showed how late neoclassical theory extended analyses of imperfect markets to firms, households, bureaucracies, and so forth. As economists then interacted increasingly with scholars and decision-makers from other disciplines, economics proliferated new or applied fields and subfields, including public economics, environmental economics, economics of industrial organization, economics of the household, economic geography, sports economics, health economics, and late neoclassical theory. 297. Economics of gender. Indeed, what is now called applied micro-theory has become almost a distinct approach to human behavior. For these reasons, neoclassical economists needed more versatile concepts of equilibrium that did not rely solely on market mechanisms and that applied to a wider range of social contexts. For many, game-theoretic approaches provided precisely this desired versatility. 5.4.2 Nash Equilibrium and Classical Game Theory. Those introducing game theory into economics include Augustin Cournot, 1801–1877, Émile Borel, 1871–1956, John von Neumann, 1903–1957, and Oscar Morgenstern, 1902–1977. What today is known as classical game theory began in the 1950s with John Nash at Princeton University, 1951. The proliferation of game-theoretic research within economics, however, started in the 1980s when the discipline grew increasingly more dissatisfied with the standard neoclassical concepts of partial and general equilibrium for the aforementioned reasons. Game theory became relevant to and important in economics when it was recognized that economic agents needed to make guesses about others' reactions to their own actions in deciding how to act in markets. The dilemma facing economic agents struck increasing numbers of economists as very much like the dilemmas people encounter in playing certain sorts of games. For example, in a draw poker game, each player must make a strategic choice regarding the cards initially dealt to that player, how many and which cards to hold and how many cards to draw from the deck. Winning or losing depends on the strategic choices of the players. Each of the two or more players knows the rules of the game and assumes that about the other players. Each player chooses an action, taking into account the actions of the other players. Each player is assumed to be rational, desiring to win and not lose, and will play in a correspondingly rational manner. This is called common knowledge rationality, CKR. Investigating the conditions for and operations of strategies to win games of various sorts turns out to offer many insights into parallel choices and actions imposed on individuals and firms in actual markets. Some of those insights bring with them new conceptions of equilibrium. The question guiding our discussion is whether the impact of game-theoretic research on neoclassical economics has yet produced a breakaway to a new and different kind of economics, or whether we have here again something less different and thus better labeled as late neoclassical theory. Consider, for instance, the following game with two players, A and B. Both players can choose between the same two strategies available to them, either follow self-interest or else be altruistic. The strategies available to players 298 Chapter 5. Table 5.1. Invisible hand game. Player B. Follow self-interest. Be altruistic. Player A. Follow self-interest 4-2, 0. Be altruistic 0-2-0 are called their action set. We call this the Adam Smith game of invisible hand because it demonstrates the classical claim that the best economic and social outcome is achieved if and when every individual pursues his or her self-interest. Within these two players' identical action sets, self-interested behavior is superior to altruism. This Adam Smith game is represented in Table 5.1 in normal, or matrix, form. To explain briefly why, the phi RST value in each cell of the matrix refers to the assumed numerical payoff to player A and the second value refers to the assumed numerical payoff to player B. Thus, if player A follows a self-interested strategy, we can read horizontally to see a S assumed payoff results. Either 4 or 2, depending on player B's strategic choice. If player B is also self-interested, player A receives 4, whereas if player B is altruistic, player A only receives 2. If player A pursues the alternative strategy of altruism, reading horizontally across the table shows that player A receives no payoff regardless of player B's strategy. For player A, then, self-interest dominates altruism, it achieves the best outcome in the game as it does in economic and social life. Examining the possible outcomes for player B yields the same result: the strategy of pursuing self-interest dominates, is superior to, an altruistic strategy. The conclusion of the game is this: self-interested behavior for both players is the dominant strategy equilibrium. The dominant strategy equilibrium in this game also happens to be a Pareto efficient, unique, and stable equilibrium. It is Pareto efficient because there is no other strategy combination that would make any player better off, without making someone worse off. It is unique because there are no other strategy combinations that result in equilibrium. It is stable because the instrumentally rational players have no incentives to move away from this equilibrium state. This game's results thus match the perfectly competitive model stressed by traditional neoclassical economics. However, games like markets need not always have a unique dominant strategy equilibrium. Neoclassical economists have looked to games without one unique strategy equilibrium to see what lessons they might offer concerning markets that likewise lack unique equilibrium points. The Nash equilibrate neoclassical theory. 299. Riem concept proved useful in just this way. As noted earlier, Nash equilibrium was defined as a stable state where no interacting agent benefits from unilaterally changing his or her chosen strategy. Now we can further develop this definition. A Nash equilibrium outcome is a combination of strategies that are best responses to one another under the assumption of common knowledge rationality. A strategy is deemed to be a best response if it produces the best possible outcome, given the opponent's action set. To return to the invisible hand game, the best response of player B to player A's selfie-sh behavior is to be selfie-sh, and vice versa. Since playing selfie-sh is a mutual best response, the upper left cell in Table 5.1 is a Nash equilibrium outcome. As we will now see, all dominant strategy equilibria are also Nash equilibria, but not all Nash equilibria are dominant strategy equilibria. Consider, for instance, the assurance game in Table 5.2. The dilemma faced by workers in an open shop workplace is whether to join a strike. If the players can coordinate their actions and participate together in a strike, they will get a raise, indicated by positive numbers in the cells of the matrix. If instead they cannot coordinate their actions and one of them strikes, while the other continues to work, the one that strikes loses the job indicated by a 0 in the cell. This assurance game is a version of a larger class of coordination games in which the social problem is to coordinate the actions of agents for the mutual benefit of them all. In this game of assurance, there are no dominant strategies, but two Nash equilibria, either no one should strike or all should strike simultaneously. To explain, if worker A strikes, worker B's best response is to strike, and if worker B strikes, worker A's best response is also to strike. In both cases, 4 is greater than 2. Similarly, if worker A does not strike, worker B's best response is also not to strike, and vice versa. In both cases, 2 is greater than 0. Therefore both the upper left and the lower right cells are Nash equilibrium outcomes. But which one is preferable? Do the players have enough information to make the appropriate and coordinated choice? Given its assumed payoff structure, the strike outcome Pareto dominates the not strike outcome. Workers would be better off if they could coordinate their actions and strike. Table 5.2. Assurance game. Worker B. Not strike. Strike. Worker A. Not strike 2, 2, 0. Strike 0, 2, 4, 300 Chapter 5. Table 5.3. Driving game. Driver B. Left. Right. Driver A. Left 1, 1, 0, 0. Right 0, 0, 1, 1. Hence this game does not pose a serious problem. The players have a clear incentive to choose the strike outcome. Suppose yet that another sort of game called a simple pure coordination game where the outcomes are identical, neither Nash equilibrium is superior. In such a situation the problem arises of coordinating the choices of the players or agents. Consider, for example, the driving game in Table 5.3 as a pure coordination game. In this game the problem is to coordinate the actions of the drivers such that both drive on the left or on the right side of the road. Individual agents with instrumental rationality who pursue narrow self-interest independently of one another will not coordinate and so may not finally arrive at Nash equilibria, upper left or lower right cells. For instrumentally rational players, there is nothing evident in the payoffs that will ensure that each acts to achieve the better outcome for both. To generate a unique and stable equilibrium in such a game, some game theorists introduce the idea that the players must reject instrumental rationality, pursuing narrowly defined self-interest, to explicitly coordinate their actions. Only then might they secure one of the two Nash equilibria in the assurance game above. Thomas Schelling, 1960, developed the concept of salients, or focal points, to describe the role played by institutions that would coordinate agents' decisions in such games, non-repeated, one-shot games, where there is no form of communication. Schelling's example is the case of two strangers intending to meet in New York City on a certain day but without having decided in advance on where and what time to do so. They cannot communicate, he writes in 1960, long before cell phones. What should the strangers do to meet? When asked, Schelling's students proposed at 12 o'clock midday, a focal point during the day, and in front of the information booth at Grand Central Station, a salient place well known and accessible in a main railway station. The concept of focal points or salients can be extended to include conventions, social norms, and institutional arrangements to which players can refer to coordinate their actions. By invoking these various assumed structures, they can settle on one of the equally attractive or identical Nash equilibria. Let us now consider the famous, widely invoked, and often applied pre-Wunner's dilemma game, Table 5.4. In its traditional version it begins with too late neoclassical theory. 301. Table 5.4. Prisoner's dilemma game. Suspect 2. Defect. Cooperate. Suspect 1. Defect 3, 30, 5. Cooperate 5, 0.5, 0.5 suspects under interrogation for committing a crime. Questioned separately, they have no opportunity to communicate with one another. Yet they need to coordinate their actions such that neither confesses to the crime, call this cooperate or deny the crime. However, the interrogators are clever, they establish a payoff structure that provides an incentive for each suspect to admit to the crime, defect or confess to the crime. Each suspect or prisoner faces a dilemma. If one suspect chooses to defect, confess to the crime, and the other cooperates, denies the crime, then the one who defects walks away, in exchange for testifying against the other, and the one who cooperates goes to jail for the full sentence. If both cooperate, deny the crime, the frustrated interrogators pin a minor charge on the suspects that leads them to receive a smaller jail time. But since the incentive structure compels these instrumentally rational suspects to defect, confess, they both do so and receive fewer years in jail than the maximum sentence, but more than the minor punishment they would have received if they had cooperated, both denied the crime. Hence it is in the suspects' interest to coordinate their decisions such that both deny the crime, but because they can't cooperate, they are left with the only reasonable alternative, which is to confess. It is the only alternative because each knows that if he or she denies the crime, then his or her partner in crime can walk away if that partner confesses. In Table 5.4 read the payoffs as years of imprisonment. In this particular symmetrically set up game, both suspects have a dominant strategy: defecting, confessing to the crime, dominates cooperating, denying the crime, when compared pairwise, 3.0.5. In this game the dominant strategy, and Nash, equilibrium, defect, happens to be Pareto suboptimal in comparison to the outcome that would result if both suspects were to cooperate. The problem in this case is that without the presence of communication, trust, or credible threat between the players, instrumental rationality will not work to produce cooperation and thus minor jail time, the Pareto superior outcome. That is why the game is called the prisoner's dilemma. Because the Nash equilibrium is not the best outcome for the players, this game undermines Adam Smith's vision that acting in one's self-interest, example both prisoners confess to the crime, yields a social utopia. 302 Chapter 5. The prisoner's dilemma game is particularly interesting because while the equilibrium outcome is unique and stable, it is also Pareto suboptimal. And just like pure coordination games discussed above, instrumental rationality is not enough to reach the Pareto superior outcome of cooperation. In order to achieve this Pareto superior outcome, the players have to communicate and coordinate their actions. This is possible if the game can be repeated indefinitely and players see incentives for cooperating. For example, consider the possibility that players are part of a criminal organization that does not forgive defectors. This transforms the game into a repeated game, as there is more to the game after the defector walks away, and erects a credible threat against a suspect's deviation from the cooperative strategy. The criminal organization would retaliate against the suspect. Neoclassical economists have made use of the prisoner's dilemma game in a variety of contexts. We may consider two examples here. Consider PHI-RST, a household shared by a number of students. While each student has a private bedroom, all share a common kitchen, bathroom, and other living areas. If the common areas are maintained and regularly cleaned, everyone benefits. Cleanliness is a public good, no housemate can be excluded from it, and any student's enjoyment of cleanliness does not diminish others' enjoyment. Cleaning the common spaces requires effort. If individual housemates view cleaning, as traditional neoclassical theory assumes, as a disutility, foregoing leisure time without any offsetting income for doing so, then that theory predicts that each individual housemate will try to minimize cleaning effort and free ride on their housemates' cleaning efforts. If every housemate reasons in this manner, then the equilibrium outcome, while unique and stable, will be a Pareto suboptimal level of cleanliness in common spaces. Tensions over mounting grime and debris may then lead to household dissolution. Yet many such households do survive. They do so by having housemates meet and communicate, collectively recognizing their participation in an arrangement that requires committed and coordinated behavior by all. Such households solve their public good problem by transforming a non-cooperative into a cooperative game. When the public good in question rises from the level of household or neighborhood, where face-to-face interactions, meetings, and communication are feasible and effective, to the levels of town, state, or nation, other kinds of collective mechanisms would be devised. For example, such public goods could be decided and produced by governments and financed by taxation. The principle remains: some kind of coordinated and organized social or government effort is required to achieve a better result for all. In our second example of applying the prisoner's dilemma game, we return to the case of oligopoly, the Bertrand model discussed earlier in section 5.2.2, late neoclassical theory. 303. And assume phi RMS of equal size competing for market share. We may dispense with the now familiar details to focus on the possible results of the game. If the phi RMS do not collude, competition among them will bid down the price until it equals marginal cost. If they cooperate, they could collectively set marginal revenue equal to marginal cost and at the resulting price earn more profits than had they competed with one another. However, if one phi RM defects from the collusive agreement, it can earn even more profits than it would under the agreement, but at the cost of reduced profits for the other phi RMS. If all phi RMS defect from the agreement, they will expand outputs until all profits are compete away and the market returns to the competitive result where price equals marginal cost. The question is, will the phi RMS collude or defect from the agreement? Given that this is an ongoing, repeated game, they may manage to collude, secure agreement to keep colluding, and thereby achieve a market price above marginal cost that wins higher profits for colluding phi RMS, at consumers' expense. In the 3 decades following World War II, 7 major international oil companies, known as the Seven Sisters, may well have cooperated to keep oil production under control so that competition among them would not depress prices or threaten the company's exceptionally high profits. Note that in this case, unlike our previous example of public goods, the cooperative outcome that improved corporate profits also damaged consumers' interests. Most neoclassical textbooks now devote at least a chapter to game theory and its applications. In recent years, applications in economics of coordination and prisoner's dilemma types of games have proliferated. Both types of games demonstrate the limits of traditional neoclassical economic theory in its exclusive reliance on instrumental rationality without considering institutional context and contingency. The game theoretical models help justify the intervention of non-market institutions, example governments, collusive arrangements, to arrive at preferable equilibrium outcomes. Nonetheless, game theory retains the neoclassical notion of homo economicus, perhaps with even stronger assumptions, as one of its entry points and retains the centrality of the problem of equilibrium selection. This retention means that while these models affirm the importance of social context and convey interventionist policy implications, they do so from within the individualist and equilibrium-focused framework of the neoclassical tradition. For some proponents, this is precisely their strength. Game theory provides theoretical justification for a visible hand to aid the invisible hand while retaining the methodological framework of the neoclassical tradition. For others, this is its limitation. Classical game theoretic research may well extend and modify the neoclassical tradition, but it does so while remaining phi RMLY within its theoretical boundaries. 304 Chapter 5. 5.4.3 Evolutionary stability and evolutionary game theory. Unlike classical game theory where agents behave according to instrumental rationality without ever changing that behavior, even as they engage in straight GIC interactions, evolutionary game theory proceeds differently. Its approach allows games to be construed as dynamic processes in which agents learn and adapt their behavior over the course of repeated plays. Practitioners of this approach import ideas from evolutionary biology into economics. Game theorists replace fitness with utility and natural selection, adoption, with learning, adaptation. Displacing instrumental rationality in favor of a learning and adapting agent becomes a key distinction that sets evolutionary game theory apart from the neoclassical tradition. In evolutionary game theory, the iconic figure of Homo economicus becomes a special case, merely one possible behavioral pattern among many others that may be adopted, adapted, or abandoned. Despite this important difference, the evolutionary approach is similar to classical game theory in focusing on the problem of equilibrium. However, its concern with dynamic processes of adaptation requires a notion of equilibrium different from that central to both traditional neoclassical economics and classical game theory. Its equilibrium concept is referred to as evolutionary stable ity. The latter describes a self-enforcing, stable, equilibrium facilitated by social conventions. The latter enable agents to coordinate their strategies in a stable manner over the course of multiple plays of a game. An evolutionary stable strategy is a pattern of behavior such that, if adopted by a sufficient number of agents within a population, those who deviate from it in small numbers will do less well than the rest. To illustrate evolutionary game theory, we present the payoff matrix of the hawk and dove game, a game that is a famous example for evolutionary game theory, Table 5.5. In this game, agents must make a strategic choice between playing the hawk or the dove. If both choose to be hawks, they spoil the proverbial pie, zeros for both in the upper left cell. If both choose to be doves, they share the pie, each receives 2 in the lower right cell. Again, there are no dominant strategies, but there are 3 different Nash equilibria. 2 fall under what can be called pure strategies, those Table 5.5 hawk and dove game: agent 2 hawk, dove, agent 1 hawk, 0, 0 3, 1 dove, 1, 3 2, 2 late neoclassical theory. 305. Located in the 2 cells where the agents play differently, one hawk, and the other dove. A pure strategy equilibrium is one in which agents have to play one of the 2 strategies exclusively. The third Nash equilibrium is achieved when agents play a mixed strategy. A mixed strategy equilibrium is one in which the agents can play a combination of 2 strategies with certain probabilities. Let us THIRD concentrate on the 2 pure strategy equilibria and the choice between them. Each agent does not know what the other will do, but the payoffs to choices are interdependent. If agent 1 plays hawk, agent 2 should play dove. If agent 2 plays dove, agent 1 should play hawk. The same kind of reasoning applies to the other equilibrium position. If agent 1 chooses dove, then agent 2 should choose hawk. If agent 2 plays hawk, agent 1 should play dove. In a one-shot, non-repeated, game without communication between the 2 players, which of these 2 pure strategy Nash equilibria will be the outcome of the game? This is a particularly interesting equilibrium selection problem because the choice between 2 equilibrium outcomes entails a conflict between the 2 players. The one who plays hawk will get 3/4 of the pie and the one who plays dove will receive the smaller 1/4 portion. One way to arrive at an equilibrium outcome is through conventions, Sugden 1989. This rationale for the equilibrium selection problem resembles but is somewhat more nuanced than Schelling's concept of salience discussed earlier. Among the different examples of conventions, we can list THIRD come, THIRD serve, THIRD enders keepers, last in, THIRD out, seniority, reverse seniority. In some cases even a lottery can be established as a convention. Conventions are societal rules or norms that allow a particular equilibrium result to be established. In that sense they closely resemble structural rules invoked by a game theorist to achieve its result. We have yet another example of how humanism can slide into structuralism. Let us now turn to examine the mixed strategy Nash equilibrium. In fact, in the conventional, biological, version of the hawk and dove game, the mixed strategy equilibrium, interpreted as a population distribution, is the only solution. The value of the expected payoff of agent 1 when playing hawk can be stated in the following manner. EV, H, equals P, 0, plus, 1, P, 3, where EV, H, stands for agent 1's expected value when playing hawk, P stands for the probability of agent 2 playing hawk, and 0 and 3 represent the table payoffs to agent 1, when playing hawk. The equation calculates the agent 1's expected payoff playing hawk by weighing the possible matrix payoffs using their respective probabilities. Similarly, the value of the expected payoff of agent 1 when playing dove is 306. Chapter 5. EV, D, equals P, 1, plus, 1, P, 2, where P is again the probability of agent 2 playing hawk. In mixed strategy solutions, expected payoffs should be equal to one another because otherwise there would be no incentive to play. Therefore setting ev, h, equals ev, d, and solving for p obtains 1. P equals 2. Since the agents are identical and given the payoff structure, each agent will play hawk half the time. An alternative way of thinking about this game and result is a lottery in which each agent has a 50% probability of winning the right to play hawk. When translated into a population interpretation, it means that in equilibrium, half of the population will play hawk and the other half dove. Given this kind of framework, an evolutionary stable strategy would be to play hawk half the time. Evolutionary stability is achieved when half the population plays hawk. This outcome changes when the payoff structure changes. There are a number of different and largely complementary explanations for the growing prominence within the neoclassical tradition of evolutionary game theory and its associated concept of evolutionary stability. We will highlight only 3 of them. First and foremost, there is the broader tendency toward cross-disciplinary engagements, sometimes taking the form of extending the economic modes of analysis to other disciplines, example use of game theory in political science, and other times taking the form of borrowing methodologies from other disciplines, example borrowing experimental methodologies from cognitive psychology. In the latter vein, as we have already discussed above, see section 5.3.1, neoclassical economists who wanted to study motivational diversity have borrowed modeling methods from evolutionary biology. Sometimes when concepts, or a method, enter into the tradition as legitimate tools of economic analysis, they tend to spread quickly and take a life of their own, especially if there are other factors that make it desirable for economists to deploy them. Second, once introduced into the discipline, the use of evolutionary models became favored among game theorists as they realized that evolutionary biology's equilibrium concept had the desirable quality of narrowing the set of plausible Nash equilibria. That was a very useful result for a tradition in which the idea of equilibrium played such a central role. Nonetheless, in formulating the problem at the level of a population distribution and in allowing individual actors to learn, adapt, certain behavioral traits, evolutionary models do represent a break from the standard neoclassical assumptions in regard to human rationality. Late neoclassical theory. 307. A third, and perhaps more profound, reason pertains to the broader political and economic policy implications of framing the equilibrium problem in evolutionary terms. Once Nash equilibrium replaced the earlier neoclassical concepts of equilibrium, the notion of equilibrium gained a broader applicability to a range of social issues. This allowed discussion of the conditions of equilibrium, in its broadest sense, to become a discussion of the conditions of social order. In particular, commentators noted that the hawk and dove game and similar types of evolutionary models provide a particular antidote to the interventionist perspectives arising from the prisoner's dilemma type of games. In other words, within game theory we find yet another manifestation of the difference between liberal and conservative neoclassical economists encountered and discussed earlier. Recall the 3 attributes of a good equilibrium: efficiency, stability, and uniqueness. Politically we can restate these 3 attributes as the conditions for a good society, a stable and efficient social order without an alternative. Put in these terms, it is no wonder that theorists spend enormous amounts of time and intellectual effort on questions of equilibrium. With this in mind, let us reconsider some of the games we already have discussed. To facilitate comparison among them, we present a summary of these 3 attributes for each approach in Table 5.6. The THIRD game of Invisible Hand combines all 3 attributes together. It has a unique and efficient Nash equilibrium, and all Nash equilibria are stable. Table 5.6 reports this with the 3 checks in the THIRD column. This game and its check marks should appeal to conservative neoclassicists. Nevertheless, it is only one of many possible games. Many economists believe that a large number of possible social situations can be better described/modeled by other types of games, for example, those that require solving the coordination problems in the assurance and driving types of games. Such games interest economists sympathetic to using social institutions to improve on social outcomes that would be reached by individual self-interested behavior alone. Similarly, the prisoner's dilemma game is powerful because it provides a rationale for extra-market, governmental, social commitment, and group action, intervention over markets alone. The conclusion of the prisoner's dilemma table 5.6 comparing different types of games game of prisoner's game of Hawk invisible hand assurance dilemma and dove efficiency stability uniqueness 308 chapter 5. Game was stark in its implications. The unique and stable equilibrium is Pareto dominated by another, non-equilibrium, outcome that only can be reached by some extra market mechanism. This game lends support to neoclassical economists critical of the purely invisible hand type of explanation. The game of Hawk and Dove differs from the other three in significant ways. For comparative simplicity, we limit our discussion here to the pure strategy version of the game. First of all, unlike the invisible hand game, no uniquely efficient equilibrium exists. Second, it differs from the assurance game because the two pure strategy Nash equilibria present a conflow ICT, the choice between the two equilibria results in one of the agents being worse off. Third, it is different from the prisoner's dilemma game in the sense that there is no unique Pareto superior outcome. In other words, the game of Hawk and Dove does not pose the problem of equilibrium selection in terms of choosing the Pareto efficient outcome, but rather one of choosing an equilibrium outcome in a situation where instrumental rationality fails and the choice involves a conflictual problem of division, of the proverbial pie. In this sense, and unlike the prisoner's dilemma story, where extra-market institutions intervene to improve everyone's well-being, the game of Hawk and Dove's equilibrium is a product of spontaneously evolving conventions. To make the contrast even starker, while the game of Pre-Warner's dilemma provides a rationale for government, and other forms of extra-market, intervention to improve Pareto efficiency, the game of Hawk and Dove tells a story in which equilibrium can be reached through spontaneously evolving conventions without any need for government intervention. While this result, in and of itself, constitutes an important moment of difference within the field of game theoretic research, the Hawk and Dove game shares with the others a normatively driven search for finding the appropriate conditions under which a societal equilibrium can be reached. That search defines in part what neoclassical theory has always been. 5.5 Conclusions. Since the 1970s, the neoclassical tradition has undergone an interesting transformation. Responding to its internal and external critics and ongoing cross-disciplinary interpenetration, it has extended its analytical reach to entirely new areas. One result has been what some call specialization and others fragmentation. This chapter has concentrated on three key developments of neoclassical theory's recent extensions, those involving market imperfections, human behavior, and equilibrium. These developments exhibit the influence of research programs imported from other disciplines that have enriched the methodological foundations of the theory as well as the range and depth of its late neoclassical theory. 309. Specializations. It is thus understandable that for some commentators, neoclassical economics seems to be fragmenting, its core propositions modified beyond recognition or solidity. Yet our investigations and survey suggest otherwise. We find that the deeper and common tendency among late neoclassical economic research programs has been to retain neoclassical theory's traditional humanist entry point and its overriding societal aim. What is assumed to drive and determine the economy are preference-maximizing rational actors, and their goal, like that of economic science, is to achieve social reconciliation expressed in the form of equilibrium. The theory's new specializations deployed its entry point to new areas of study well beyond the tradition's earlier domains of economic research. New neoclassical interpretations of all kinds of societal institutions were produced using the concepts of transaction costs, bounded rationality, information asymmetries, Nash equilibrium, evolutionary stability, and so forth. Late neoclassical economics began to concern itself with and offer analyses of the entirety of society, what some saw as economics colonizing other disciplines. We have taken note when some of these developments, such as those in behavioral economics and evolutionary game theory, have undermined if not openly challenged the traditional neoclassical entry point. We would not be very surprised if eventually a real break within neoclassical theory occurs and a new, different entry point is adopted by a significant subset of the then no longer neoclassical economists. After all, such breaks do occur in any theory and across all disciplines. This book's subject matter is the contested set of differences within economics among neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian theories constructed on and by means of their alternative entry points. Those differences arose out of breaks in the history of economics as a discipline. However, this chapter's examination of various leading neoclassical developments over recent decades suggests to us only a slightly modified neoclassical entry point. That theory, its initial organizing ideas and logic, remains true to its tradition. That is why we use the term late neoclassical theory to title this chapter. In embracing all sorts of interesting contingencies from market imperfections to different human behaviors to game-theoretic concepts of equilibrium, neoclassical economists have made the traditional neoclassical project more versatile as well as responding to changing social and intellectual conditions. In this sense, neoclassical economics is hardly dead, as some Marxists, Keynesians, and even some game theorists and other like-minded critics have suggested. Indeed, criticisms have helped neoclassical economics survive and prosper. 6. Oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 6.1 Capitalism has always been changing. Capitalism has always varied from economies with more to those with less competitive markets, from economies with relatively more private than state-operated enterprises to those with the reverse balance, and from economies with more democratic to those with more autocratic politics. Mixtures of these different characteristics have defined different kinds or forms of capitalism throughout its history. Because of these variations, we might more accurately use the plural term capitalisms when referring to this kind of changeable economy. Of course, that is not how many, if not most, economists and others understand capitalism. In their view, capitalism is a society with mostly or only private property, and private enterprises, and competitive markets. Some would add the presence of political democracy to those two. For these thinkers, the more the society moves away from the private property/market/democratic definition of capitalism, the closer it moves to undemocratic socialism and communism. We will argue something different in this chapter. We will show how and why capitalism has oscillated from one kind of capitalism to another depending on variations in structures of markets, ownership, and power, while its basic organization of the surplus remain the same. We also will pay special attention to the particular similarities and differences between two polar variations whose confluence shaped so much of the 20th century, private capitalism versus state capitalism. Over the last 140 years or so, capitalism not only oscillated among its different forms, but economic theory focused on understanding capitalism also oscillated among alternative kinds of reasoning. Moreover, these two different kinds of oscillations are interconnected. The movement from one form of economic reasoning to another has influenced and been influenced by shifts among different forms of capitalism. This complex interaction between economies and economic theories will also be a focus of this chapter. We start with a discussion of the instabilities, contradictions, and sometimes major crises of capitalism as a contributing cause both to its 312 chapter. 6. Variations and to alternative economic theorizations that understand capitalism differently and correspondingly offer different solutions to capitalism's problems and crises. 6.1.1 Instabilities and capitalism. Capitalism has been an unstable economic system since its emergence in 18th century Europe as the successor to a millennium of feudalism there. Its instabilities have always been multiple. 1. Located in the heart of its production system, emerges from the internal contradictions of the relationship between workers and employers. The two sides are mutually dependent but also mutually suspicious, distrustful, and often hostile. The employer-employee relationship periodically explodes. Disruptive job actions, strikes, lockouts, protests, unionization drives, etc., in ways that destabilize and change capitalism. Sometimes these changes yield a kind of capitalism in which labor is relatively powerful compared to capital, and sometimes they yield a different kind of capitalism in which capitalists have the upper hand. Another instability emerges from competition among capitalist employers. This often drives them to press workers to produce more output per hour, accept lower hourly wages, or give up benefits, medical insurance, holidays, etc. Such pressures heighten the contradictions already simmering in production. Sometimes employers cooperate or merge to evade the risks or costs of competition. Sometimes competition ruthlessly eliminates all but one or a very few competitors. In these ways competition undermines itself and yields cartels, oligopolies, or monopolies. When the latter use their market power to raise prices, they draw the opposition of those who have to pay such prices. Those opponents can and often do fight back by getting governments to break up the monopolies, bust the trusts, into smaller and once again competitive enterprises. The high profits of cartels and monopolies can attract new entrants who reintroduce competition. The pendulum thus oscillates between competition and monopoly within most industries and hence between more and less competitive capitalisms. Struggles between advocates of competition and defenders of cartels, oligopolies, and monopoly have repeatedly agitated and shaped politics in ways that destabilize capitalism as well as shape its variations. Competition likewise drives workers to undercut one another in dealings with employers. Cooperation among workers, as among employers, sometimes enables them to avoid the risks and costs of competition by confronting employers collectively, often via labor unions. When successful, the workers' collective bargaining can obtain better wages, shorter work weeks, and improved working conditions from employers than with individual bargaining. In response, employers may cooperate to undermine unions to re-establish oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 313. Competition among laborers and thus lower wages. Both employers and employees pressure the state for legislation favoring each and working against the interests of the other. Labor markets, like product markets, have oscillated between more and less competitive organizations there and hence between more and less regulated capitalism. Such oscillations have sometimes raised resentments and hostilities to produce confloist strikes, lockouts, violence that shook capitalist societies and helped move them from one variant form to another. Another source of instability has emerged from capitalism's contradictory tendencies both to reduce and to enlarge social differences. For example, in some ways capitalism's technical dynamism, global growth, and market sensitivities have provided opportunities for individuals of modest backgrounds to gain high incomes and political power. Capitalism developed public education systems that likewise provide far broader avenues for advancement than existed earlier. Capitalism's expansive tendency to produce a world market has provoked and enabled mass migrations that brought together and at least partly integrated people of diverse backgrounds. However, these mechanisms for reducing social differences coexisted with others inside capitalism that pushed in the opposite direction. Those who accumulate wealth in capitalist economies may use it to block others from doing so, as when monopolized industries create barriers to entry, example costly brand names and licensing laws that prevent new enterprises from being able to compete. Capitalist development often creates two sectors of industry, big monopoly business versus small competitive business, that foster long-standing animosities between them. Employers pursuing higher profits may deepen divisions within capitalist societies by recruiting low-wage immigrants to replace higher-paid native-born, women or children to replace higher-paid men, ethnic minorities to replace higher-paid majorities, and so forth. Unions may seek to protect their members by discriminations of their own. As with the confloists among employers and between them and employees, economic inequalities among workers can also sometimes accumulate to provoke social confloists. Those two can and often do destabilize and radically alter capitalist societies. Any of these inequalities and resulting confloists may bring about more government interventions into the economy, including regulations of markets, tax impositions, and welfare programs that may coalesce into a state-managed form of capitalism. In reaction to that, social pressures may build to reduce if not eliminate many of these state interventions to produce a much more privately run kind of capitalism. The struggles between employers and employees, between competitive and monopolistic enterprises, and among unequal and divided social groups have all played important roles in capitalism's changeability and movement among its different forms. Another oscillation between different views of the state's 314 chapter 6. Role in society also shapes movement among capitalism's alternative forms. In one view, the state is understood and expected to provide a social safety net to all citizens. In another view, the state's role is viewed as much more limited as a protector of private property and competitive markets. When the former role prevails, it may accumulate frustration over big government and state intrusion into private lives and opposition to taxes, welfare and entitlement spending, and regulations. When the far more limited role for the state prevails, concerns may arise over the conditions of the poor, abusive behaviors of busyness, and anger at corporations and the rich who benefit from lower tax rates and fewer regulations. Oscillations in the social prevalence of these alternative views of the government's proper role in society add to capitalism's instability, just as the latter in turn provokes oscillations among those views. 6.1.2 Capitalism and Economic Theories. The struggles within and the instability and changeability of capitalism also provoked and influenced economic theories. Many major contributors to economics across capitalism's history have been drawn to explain the economic causes and consequences of those struggles and that instability. Neoclassical economics, for example, aimed to celebrate competition and denounce monopoly. It always championed the independence and freedom of individual choice to determine income, wealth, unemployment, and much else. It worried incessantly that a too concentrated industry and a too powerful state would undermine individual competitive capitalism and the optimum economic well-being it promised. In contrast, Keynesian economics looked more to the state and what actions it might take to avoid the costly consequences of capitalist busyness cycles and to regulate the economy in the interests of a good and fair society for all citizens. Against the neoclassical economists, the Keynesians argued that a strong state was needed to support the survival of capitalism and its promised optimum results. And in contrast to both, Marxian economics focused on the worker, employer can flow ICT inside capitalism and its costly social impacts. For it alone, a revolutionary change in that relationship, a transition beyond all forms of capitalism, was required to overcome capitalism's flaws and costs, to realize the potential of modern technology, and thereby to enable generalized economic well-being. However, there was yet another capitalist instability that, perhaps more than all others, shaped key differences among the three great schools of economic theory. This instability has many names in the history of capitalism: crisis, glut, boom, bust, underconsumption, overproduction, panic, bubble, business cycle, upturn, downturn, recession, and depression are among them. They all refer to a recurring pattern that afflicted capitalism every few years wherever it took root. It usually begins with a fairly sudden drop in trade, production, oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 315. And employment accompanied by rising business bankruptcies, withdrawals of bank deposits, creditors demanding repayment and restricting new loans, and so on. Business and personal incomes fall quickly and poverty spreads. As these economic conditions persist, workers accept lower wages than before. Failed businesses sell their machines, equipment, and raw materials at low prices. Rents for factory, store, and office spaces drop. Eventually, these declining costs of doing business induce some employers to resume or begin production. The downturn ends when sufficient employers decide to hire and produce, thereby creating the demand for other employers to do likewise. The bust thereby turns into an economic recovery that perhaps even booms until the next bust resumes the cycle. These recurring downturns can sometimes cut deeply, hurt many, and last a long time, depending on the broader economic and social conditions in which they occur. Then the consequent poverty, deprivation, and pessimism about the future may produce angers and resentments, especially among the jobless and those facing job and income insecurities. They may direct their animosities toward 1. The employers whose decisions directly caused their job-related problems, 2. Fellow workers who still have jobs, 3. Those whose wealth was little disturbed by the downturn, 4. The government for contributing or inadequately responding to the downturn, or 5. Some traditional social scapegoat. Those suffering through a bad downturn may eventually become critical of capitalism itself. They may then demand fundamental social change, including transition to a different economic system that might avoid such cycles, guarantee jobs and incomes, and so on. 6.1.3 How economic crises influenced economic theories. Because its boom and bust cycles have persisted and resisted every effort to prevent their recurrence, they have provoked the interests and passions of economic theorists trying to understand capitalism. The classical and neoclassical economists responded partly because cycles generated theoretical and political oppositions to capitalism. Neoclassical explanations usually deny that cycles are intrinsic to capitalism and argue instead that outside forces cause them. Such outside forces have included agricultural cycles in soil fertility, natural cycles in climate, and astronomical cycles of sunspots and the Moon's gravitational influence on the Earth's oceanic tides. Another causal force can be the concentration and use of power. Businesses and/or labor unions, separately or together, can make the overall economy vulnerable to the decisions of a powerful few. For example, a monopoly-caused wage price spiral can create the conditions for inflation eventually collapsing into recession. A cartel-caused rise in energy prices can push an expanding economy into contraction. The power of business to determine market prices can dampen output. And 316 Chapter 6. Employment and stifle innovation and hence growth. However, the most frequently theorized external cause of capitalism's cycles, for neoclassical economists, has been the intrusion of government into the workings of mostly private enterprises and free markets, i.e., what neoclassicists strictly define as capitalism. Blaming government policies for capitalism's crises followed logically from the laissez-faire orientation born with modern capitalism in Europe during the 17th and 18th centuries. An emerging capitalism had to struggle against a feudal system defended then by absolute monarchies. The English, French, and American revolutions violently overthrew both a feudal economic system and absolute, non-representative, undemocratic political power. The result was transition from absolute central power to decentralized systems of parliamentary checks and balances intertwined with a simultaneous transition from feudalism to capitalism. The latter therefore became deeply associated with anti-strong government sentiments. This tended to happen more in theory and political rhetoric than in the concrete realities of capitalist economies where governments always played centrally important roles. Neoclassical notions of government as the cause of cycles responded also to the role government often played in capitalist downturns. Mass pressures often won government distributions of food to unemployed and destitute people, government jobs programs, taxes on capitalists, to pay for counter-cyclical government projects, and regulations of capitalists, to try to prevent future cycles. Such state interventions worried capitalism's laissez-faire partisans. They feared that such government intrusions might become permanent and expansive, eroding their freedoms, privileges, profits, wealth, and social positions. From the neoclassical theoretical perspective, governmental economic interventions threatened to hobble capitalism's growth and even lead to its demise. One position became prevalent over time among most neoclassical economists. Cycles occur chiefly because of unwarranted government intrusions into a system of private property and markets, private enterprise or private capitalism. That system works best without such intrusions. If and when cycles occur in a private capitalist economy, they are best corrected by its own mechanisms. State intrusion only makes matters worse. A rise in government spending more often than not will crowd out private investment and hence hurt productivity and dampen economic growth. Government deficits give rise to inflationary conditions and or inevitably higher taxes that both distort and undermine private incentives. Government interventions via laws, regulations, taxes, and spending serve in one way or another to constrain or even take away the property rights of private businesses and consumers to act in their private interests and hence move us away from the overall social optimum. Neoclassical oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 317. Scissor's promise. The conclusion: the capitalist economic system, private property and free markets, is a self-healing mechanism best left to its own devices. Modern neoclassical economics recycles these traditional arguments in its central propositions about capitalism's inherent tendencies toward an equilibrium in which resources are fully employed to yield the optimal wealth for all. Those propositions reflect a long history of crafting a neoclassical response to the challenge of capitalism's boom and bust cycles, to demands for a way to deal with them, and to pressures for transition to a less unstable, post-capitalist economic system. In this sense, neoclassical theory becomes a theory of private capitalism, and why it alone offers the best solution to business instabilities. Other economists shared many of the neoclassical economists' preferences for this private form of capitalism but disagreed with parts of their analysis and especially with their laissez-faire attitudes to government. Those other economists assessed the self-healing processes of capitalism as doing too little too late to reduce mass suffering and or to speed economic recovery. Their studies focused on how the workings of capitalism generated cycles and how cycles might be reduced, muted, and shortened. Some reached conclusions that favored such changes as higher wages, greater technical progress, enhanced credit, the opening of foreign trade opportunities, higher domestic tariffs, and other more or less practically feasible economic adjustments. Some advocated government interventions targeted to achieve such changes. Hence they advocate a form of capitalism with a more interventionist role for the state. However, until the Great Depression of the 1930s, the worst economic downturn to date in capitalism's history, no general theory of how and why its crises occurred had emerged. Likewise, no comprehensive set of government policies had been developed to prevent, reverse, or at least minimize capitalist crises and their social costs. The Great Depression entailed vast suffering, huge wastes of resources, and a greatly reduced output of wealth. As a result, criticism and protests from fast-growing labor unions and socialist and communist parties as well as from politicians and journalists became major social forces in all capitalist countries. Meanwhile, the world's only socialist economy at the time, the USSR, had avoided the global capitalist downturn. Those circumstances provoked breakthroughs to a new general theory of capitalist crises. Keynes's The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, quickly became the best-known breakthrough after its 1936 London publication. From those beginnings, Keynesian economics evolved into a major kind of economic theory contesting with neoclassical and Marxian economics for the hearts and minds of politicians, employers, unions, academics, journalists, and the general public. Keynesian economic theory directly challenges neoclassical theory's argument that capitalist economies either avoid cycles or else adequately self-heal. 318 Chapter 6. From them. In the Keynesian view, capitalist economies repeatedly settle into equilibria in which workers are involuntarily unemployed, productive resources sit idle, and outputs that society needs go unproduced. Business investment in an uncertain world is very risky. It requires committing resources now to produce outputs for sale in an unknowable future. Businesses, and indeed all market participants, therefore make decisions based on risk minimization, social conventions, rules of thumb, and emotions that together can yield poor economic results. No invisible hand guarantees efficient and optimal results in economies where private enterprises, workers, savers, and other consumers interact in free markets. Keynesian analyses show how and why those economies experience periodic crises that can be severe and lasting. Keynesian economists therefore advocated a non-neoclassical form of capitalism in which selective government interventions would reduce, offset, or reverse crises. Government monetary policies were rethought to use its controls over the money supply and thus interest rates for counter-cyclical ends. Likewise, the government's historic provision of certain public services, military security, a judicial system, a legislative system, social security, etc., and corresponding powers to tax, borrow, and spend were remade into counter-cyclical interventions. Keynesian fiscal policy refers to the use of the government's powers to tax, borrow, and spend to prevent, offset, and reverse crises. To secure the benefits of capitalism, economic well-being and growth flowing from private property, private enterprises, and markets, Keynesians believe that governments must intervene systematically with appropriate monetary and fiscal policies. In extreme economic crises, the state may need to intervene and literally take over private property to rescue capitalism from its instability. Keynesian theory became the ideological basis of a state-managed capitalism and its claims to offer the best solution to capitalism's instabilities. In the aftermath of the Great Depression of the 1930s, Keynesian theory was increasingly taught in schools and relied on as the basis for journalists and politicians' accounts of economic issues. In the years of Keynesian economic theory's dominance and of state-managed capitalism nearly everywhere from 1945 to around 1975, that minority of economists who remained neoclassical in their views saw dire threats to capitalism in the relation of private to public sectors advocated by Keynesians. They reiterated the view that Keynesian economics and the government interventions it rationalized were more causes of than solutions for economic cycles. They reformulated the classic arguments that small, weak states are better than big, powerful ones, that private capitalism will best heal itself, and so on. Proponents of the two alternative theories viewed each other with suspicion. Each side insisted that the other threatened capitalism's survival. Some neoclassical economists denounced Keynesians as socialists because of their advocacy of state controls and generally big government. Since Keynes's oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 319. General theory, neoclassical and Keynesian theories have been locked into an ongoing dispute over the causes of capitalist crises and their alternative solutions, a private versus a state-managed capitalism. Capitalism's cycles also provoked a different reaction among other economic theorists who were neither neoclassical nor Keynesian. Those economists believed that the social costs of its recurring crises undermined capitalism's claims to be the best possible economic system. The evident sufferings, waste of resources, and injustices associated with economic downturns reinforced and encouraged their other critiques of capitalism. Unlike both the neoclassical and the Keynesian economists, these economic theorists conclude that capitalism's flaws required nothing less than transition to a different economic system, socialism. The most socially influential group among them, the Marxists, argued that the instabilities of capitalism emerged from the same inner structure that prevented the equality, liberty, and fraternity promised since capitalism's beginnings. Because private capitalist enterprises interacting in free markets repeatedly generated economic crises, and because Keynesian interventions had not prevented their recurrence, most Marxian economists concluded that enterprises and markets should be socialized. This understanding, FIRST put forward systematically by Engels in his Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, became the traditional Marxian view. Private enterprises should instead be owned by society as a whole, government should operate them to benefit society as a whole rather than shareholders and boards of directors. To these ends, government should plan the flows of resources and products among and between producers and consumers rather than rely on private markets. Public ownership and rational planning could and would match resources to social needs, utilizing all resources to meet those needs. The anarchy of markets, everyone dealing for individual advantage, would thereby be overcome. That anarchy regularly produced unemployed workers side by side with unutilized raw materials and means of production. It thereby denied society outputs needed to satisfy citizens and solve problems. Engels argued, and most Marxists agreed, that the best response to capitalism and its crises was a transition to socialism that substituted socialized property for private property and central planning for private market transactions. Socialization of property and planning was how classical Marxian theory defined socialism. It was seen as instituting transition toward, and thus the THIRD stage of communism. Socialism would finally end capitalism's crises and the massive suffering and losses they imposed. The full potential of the technologies and methods of production and distribution developed under capitalism could finally be realized, once private profit and market gambles no longer ruled economic decision-making. The use of reason in a rationally managed, socially oriented economic system would trump the irrational 320 chapter. 6. Capitalist struggle of every individual against every other and its consequent instabilities, wastes, and injustices. The three different theories' alternative ways of understanding and responding to capitalist cycles influenced how many adherents each attracted. During economic downturns, neoclassical economics usually weakened, while Keynesian and Marxian economics surged. During economic upturns, the reverse was more likely. The contesting theories and their relative social strengths were shaped by capitalism's oscillations. Likewise, the theories in turn influenced those oscillations, especially by shaping how governments responded to them. Economic and theoretical oscillations continually shaped and transformed one another. 6.2 Oscillations of economy and oscillations of theory. 6.2.1 Classical political economy and Marxism. The birth of modern economics is widely associated with the works of Adam Smith and David Ricardo at the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th century. They were written under the impact of England's position as the country where feudalism had been overthrown by capitalism early and where capitalism had then developed furthest. Smith and Ricardo celebrated capitalism as a major step forward for civilization. For them, it represented economic growth and technical dynamism, the accumulation of wealth, individual freedom from the narrow limits and constraints of feudal society, and economic opportunity, virtues attributed to capitalism by its enthusiasts ever since. Classical political economy celebrated the progressivity of the capitalism for which it provided the THIRD systematic analysis. The transition from feudal economies, based on manners where serfs produced surpluses for lords, to capitalist economies, based on private enterprises where employees produced profits for employers, was partly celebrated in economic terms. Capitalism would unleash productivity that had been constrained and held back under feudalism. It would enlarge the wealth of nations, Adam Smith's most famous title, far better and faster than feudalism ever had. However, the European transition from feudalism to capitalism across the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries was much more often defined and emphatically welcomed in political terms. Serfs were freed from their subordination to feudal lords. Tradition, religion, and the lord's armed force compelled them to deliver large portions of their output to the lords as rents. Serfs were likewise freed from their positions as powerless subjects of those peaks of the feudal hierarchies, the royal families that ruled Europe. In place of absolute monarchy and feudal aristocracies, Europe in those centuries struggled to substitute individual liberty and freedom. Oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 321. Government would henceforth be dependent on the will of the people expressed by voting, representative democracy, and universal suffrage institutionalized in regularly elected parliaments. The enthusiasts of capitalism as a new economic system allied with those of representative democracy as a new political system. Capitalism and representative democracy were believed to support, encourage, and depend on one another. In the English and later in the American and French revolutions, and eventually elsewhere, capitalism and representative democracy replaced feudalism and absolutist monarchies. The classical political economy begun by Smith and Ricardo was the theoretical expression and celebration of the THIRD century of that historic process, roughly from 1770 to 1870. However, the spread of capitalism also generated critics and discontents. Capitalism, it turned out, delivered costs and not only benefits, and it did not distribute either evenly across populations. Where economic growth was accelerated by capitalism, it often did not mean an end to the poverty suffered under feudalism. Capitalism's tendencies toward urban industrialism created the horrific slums as well as the glittering centers of London and Paris. Capitalism's spread has repeated that process elsewhere into the present. The French Revolution of 1789 had raised the slogan, liberty, equality, fraternity, to express its goals and purpose. But as the 19th century unfolded and capitalism and output grew, the wealth of some exploded impressively, resulting in the objectives of liberty, equality, and fraternity for all not being achieved. Among workers hired by private capitalist employers and among intellectuals inspired by the democratic enthusiasms of the French and American revolutions, critical voices argued that capitalism had established new forms of exploitation and oppression, different in kind from feudalism but not much different in degree. Slowly but steadily, workers and intellectuals began organizing associations, unions, and political parties to win concessions from capitalists. The latter fought back, attempting to maintain their privileges, wealth, and power in often bitter, violent clashes across the 19th century. Even when, and partly because, workers won improved conditions in some older parts of capitalism, capitalism spread to produce exploitation and parallel class conflicts in the colonies of Europe, across the Western Hemisphere, and later in the post-colonial and other parts of Asia and Africa. Wherever capitalism arrived, its operations provoked critics and opponents alongside advocates and celebrants. Among intellectuals, critical reactions to capitalism took many different paths. One led to Karl Marx's basic critique of the political economy of Smith and Ricardo and his articulation of an alternative systematic economics. Marx's work inspired a tradition that became the mostly widely influential source of critical theory aimed at capitalism. Marx performed for critics of capitalism what Smith and Ricardo had done for its celebrants. 322 Chapter 6. As we have discussed, Marx began from and focused on the class process as his entry point into theorizing how capitalism works. Smith's and Ricardo's very different entry points were markets and prices, economic growth, and the division of incomes among capitalists, landlords, and workers. In Marx's view, Smith and Ricardo had developed theories that were only secondarily interested in labor and production. So Marx took their labor theory of value, especially Smith's notion that commodities' values reflect the toil and trouble of producing them, reinterpreted and applied it to capitalism's system of production, and thereby reached radically different conclusions. Chapter 4 explored his conclusion that capitalists hire workers to produce commodities only if they can exploit those workers, appropriate the surpluses they produce. In Marx's evocative language, capitalism reproduces itself on the basis of appropriating those surpluses and distributing them to sustain that exploitation. Consciously or unconsciously, workers variously try to escape, change, or end their exploitation. Consciously or unconsciously, capitalists try to justify their social positions and their economic returns by theorizing them in non-Marxian ways. Chapter 2 showed how capitalists' profits can be theorized and justified as rewards for capitalists' savings, not consuming all their income, and for the risks they take by investing those savings. Capitalists' profits have also been explained as a kind of wage they pay to themselves for their managerial activities or their entrepreneurship, conceiving and undertaking business. Classical political economy flattered capitalists by conceptualizing the capitalist worker organization of the economy as more efficient and able to generate more growth of output than any other economic organization in the past, feudal lord-serf, master-slave, etc., or any imaginable in the future. Marx's theory argued against classical economics and later neoclassical economics point by point. It also suggested an alternative, socialist organization of production as the basis for an alternative, better society. Against the classical economists' claims that earnings were necessary rewards to capitalists' risk-taking, Marx asked ironically about workers' risks from employers who could fire them when they wished. Against claims that capitalists performed management work, Marx noted the rise, already in his time, of corporate forms of capitalism in which profits flowed to a board of directors who did no management but rather hired and paid others to do that. As to capitalists getting surpluses for entrepreneurship, Marx responded that the success of any business depended on the energy and creativity of the workers who got no surplus as much as the capitalists who took it all. Most important, Marx argued that the payments that rewarded managers, entrepreneurs, and others who did not directly participate in producing goods and services, clerks, secretaries, etc., were only possible because the productive laborers produced the surplus from which those payments came. That initial capitalist oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 323. Appropriation of a surplus produced by productive workers always anchored, was the entry point into Marx's theory and criticism of capitalism. He also criticized many claims about capitalism's efficiency and its performance as an engine of growth. Marx stressed capitalism's instability, its recurring cycles of unemployment and bankruptcy that produced the following: 1. Workers willing but unable to work alongside, 2. Idled raw materials, tools, and equipment gathering dust and rust, with the result that, 3. Society had far less wealth than it was capable of generating. Capitalism, he showed, was as regularly successful in producing unnecessary losses, poverty, and waste as it was in generating prosperity and growth. It was a contradictory system and far less efficient than its advocates claimed. Moreover, during its periodic downturns, later called recessions and depressions, Marx showed how the burdensome costs of downturns were unjustly heaped on the unemployed, driving them often into more or less permanent marginality in ghettoized poverty. Such underclasses were also products of capitalism and sustained by capitalism's instability, constant markers of its inefficiency and injustice. For Marxists, capitalism's exploitation and instability necessitated a better system that replaced capitalist with workers' appropriation of surpluses, displaced private property in favor of socialized property, and supplanted markets with social planning. Workers appropriating their own surpluses would end class exploitation and its unwanted consequences, alienation from work and even civic life, consequently impaired worker productivity, strife between employer and employee, and displaced frustration, resentment, and anger onto oneself, family members and government. Socially owned land, machines, tools, and the like, would be used for the benefit of society as a whole rather than for the minority of capitalist owners. Government planning rather than markets as mechanisms to distribute resources and products would end busyness cycles and their costly consequences. Marx called this system associated workers where, following his class as surplus approach, the new and innovative idea stressed was that the workers who produce the surpluses would also collectively appropriate and distribute them. Workers would then have become their own board of directors inside each enterprise. This was Marx's idea about a transition beyond capitalism at the microeconomic level of the individual enterprise. At the macroeconomic level, Marx envisioned a transition beyond capitalism that entailed, 1. Substituting socialized for private property in means of production, land, factories, OFFICES, capital, etc., and, 2. Substituting democratic planning for the market as the main means for distributing resources and products throughout the society. Property ownership and planning could be accomplished centrally by the state, or it could be decentralized to regional and or local levels, or combinations of central and decentralized ownership and planning could become the preferred choice of citizens. 324 Chapter 6. Marx never spelled out his images of socialism and communism in any detail. His comments were sketches, not blueprints for the future, which he derided as idle speculation. He thought that real social change when capitalism's contradictions and failures generated powerful movements of protest and criticism would determine the concrete forms of socialism and communism. His analyses of capitalism aimed chiefly to show those movements that to overcome capitalism's injustices, inefficiencies, and wastes required more than the mere reform of this or that institution. Genuine social progress required a revolutionary transition beyond capitalism to a new social system based on the three distinct features we have outlined. These included, 1. Transformed organizations of production in which workers collectively produced, appropriated, and distributed surpluses, 2. A socialized rather than a private ownership of the means of production, and 3. The replacement of private market exchange by democratically planned distributions of resources and products. Traditional or orthodox Marxism after Marx tended either to ignore transforming the organization of production inside enterprises or assume it would follow automatically from achieving the other two. We will explain below why transformation of production never happened and how that eventually undermined the economies of actually existing socialist countries such as the USSR and in Eastern Europe. Traditional or orthodox Marxism quickly became the chief theoretical alternative to the classical political economy begun by Smith and Ricardo. It also quickly became the theoretical inspiration and framework for major portions of the socialist movements that grew and spread during the second half of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th. They in turn brought awareness of Marxian theory into ever more diverse historical, cultural, and national settings. The results were multiple, different interpretations of Marx's thinking. These diverse contributions to Marxian theory accumulated a rich, complex tradition of thought. Different interpretations of Marx's writings also sometimes hardened into competing kinds of socialists, especially when they disagreed about major historic events. In World War I, for example, some socialist leaders like V1 Lenin in Russia and E.V. Debs in the United States urged workers not to fight other workers in that imperialist war aimed at gains for capitalists. Other socialist leaders supported their respective governments in the war and urged their countrymen to fight. The first nationally successful anti-capitalist revolution achieved by socialists in Russia in 1917 provoked a further split among socialists around the world. Those who rallied around the revolutionary government in Russia as deserving the prioritized support of socialists everywhere took the name communists and established new communist parties to distinguish themselves from those socialists and socialist parties who remained uncomfortable with the new government in the newly oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 325. Named USSR. The latter retained the old name socialists. Despite such differences, most socialists and communists shared a commitment to Marxism broadly defined. Later in the 20th century, many socialists rejected Marxism. It then became more identified with communism and communists. Over the last half-century, those parts of the socialist movements that moved away from Marxism also offered much more limited criticisms of capitalism. For example, many socialist parties in Western Europe basically endorse private capitalist enterprises, markets, and other basic attributes of capitalism but insist that government programs offset certain consequences of capitalism. They advocate the welfare state, a system in which government taxation and state services are used to moderate and offset business cycles and to redistribute some income and wealth from the richer to the middle and poorer segments of the population. Socialists focus more on supporting and collaborating with trade unions to secure better wages, job benefits, and working conditions. Countries like Sweden, Germany, France, and Italy, all frequently governed by elected socialist or sometimes labor parties, couple high taxes with national health care, free public education through university, and heavily subsidized housing and mass transportation. Their laws mandate several weeks of paid vacation for all workers, and so on. As we observed in Chapter 2, market socialism can describe their general approach. This included the advocacy of state enterprises, alongside or instead of private capitalist enterprises, in what they deemed to be key industries such as energy, communications, transport, automobile manufacturing, and banking. Communist movements and parties over the last half-century have mostly tended to disagree with socialists and put forward different programs to respond to capitalism's cyclical instability and unequal distributions of wealth, income, and political power. Communists stress the need to abolish private capitalism by 1. Replacing most private with state-owned and state-operated enterprises and 2. Subordinating most markets to central state planning. Socialists and communists disagree over whose program would better realize social values like liberty, equality, fraternity, and democracy. In general, socialists have been more respectful of the framework of parliamentary democracy developed in advanced capitalist societies, whereas communists have preferred to establish workers' or people's democracies that preclude parties advocating capitalism. The focus of most communists and socialists on defining their goals in terms of state-owned and state-run enterprises and state economic planning introduced a major problem. They rarely concerned themselves with transforming the relationship inside enterprises between the producers and the appropriators of surpluses. They tended to see that relationship less as requiring a socialist transformation and more as a secondary matter dictated by the technologies of producing goods and services. Or they imagined that the 326 chapter 6. Socialist and communist ideal workers collectively appropriating and distributing their produced surpluses would automatically follow once state-run and state-owned enterprises and comprehensive planning were in place. In terms of Chapter 1, they believed a change in the surplus organization within enterprises was a necessary effect of socializing property ownership and subordinating markets to central economic planning. However, that belief was unwarranted. In fact, the result was often the opposite. Socialists and communists who won state power then substituted state officials for the former boards of directors who had been selected by major shareholders to run enterprises. Those officials then appropriated the surpluses produced in the state enterprises and distributed them according to state plans. The notion of workers collectively appropriating and distributing their own surpluses faded. However, despite collective ownership, planning, and the workers' state's commitment to seek the interests of society as a whole, the state officials running state enterprises resembled the exploiting private capitalists they had displaced. No doubt, socialists and communists accomplished radical changes in ownership of the means of production, from private to socialized, and distribution of produced wealth, from market to planning. But they had not radically altered the class structure, in surplus terms, inside the enterprises of their societies. In fact, when examining the organization of the surplus in the actually existing socialist and communist societies, it was still basically capitalist in its core division between producers and appropriators of the surplus. But it was now state capitalist versus private capitalist, a major change but one that left the basic class issue untransformed. State capitalism is more than a state-run or state-managed capitalism. The latter marks an economy in which the state and state officials have a major role administering it, even to the point of allocating resources and outputs and perhaps even owning means of production. However, even though the state intervenes in these ways, private capitalists still appropriate surpluses produced by workers. For example, the United States has had periods: the Depression of 1930s, the war years in the early 1940s, and then in and after the 2008 to 2009 crisis, when government took on major roles in managing the business cycle, as allocator of many inputs and outputs, and even owner of certain inputs. However, save for a very few cases, example the Tennessee Valley Authority, state officials only rarely and temporarily appropriated surpluses produced by workers. Instead, private capitalists did that within a more or less state-controlled market and even state-regulated property environment. In contrast, in a state capitalism, surplus appropriators have a necessary connection to the state. They are state officials, whatever the property and market arrangements are. Marx's revolutionary idea that going beyond capitalism meant that the workers who produce the surplus would also collectively appropriate, and oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 327. distribute it rarely obtained sustained attention or programmatic priority from either socialists or communists. Neither seriously proposed transforming enterprises to make the workers themselves their own collective board of directors. That notion of Marx's was discarded by many socialists as they distanced themselves from all of Marxism. Likewise, most communists adopted interpretations of Marxism that had little use for notions of going beyond capitalism that required transforming the organization of the surplus inside enterprises. Those few who did worry about going beyond capitalism inside enterprises hoped that somehow state-run enterprises and planning would eventually get there. When they never did, the whole issue tended to fade from view, neglected or ignored by the very Marxists who otherwise embraced his theory. Ironically, their struggles for socialism and communism over much of the 20th century in the USSR, East European countries, China, and elsewhere became instead unintended and unacknowledged struggles for state capitalism. Resnick and Wolff, 2002. 6.2.2 Neoclassical economics. After the 1850s, Marxian economics increasingly challenged the dominant position of the classical political economy associated with Smith and Ricardo. A growing capitalism experienced many bitter struggles between capitalists and workers interwoven with serious economic downturns. Critical attitudes toward capitalism spread and found their way increasingly to the ideas of Marx and Marxism. Marxism's political challenges to capitalism and its theoretical challenge to classical economics forced their defenders to respond. Those defenders went to work in politics, economics, and culture to try to blunt, moderate, defeat, and reverse anti-capitalism and socialism. In economics, they attacked Marxian theory and built a new theoretical defense and celebration of capitalism. As Marxian economics represented an oscillation of theory away from classical political economy, so the reaction to Marxism's rise was another oscillation back toward a new version of classical political economy that came to be known as neoclassical economics. During the 1870s, the theoretical economics of William Stanley Jevons, 1835–1882, Leon Walras, 1834–1910, and Karl Menger, 1840–1921, in their English, French, and German-speaking domains, respectively attempted to revive, update, and renew classical political economy in ways different from and alternative to how socialists and especially Marx had developed it. Another major economic theorist of the time, Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk, 1851–1914, built on their foundations explicitly to refute Marx's economics, particularly its theory of price. This group's theoretical debts to yet also departures from Smith and Ricardo produced its name, neoclassical economics. Its position as a systematic alternative to the rising INFLians, especially of 328 chapter 6. Marxian economics, recommended it to those who defended and celebrated capitalism. Neoclassical economics quickly became and has remained the mainstream economic theory favored by most politicians, business leaders, journalists, and academic teachers. It is the common sense most people use, consciously or unconsciously, to understand capitalism or economics per se. Many proceed as if no alternative economic theory existed or challenged neoclassical economics. The growth and spread of capitalism over the last century did much to disseminate and embed neoclassical economic theory as equally global. From the 1870s to 1914, neoclassical economics effectively kept Marxian economics socially marginalized, important chiefly among trade unions and socialist parties. However, between 1914 and 1945, historical events including major oscillations in economies boosted the social position and appeal of Marxian economics and also created Keynesian economics as another alternative to neoclassical economics. Two devastating world wars, 1914 to 1918 and 1939 to 1945, drove millions to see capitalism itself as contributing to such catastrophes. The Russian Revolution of 1917 brought to power a government that officially endorsed Marxian economics and denounced capitalism. The new Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, not only survived wars and revolution but also accomplished a rapid industrialization that converted it from an impoverished backwater of Europe to a global superpower. It credited Marxism for much of its economic success, drawing global attention to Marxian economics. The final important historical event was the Great Depression of the 1930s, the massive global collapse of capitalist economies. Keynesian economics arose as an alternative to both neoclassical and Marxian economics. It has contested with them ever since. Indeed, from the 1940s to the 1970s, Keynesian economics temporarily displaced neoclassical economics from its social dominance. Once again, during the 1930s, an economic oscillation when capitalism with relatively little government intervention crashed and transitioned to a heavily state interventionist capitalism provoked parallel theoretical oscillations. From neoclassical economics, people changed their ways of thinking to Marxian economics in some areas and to Keynesian economics as the socially dominant paradigm. In the 1970s, yet another economic oscillation moved economic theories back in the reverse directions. State capitalist economies in the USSR and Eastern Europe, and likewise the welfare state capitalisms or state-managed capitalisms elsewhere, all encountered serious problems that provoked returns to less government intervention. President Ronald Reagan in the United States and Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in the United Kingdom led the reversion back to a deregulated capitalism. In addition, Eastern European state capitalisms collapsed into replications of those deregulated capitalisms. What occurred there was not a transition from communism to capitalism, oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 329. But instead from state to private capitalism, state gave way to private surplus appropriators and distributors. In summary, the 1980s and 1990s marked the movement of economies around the world from the state having more to less of a role in the continuing capitalism. Those economic reversions returned neoclassical economics to dominance and pushed Keynesian economics into a very secondary place alongside Marxian economics. In the final part of this chapter we will return to these more recent oscillations to examine the contested terrain of economics in the early decades of the 21st century. 6.2.3 Neoclassical versus Marxian. From its beginnings to the present, neoclassical economic theory's goal was to break totally from all remnants of the various labor theories of value articulated by Smith, Ricardo, and especially Marx. Our chapter on Marxian economics presented Marx's argument that the prices of commodities that emerged from capitalist enterprises contained surplus, the fruit of unpaid work by exploited laborers. Theft was thus located in the heart of capitalism, workers were its victims and capitalists its perpetrators. The business cycle, unequal distributions of income, wealth, power, and culture were connected to capitalism's systematic theft. In response to such theorizing, neoclassical theory criticized and rejected all labor theories of value to reach very different conclusions about capitalism. For neoclassical theory, marginal, utility rather than labor was the key to understanding commodity values. Given individuals' production capacities, their desires, preferences, about goods, leisure, and future consumption determined what would be supplied to and demanded in markets and hence prices. Those prices would then interact with technology to determine what every worker's owned labor was worth, wages received, and what every capitalist's owned capital was worth, profits received. In short, given this technology, the distributions of income and wealth depended on and reflected what people wanted, the objects and activities they preferred, and the productivity of whatever they contributed to production. Neoclassical economists celebrated capitalism as a just economic system that generated incomes according to what people wanted and contributed. Neoclassical theory rejected totally a Marxian notion of class exploitation. Rather, production entailed a partnership between capital and labor. The laborer contributed work and received a share of the resulting output, wages, proportional to what the work contributed. The capitalist contributed means of production and received a share of the resulting output proportional to what that capital contributed. The resulting distribution of income and wealth rewarded workers and capitalists according to what each contributed. Contrary 330 Chapter 6. To Marxism, capitalism entailed no theft, no exploitation, and no injustice. No exploitation meant that workers' alienation, struggles with employers, constrained labor productivity, and dysfunctional family life had no connection to class exploitation, for the latter did not exist. In fact, and contrary to Marxism, capitalism harmoniously balanced those seeking to maximize their profits and those seeking to maximize their consumption. For neoclassical theory, economic growth reflected the individual decisions of income earners to save rather than spend their incomes. Savers chose not to consume their income and instead to save and invest it to gain more in the future. Each individual's investment decision provided the funds capitalists could use to produce more. The growth that occurred reflected and rewarded individual choices. Economic growth resulted as Adam Smith's invisible hand produced that social optimum out of the self-interested decisions of each individual. Neoclassical economic theory's regrounding of economics on individual utility rather than social labor aimed not only to displace Marxian economics from contemporary thinking. It also sought to revive classical political economy's celebration of capitalism as the best possible framework for prosperity, social justice, growth, and progress. Its proponents insisted that neoclassical economics was the genuine heir of classical political economy. Marxian economics was, in contrast, an ill-intentioned and politically motivated misreading of Smith and Ricardo. From that perspective, neoclassical economists had little interest in Marxian economics and no use for Marxian economists. Not surprisingly, the latter found few academic positions. A few were at best tolerated, while many never obtained the academic positions that provided neoclassical economists with the time, salaries, and research support to build their theoretical tradition and enlarge the literature of their paradigm. In comparison, Marxists produced fewer students, articles, books, and so forth, with which to persuade the public. From 1870 to 1914, neoclassical economics grew and spread faster than Marxian economics to become the socially dominant school of economic thought in many sectors of modern societies. World War I changed economies and economics once again. The devastations and costs of that war among contesting capitalist economies drove many Europeans to associate war and capitalism in ways that made the Marxian alternative much more attractive. The successful revolution in Russia in 1917, led by Marxists, reinforced that attraction. Their declared intention was to construct a socialist economy in the newly named Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The revolutionary leadership took the capitalist factories and enterprises away from their private owners and made them instead the collective property of the whole society operated by the new revolutionary workers' state. That leadership also organized a state agency to plan the distribution of basic industrial resources and major products rather than relying on markets oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 331. Alone as means of their distribution. When the new USSR survived, rebuilt its economy, and grew into an industrial power, its leadership under Stalin declared it to be a socialist economy, the world's only real alternative, socialism in one country, to the capitalism dominant everywhere else. Marxian economics before 1917 had been chiefly a critical analysis of capitalism coupled with a few generalizations about a possible socialist alternative. The economic growth and industrialization of the USSR added an altogether different Marxian economics. The latter was focused on how the economic system of the USSR operated as an example of what socialism meant. The two kinds of Marxian economics coexisted but also changed one another in an often uneasy balance. Marxists outside the USSR, for example, often valued the tradition's critiques of capitalism but were far less well disposed to its affirmations of actual practices in the USSR as what Marxism meant or implied. In any case, the USSR published its version of Marxian economics in virtually all languages and distributed it globally. The years after 1917 saw a major resurgence of Marxian economics, although it had become richer and more diverse than before, as the Soviet version often contested with alternative interpretations. After the 1917 revolution was consolidated inside the USSR, neoclassical economists redoubled their emphases on refuting, attacking, and displacing especially the Soviet interpretation of Marxian economics, often proceeding as if it were the only interpretation. Neoclassical economics intensified its celebration of capitalism by showing how private property in means of production and market competition achieved a general equilibrium characterized by the most efficient use of productive resources and the socially optimum distribution of output. Neoclassical economists not only articulated a mathematically elaborated and therefore, they insisted, supremely scientific theory of capitalism's general equilibrium. They also used it to attack, theoretically and practically, the Soviet system of state enterprises and central planning as inefficient by comparison. However, the Great Depression that convulsed capitalist countries in 1929 and the decade that followed profoundly altered the two-way debate of the previous half-century between neoclassical and Marxian economics. It became instead a three-way debate among neoclassical, Marxian, and a new arrival, Keynesian economics. Elaborations and extensions of these three theories and debates among them have constituted most of the discipline of economics for the last 75 years. 6.2.4 Keynesian economics. Earlier in this chapter and elsewhere in this book we have referred to the arrival of Keynes and Keynesian economics in response to the Great Depression as 332 Chapter 6. Unemployment rates soared alongside bankruptcies and reduced output, politicians fell in the wake of mass poverty and resentment. Marxist criticisms of capitalism viewed the Great Depression as an example of the inefficiency, waste, and injustices of capitalism as a system against which most socialists and communists still define their politics and goals. However, the Great Depression also generated or reinforced different criticisms of contemporary capitalism from people who wanted state intervention to correct, shape, or partner with private capitalism to yield better economic results than private capitalism seemed able to provide on its own. On the political right, fascist movements surged, demanding an end to capitalist free enterprises and markets on the grounds that they tended to produce catastrophic crashes, to divisively separate workers from employers, and to alienate both from the nation as an entity. In Italy, Spain, and Germany these movements achieved state power under the leaderships of Mussolini, Franco, and Hitler. In the name of national, and often racialized, unity, fascists demanded a reorganization of society. Workers and employers would become parts of one national economic body, their antagonisms eliminated or at least controlled and managed by a powerful national state apparatus. Unlike socialists and communists, the fascist critics of capitalism did not seek a reorganization of production such that state enterprises replaced private enterprises and central plans replaced markets. Instead, fascists proposed a close, mutually supportive partnership between the state apparatus and private capitalists. The latter retained their ownership of most enterprises while the fascist state combined national economic plans focused especially on military expansion with continued heavy reliance on markets. In the fascist view, that partnership would incorporate and subordinate workers into the project of national rejuvenation and growth. Fascism would eliminate the need for unions and socialist and communist parties whose internationalism repelled most fascists. Indeed, most fascist governments did not tolerate their existence, often killing or exiling many of them. Fascism then was unlike the state capitalism of the USSR. Private surplus appropriating capitalists in Germany were not displaced in favor of state surplus appropriating officials as in the USSR. The German state under Hitler, more or less like its fascist counterparts in other countries, played a major role in enforcing a tightly controlled partnership between private capitalists and the state. There were other major differences between the socialist/communist critics of capitalism and the fascists. Where fascism sought and received alliances with established religion, socialist and communist critics were mostly anti-clerical. Where workers were the celebrated social group for socialists and communists, Fascists instead celebrated ethnically pure and or nationalist patriotic citizens. For socialists and communists, the class war between workers and capitalists had to be fought to a definitive conclusion in the defeat oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 333. Of the capitalists and transition to a socialist society. In contrast, for fascists the workers and capitalists would be required to resolve their differences within the body, corpus, of the unified and purified nation led by the close partnership between the fascist state and the capitalists. Fascism explicitly denounced and rejected democracy in favor of an organic, authoritarian state run in the manner of a tightly hierarchical family by a dominant leader like Mussolini, Franco, or Hitler. Socialism and communism explicitly endorsed and supported democracy and sought to extend it from politics to also include economics, which capitalism did not do. However, in their practice when in power, communists frequently ruled undemocratically. Yet there were also some similarities between socialists and communists on the left and fascists on the right. Both attacked capitalism for its inequities and instabilities and their social costs. Both advocated increased power for the state to intervene in economic life to secure full employment. Both built up mass constituencies in most countries. Perhaps the most important shared quality was both sides' intense antipathy to the capitalist system that had been in place in Europe during the many decades leading up to 1929. Yet despite this shared antipathy, the neglect by communists, socialists, and fascists of the class question in terms of the organization of the surplus inside enterprises enabled capitalist class exploitation and its consequences to continue both in communist and fascist regimes. Others around the world wanted to avoid communism and fascism, even though the state's intervention into the economy enabled growing employment in both regimes. They recoiled from the totalitarian form of government that seemed inescapably tied to all alternatives to capitalism. They sought a new economics that might salvage the inherited capitalism from the consequences of its own instability. They wanted a way to fix a broken capitalism without any need for the major changes advocated by either the socialists and communists or the fascists. Keynes's work led the need. In criticizing the neoclassical economics that he had formerly embraced, Keynes directly confronted the economic depression. His explanation for the crash pinpointed causes that aggressive state action could control or offset. That state action required only limited growth in the power of the state and few if any changes in the internal organizations of private capitalist enterprises. The socialist, communist, and fascist alternatives were all avoided, although in some of his formulations, Keynes approached a moderate socialist notion of state controls over private enterprises' investment decisions. That avoidance made it a reasonable and feasible alternative to the revolutionary messages from left and right. Keynes's structural analysis of how capitalism worked different from neoclassical theory's individualist analysis explained why and how capitalism's basic structures could cause economic behavior that produced an 334 chapter. 6. Unacceptable economic equilibrium. It was an equilibrium that left many workers unemployed, much productive capacity unutilized, and thus yielded far less output than what the available resources and technology made possible. Keynes and his followers showed how the state could correct or offset the effects of those structures to yield a better equilibrium with less unemployment and more output. Recurring capitalist cycles could be avoided, moderated, or offset by using Keynesian structural economics and applying its policy prescriptions. As importantly, this economic policy could be accomplished without sacrificing the parliamentary democracy to which advanced capitalist economies had adapted by then. From the 1930s through the 1970s, Keynesian economics struggled against and then largely replaced neoclassical economics as the socially dominant theory. It was taught in most colleges and universities and informed the new generation of journalists and elected politicians. Its enthusiasts boasted, especially in the 1950s and 1960s, that Keynesian economics had overcome capitalism's cycles or at the least rendered them relatively shallow and short-lived. In their view, Keynesian economics had overcome or exceeded capitalism's major flaw, and it had done so with relatively little social upheaval. Neoclassical economics fell into a subordinate relation to Keynesian economics from the 1930s until its return to supremacy in the 1970s. In those years, most economics departments taught what was called a synthesis of microeconomics and macroeconomics. They emphasized macroeconomics while teaching a version of neoclassical economics in microeconomics courses. That version minimized the latter's laissez-faire dimensions. Where individual consumers, workers, and enterprises were concerned, the old neoclassical economics was taught as the microeconomics prerequisite for the more interesting and exciting macroeconomic topics chosen by most students and emphasized by most faculty. Those topics included economic development, international finance, public finance, economic history, and so on. Class work on these topics usually emphasized the structural analysis of economic events and the monetary and fiscal policies developed chiefly by Keynesian economists. Within this synthesis of neoclassical and Keynesian economics, those in the United States who emphasized the Keynesian part mostly associated with the Democratic Party. Those who emphasized the neoclassical part associated more with the Republican Party. However, such was the dominance of Keynesian economics that even a conservative Republican President Richard M. Nixon once said, "We are all Keynesians now." Until the end of the 1970s, purely or predominantly neoclassical economists remained a small minority within the discipline. The defeat of all major fascisms in World War II and the immediately following Cold War with the USSR, Eastern Europe, and China fostered this oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 335. Synthesis of Keynesian economics as the major theory and neoclassical economics as the minor partner. Together they could sustain a kind of vital center against the defeated fascism and the newly enlarged communism. A strong government could protect and advance a private capitalism in both economic and political terms. A strong government could foster development efforts aiding and complementing private enterprise in third world nations to counter revolutionary or communist movements there. Strong international authorities, United Nations, World Bank, and International Monetary Fund could provide the political and economic supports and, when and if necessary, management of growing international linkages connecting one capitalist country to another. Of course, all economists did not fit neatly into the camp of these synthesizers, or into that of Marxists. For example, some neoclassical economists rejected any alliance with Keynesian economists. They steadfastly affirmed and developed laissez-faire notions that state intervention was the source of capitalism's problems and that removing or strictly limiting state intervention was the best policy for whatever ailed capitalism. One of the most visible and successful of these economists was Milton Friedman, 1912 to 2006, an economics professor at the University of Chicago and an eventual Nobel Prize winner. Under his supervision, a cadre of strict neoclassical economists emerged first to challenge Keynesian economics and then to displace it from theoretical hegemony in the 1970s. Another Chicago economist and Nobel Prize winner was Friedrich Hayek, 1899 to 1992, who relentlessly defended free markets against any form of Keynesian macro management. Among Marxist economists, some responded to the strengthening of the USSR and its growing allies by further reorienting Marxist theory so it became still less a critical theory of capitalism and ever more a theory of the actually existing economies in the USSR, Eastern Europe, China, and so on. They stressed how Marxian theory and its policy implications represented the best way for poor nations to exit poverty quickly. Other Marxist economists instead argued in favor of certain overlaps between Keynes's and Marx's arguments, especially their critical stances toward private, laissez-faire capitalism. They sought a Keynes-Marx alliance/synthesis to oppose the Keynes/neoclassical synthesis. Still other Marxist economists took a stronger oppositional position, attacking both neoclassical and Keynesian economics as merely alternative apologies for capitalism. From the 1930s to the 1970s, proponents of the three major contesting economic theories, Keynesian, neoclassical, and Marxian, engaged in debates and struggles. The Keynesians prevailed over the Neoclassicists, while the Marxists, who criticized both, reserved their sharpest attacks for the Neoclassicists. All three economic theories experienced internal conflicts alongside their debates with one another, and all three changed. The Theoretical 336 Chapter 6. Developments helped to shape how the United States, the USSR, and many other countries managed their different experiences with economies in which government intervention ranged from significant to dominant. When, in the 1970s and 1980s, crises beset those economies, their governments dramatically altered their interventions. The consequent economic, political, and cultural changes reacted back upon economic theories to further transform them. Another phase in the interaction between and interdependence of economic theories and social reality. 6.32 Modern oscillations, the 1970s and the crisis that began in 2007. It was likely more than coincidence that the 1970s marked yet another set of intertwined oscillations, in economic systems and among economic theories. State interventionist capitalisms of various sorts and degrees gave way to a renewal of private, often called neoliberal, forms of capitalism. Keynesian economics and the classical or orthodox tradition of Marxian economics gave way to a resurgence of traditional neoclassical economics. Then, as had happened before and why this book devotes a whole chapter to these oscillations in economies and economics, the economic crisis of global capitalism that erupted in 2007 was a blow to the dominance of neoclassical economics and gave a boost to a renewed Keynesianism and to new formulations of Marxian economics. Likewise, this latest capitalist crisis brought the state back into economic intervention on a massive scale with huge fiscal stimuli, record-breaking increases in the money supply, and all sorts of new state actions aimed at overcoming the crisis. Of course, this general overview of these latest oscillations masks the many particulars of time and place. It is to some of these that the remaining sections of this chapter are devoted. 6.3.13 Collapses, State Intervention, Keynesianism, and Orthodox Marxism. The 1970s brought the welfare state economies of the United States, Western Europe, Japan, and many other industrial capitalist countries to a critical impasse. Increasing numbers of capitalists were opposed to paying taxes to fund the costs of welfare states. Those taxes hurt their competitiveness in a global economy, they argued, and thus also their broader national economies. At the same time, popular support for welfare states was decreasing, partly because of disappointment that state services were not better in a period when real wages stopped rising in many countries, and partly because the state's tax burden was increasingly shifted onto individuals from corporations. In the aftermath of the 1930s Great Depression, the private sector had been viewed oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 337. As the problem and government intervention as the solution. In the 1970s this perception was widely reversed. A remarkably parallel movement engulfed the USSR and Eastern European countries in the 1980s. Their actually existing socialisms, or state capitalisms as we have described them, likewise arrived at a critical impasse. After decades of sacrifice undertaken to build socialism, the masses of people were dissatisfied with the wide gaps that still separated their standards of living from those in the capitalist West, in the absence of civil liberties, and the excessive powers of state and Communist Party bureaucracies. At the same time, the chief power among them, the USSR, could not cover all the costs of its new post-World War II status as the only other superpower beside the United States engaged in a Cold War and hugely expensive arms race with the United States. Military spending and huge outlays for industrialization, to catch up with the West, left relatively little for raising the standards of living of people who had long sacrificed for and been promised exactly that. It also left unaddressed the rising tensions between the producers of surplus inside state enterprises and the state officials who appropriated the surplus. With restive workers and citizens, state repressions tightened there, with the predictable result of further disaffection from their systems. The actually existing socialisms of the USSR and Eastern Europe imploded relatively peacefully but quickly at the end of the 1980s. In the Cold War world that defined the global contest as between the only two alternatives, capitalism or socialism/communism, the movement to end actually existing socialism/communism saw no alternative but a return to capitalism. This meant dismantling much of what the state's role in the economy had been and substituting private enterprises and markets. In the United States and other advanced capitalist countries, the mid-1970s saw the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression, just what Keynesian economics was supposed to prevent. The combination of inflation and stagnant economic output called stagflation undermined the confidence of many in the Keynesian system of systemic government intervention. With the elections of Reagan and Thatcher to the top political posts in the United States and the United Kingdom, a major shift back from more to less state intervention became official policy. An era of deregulation, privatization, selling or turning state activities back to private capitalist enterprises, and significant tax reductions began that lasted until the onset of the Great Recession of 2008. Advocates of this major shift insisted, or at least hoped, that less government would free up private business to produce lasting economic growth and thereby solve capitalism's problems. The social welfare aspects of the Keynesian era were more or less reduced depending on the political and cultural conditions of each country. Quicker and larger reductions occurred in the United States and the United Kingdom, for example, than in continental Europe. 338 Chapter 6. From these economic shifts followed corresponding shifts in the relative social positions of neoclassical and Keynesian economics and economists in most countries. They switched roles. The neoclassical economists returned to dominance and the Keynesians became very much secondary partners as they lost power, influence, and positions in politics, media and the academy. Careers and careerists had to reinvent themselves or falter. Students observing the shift in theoretical winds adjusted their curricular choices, aspirations, and career paths. The ascent of neoclassical economics, given its close alliance with conservative business forces, also participated in a more concerted opposition to socialism and Marxism, example as expressed in Reagan's demonization of an evil empire. Part of that opposition was an accelerated arms race far more affordable for the NATO alliance than for the USSR that drained the Soviet economic system's resources, hastening its demise. 6.3.2 From state to private capitalism. The starkest case, however historic, the transitions from state interventionist to more private capitalisms in the United States and the United Kingdom, and however dramatic the political breaks marked by the ascendancy of Reagan and Thatcher as the new leaders, their transitions were not the kind of basic social discontinuities represented by the collapse of Soviet and Eastern European socialism. A brief discussion of the primary stark case of economic and social change the USSR can shed light on the whole global process of such oscillations. For a full discussion, see Resnick and Wolff, 2002. Orthodox Marxists in the former USSR and elsewhere understood its collapse as that of socialism. They reasoned that socialism existed in the USSR because the state had socialized property ownership and subordinated markets to central state planning. This conception of socialism neglected the organization of surplus within Soviet enterprises. It missed completely that the surplus appropriators inside state enterprises were Soviet state officials, the famous Council of Ministers, who acted similarly to private capitalism's board of directors selected by major shareholders. The Soviet workers themselves did not collectively appropriate the surpluses they produced inside the enterprises or industries where they worked. That is why we have applied the term state capitalism to the system. The Council of Ministers distributed the surpluses they appropriated from workers and did so according to the priorities established by the Communist Party and the leaders of the Soviet state. For more than 50 years, this council put relentless pressure on Soviet workers to produce ever more surpluses to build and especially to industrialize their state capitalism. The council, like the party and the Soviet state, referred to this as building socialism, since their orthodox definition made socialism a matter of state property ownership and planning. Distributions went to expand oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 339. Heavy industry including military hardware, provide for a state bureaucracy and a state security apparatus, support a powerful communist party, and fund a vast array of public goods. Allocating more resources to enterprises producing capital rather than consumer goods conform to orthodox Marxian theory of what had to occur in the first stage of communism, namely develop the forces of production. Distributions to expand military hardware were necessitated not only by the arms race with the United States but also to support Soviet foreign policy elsewhere in the world. A growing state bureaucracy was required to plan, organize, and control growing state industry. Because tensions and struggles typical in capitalism arose inside Soviet state enterprises, surplus distributions went to support more Communist Party officials and secret police to manage them. The ubiquitous stresses and strains of Soviet life stemmed directly and indirectly from the pressures for ever more surpluses Soviet officials placed upon workers coupled with the inability of the workers to appropriate and distribute their own surpluses. The Soviet state did provide workers with a significant flow of public goods including subsidized education, housing, and transportation, affordable and often free health services, and free sports and art programs. Yet these benefits of Soviet society did not suffice to overcome deepening alienation after the 1970s. Workers producing ever more surpluses to meet ever-rising state demands meant in Marxian terms a rising rate of exploitation. In other words, workers' exploitation worsened in what was defined as a workers' society. Those hard-pressed workers eventually reacted with growing resentment, lowered work efforts, and deepening alienation from the socialism and communism that Soviet leaders claimed was in place. While state pressures on workers to produce more surpluses had a long history, its context changed in the late 1970s. From the late 1920s to the 1970s, state officials successfully appropriated rising surpluses and distributed them to transform a very poor Tsarist Russia into a major industrial Soviet power. It withstood and defeated the invading Germans in World War II. Immediately after that war, it engaged in a Cold War with the United States even as it continued to develop its industry, generated a military establishment more or less adequate to its defense, and increased the delivery of state services to its people. Soviet workers supplied ever more surpluses to fund these successful developments. Their wages were stagnant for much of this half-century while their productivity constantly rose because of the machinery pouring out of the USSR's prioritized capital goods industries. From the perspective of Marxian economics, this is another way of saying that Soviet workers' rate of exploitation rose. The success of Soviet state capitalism was built on a rising rate of class exploitation. Given this book's comparative approach, it is worth noting a difference between Soviet and U.S. development. Before the 1970s, in the United States, rising worker productivity was partly used to pay rising real wages. The latter 340 chapter 6 was a kind of compensation for the stresses of the former. In the USSR, that was not the case. Rising productivity went almost completely toward industrial development, state, and party needs. This difference is reflected in the level of opposition Soviet workers felt for their system in the 1980s compared to the very different level in the United States then. Ironically, the 1970s is also the time when U.S. real wages stopped rising, never yet to resume, while productive ITY kept rising. The effects of this on consumption were temporarily postponed by having more U.S. family members doing paid labor and by undertaking large household debts, but the end of those options for over-indebted U.S. working families helped cause the crisis that began in 2007 and the subsequently rising political tensions inside the United States. Soviet state and party officials worked out an effective strategy to offset the rising exploitation of their workers and the possible threat that posed. It largely succeeded until the 1980s. The strategy was to proclaim Soviet workers as the vanguard of a new socialist civilization that would bring peace, harmony, and plenty to the world. The major obstacles to achieving that civilization were the underdeveloped economy inherited by the Soviets in 1917 and capitalist countries' efforts to undermine and destroy post-1917 socialist successes. State and party aimed to persuade Soviet workers that their sacrifice at consumption growth was necessary to free the resources to overcome both obstacles. Another part of OFFICH's strategy was political. Distributing surplus to the police apparatus enabled the state to monitor and control workers' resentments. For decades this dual strategy of sacrifice and control worked to contain tensions between workers and ministers and between citizens and the state. By the 1970s, pent-up desire of the Soviet population to enjoy US and European standards of living could no longer be postponed after generations of sacrifice. Yet the Soviet economy could not produce enough surpluses to meet the growing demands upon it, ever costlier arms race, a disastrous war in Afghanistan, rising costs of new technologies necessary for continued industrial growth, growing state and party bureaucracies needed to control increasingly restive populations, and so on. Raising real wages would constrain the surpluses needed to meet those demands. Various reform efforts failed largely because they could not grapple with the fundamental issue of sufficient surplus. Workers' frustrations boiled over onto state retail stores where they angrily confronted equally upset retail clerks who lacked consumer goods to sell, onto interpersonal tensions of families and households, onto enterprises wherever less work was accomplished, and onto Communist Party OFFICHs for their complicity with an increasingly disliked system. Not surprisingly, workers and others increasingly came to believe socialism and communism were the problem rather than an exhausted and no longer effective state capitalism. When the USSR and its Eastern European allies imploded, the newly emergencying states organized the logical next step for the state capitalist economies, that oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 341. They conceived to be socialism/communism. They formally reverted to private capitalism by returning state enterprises to private ownership and dismantling planning institutions in favor of markets. Parallel crises and similar less extensive changes occurred also in the People's Republic of China, which entered an era of rapid development of private capitalist enterprises, although the political dominance of the Chinese Communist Party was not changed as had happened in the USSR and Eastern Europe. As always, the pace and other particularities of the reversion toward private capitalism from state capitalism varied in each country. Despite particular differences, these oscillations inside the Russian, Eastern European, and Chinese economies shared numerous qualities with those inside the US, European, and other similar economies. In the former, state-owned and state-operated industrial enterprises gave way, to greater or lesser degrees depending on each country's specific conditions, to private capitalist enterprises. In them, private replaced former state capitalists. More regulation by the state gave way to less. Market mechanisms of distribution advanced relative to planning mechanisms. In the Western, private capitalist countries much the same direction of change occurred, although they had, of course, much less state intervention to begin with and less history of state capitalist appropriation. Thus the opposite oscillations earlier in the 20th century, to more state intervention in Russia in 1917 and likewise in other countries' responses to the Great Depression of the 1930s, were now reversed everywhere during the 1970s and 1980s. In the private capitalist countries, these latter oscillations back from more to less state intervention provoked the relative decline of Keynesian and Marxian economics and the renewed ascendancy of Neoclassical economics. In the countries that more or less abandoned their Soviet-style economies, a rapid decline followed in the influence of the formerly dominant, OFFICHly endorsed, orthodox Marxist economic theory. Its place was taken by the usual three alternative, contesting economic theories, Neoclassical, Keynesian, and various versions of Marxian economics including the old orthodox Marxism trying to survive and also altogether new interpretations of Marxian economics. 6.3.3 Back to state intervention. We turn finally to the latest oscillations affecting both economies and economic theories. They were occasioned by global capitalism's 2007 to 2008 meltdown into what came to be called the Great Recession, the worst capitalist crisis since the Great Depression of the 1930s. A sharp decline in the U.S. housing market quickly spread to credit markets and from there, via world markets, into general economic collapse everywhere else. Millions lost jobs. 342 Chapter 6. And homes, world trade, and production shrank, and governments everywhere were panicked by an imminent collapse of economic activity. Washington, London, Berlin, Beijing, Tokyo, and governments in many other capitals intervened massively in their economies in ways very like what had been done in the Great Depression. Governments pumped the equivalent of trillions of dollars into their monetary systems to coax a resumption of lending. Governments purchased assets of little value from banks to recapitalize them, took over insurance and other financial companies, and bailed out all sorts of enterprises with loans and via direct equity investments. Many of the banks and other enterprises that benefited from this government largesse were deemed too big to fail. Their demise would ramify and collapse other enterprises in uncontrollable chain reactions. They got massive state assistance on the presumption that the assistance would trickle down to benefit small businesses and the mass of workers and consumers. Parallel trickle-down economics had been the object of much social criticism in the 1930s. Governments incurred huge deficits borrowing money for their economic interventions, from businesses and the rich who would not invest or otherwise spend it in a fast-declining world economy. They dared not raise taxes to obtain this money since increased taxes risked further depressing a tottering economy and also risked alienating the corporations and the rich whose contributions increasingly sustained political parties and careers. Governments poured the borrowed funds into their economies to offset their private sector's collapses. In addition, they used their central banks, the Federal Reserve System in the United States, to massively intervene in their credit markets to boost the money supply and lower interest rates to historic lows. After 30 years of deregulation and privatization, celebrated and furthered by the return to social dominance of neoclassical economics, global capitalism crashed. Huge state intervention programs around the world returned to become the orders of the day everywhere. The claims of neoclassical economics that deregulation and privatization would guarantee economic growth and prevent or overcome cyclical instability seemed dramatically disproved. Indeed, the heads of private capitalist banks often took the lead in bringing government in to rescue them from their failed investments and loans. Fearing economic catastrophe, nearly everyone supported massive government intervention using public money to salvage failed private enterprises. Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama both did exactly that, as did most other governments regardless of their political complexions. This latest economic oscillation back to state interventionist capitalism is again provoking changes in the alternative economic theories and their relative social positions. The self-confident dominance of neoclassical economics has been badly shaken. Many neoclassical economists have switched their oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 343. Chances to become Keynesians. Yet, because the neoclassical dominance was so great, it still retains considerable influence. A much less lopsided struggle now pits a defensive neoclassical economics against a renewed Keynesian economics informing political campaigns, media presentations, and academic activities. The global capitalist crash that began in 2007 also had complex effects on Marxian economics. On the one hand, it seemed to validate the Marxian criticism of capitalist cycles, that they are intrinsic to the system, that their causes have never been overcome, and that the resulting suffering, wasted resources, and lost output demonstrate the inefficiency and injustice of capitalism. There are many signs of a renewed interest around the world in Marxian criticisms of capitalism. On the other hand, the lasting disrepute of the USSR and of Soviet-style economies counteracts the appeal of Marxian critiques of capitalism. To build on the renewed interest in Marxian economics, its practitioners would likely need to project an image or model of an alternative to capitalism quite different from Soviet-style economies. One independent group of Marxist economists collaborating from different countries has begun to do just that. It offers a critique of Soviet-style economies. It argues that their definition of socialism was overly focused on the macro level of economics, on private versus social ownership of enterprises and on planning versus markets. It argues further that their definition of socialism badly neglected the micro level of individual enterprises. They replaced private boards of directors with state officials who received and distributed the surpluses/profits generated across enterprises. This meant much too little micro-level change for most workers. As before, they came to work, delivered the products and the surpluses embodied in them to other people, and returned home. Such Marxists argued therefore that Soviet-style socialism might better be described as a state capitalism, since the internal organization of state enterprises remained capitalist. Class exploitation had been preserved for the few, no longer private citizens, elected by shareholders, they were instead state officials. Such Marxist economists also argue that for a differently defined socialist alternative to replace such state capitalism there would have to be fundamental change in the organization of surplus inside enterprises. Following Marx's suggestions, enterprises would have to be internally reorganized such that surplus-producing workers become also their own collective boards of directors. Instead of small, elite boards of directors elected by major shareholders, this reorganization of the surplus would yield workers self-directed enterprises, giving all workers both a specificity and a general job description. For example, each worker might do a particular task from Monday to Thursday, but on Friday all workers meet to decide democratically what, how, and where to produce and what to do with the surplus/profits they produce. These Marxist 344 Chapter 6. Economists describe their proposal as economic democracy. Only when such a democracy is instituted inside enterprises has a society created the micro-level constituent of a genuine socialism. Wolff 2012. This and other kinds of new Marxian economics are now growing, developing, and debating in a framework of renewal. Because older capitalisms are managing their current major crises by massive state debts, they face socially costly and divisive debt management problems. In many cases those problems threaten long-term declines in jobs, wages, and working conditions for public and private employees, something widely referred to as austerity policies. Marxian criticisms of capitalism are finding growing audiences there. In the new and more robust capitalisms in Asia and elsewhere, the extremes of wealth and poverty and horrendous working conditions likewise provoke criticism that leads critics yet again toward Marxian economics. The future will show us how the latest economic oscillation back from a crashed private capitalism toward state interventionist or state capitalisms will affect the three contesting economic theories. What history has already shown is that each theory changes and adjusts in its own way to such oscillations and that the relative strengths and support for each theory continually change as well. It contradicts history to imagine that today's dominant theory will remain so. Capitalism arrived on the world stage as a new economic system that soon provoked intellectuals to provide theories of how it worked. Because it arrived early in Great Britain, it was British thinkers who provided those key early theorizations that we now refer to as economics. A naturally expansive system, capitalism spread from region to region and from industry to industry, thereby provoking an ever wider range of thoughtful reactions which matured into formal theorizations. Because capitalism often displaced older ways of production rudely or violently, it provoked critical theorizations alongside those that celebrated capitalism's arrival. Because capitalist employers often generated great wealth yet also often treated their employees badly, and because labor, capital conflows proved endemic, critics and admirers of capitalism theorized the system differently. When serious problems beset capitalism, as they always have, the theorists who celebrated capitalism could and did split about how the system worked and how best it could be supported and sustained. When capitalism enjoyed periods of growth and relative labor peace, the criticism often subsided and the critics found smaller audiences. Thus the discipline known as economics came to include the classical and neoclassical schools, the Keynesian school and the Marxian critical schools as the major contending and enduring traditions of theorizing capitalism. Capitalism was the mother and father of them all. It remains their object of analysis even as they struggle over their very different reactions to their parents and their system. To understand capitalism requires attention to them all, engaging oscillations in capitalism and among economic theories. 345. Their different perspectives to find and fashion our own. To solve capitalism's problems likewise requires learning what each theory has to teach. That means refusing any theory's or theorist's claims that one theory captures the whole truth and so you need not listen to or learn from the others. No sooner have supporters of one kind of economic system proclaimed its permanence than yet another oscillation has proved them wrong. No sooner has one economic theory become dominant and proclaimed its absolute truth than conditions change and an alternative theory becomes dominant. The bottom line here is that economic theories matter. They all contain insights and ideas formulated by people seeking to understand a system they loved or hated, and sometimes both together. It also matters which theory is dominant in the sense of being believed by social leaders or effective majorities of people. A dominant theory shapes how most people think about and act in an economy and that determines how that economy evolves and works. The dominance of neoclassical or Keynesian theories tends to support capitalism, but it is no guarantee that capitalism's internal contradictions and problems will not outweigh those theories' goals. Likewise, the dominance of Marxian economics would tend to support a socialist economic system alternative to capitalism, but that too is no guarantee that socialism's internal dynamics will not outweigh the theory's goals. Honest and open debate among all the alternative major economic theories offers the best hope that we can use the fullest sets of insights to move society forward, whether that be to a capitalist or a socialist future. 7. The importance of theoretical differences. 7.1 Marxian versus Keynesian versus neoclassical theory. This book has examined the three most important economic theories contesting in the world today. Earlier chapters described each theory and suggested some of the different consequences that flow out from each. In this concluding chapter we have two purposes. The first is to summarize how these theories differ systematically. The second is to explain and compare their different impacts upon our lives. We aim to show how alternative ways of thinking in general, and these three economic theories in particular, shape societies in very different ways. Let us recall that each theory has a unique structure. Each theory uses different concepts or sentences to make its sense of the world, to construct its particular knowledge of social life in general and of the economy in particular. We can assess each theory's uniqueness by posing and answering two questions. First, where does each theory begin? In other words, what are the entry points of each theory? Second, what is the method or logic used by each theory to produce its other concepts and connect all its concepts? That is, how does each theory move from its entry points to a developed understanding or knowledge of the economy? Marxian, Keynesian, and neoclassical theories differ radically in their answers to these questions. 7.1.1 Different points of entry. Marxian theory begins with the concept of class. This is the initial concept or entry point idea with which it organizes its understanding of all the other objects in or aspects of the world that it seeks to grasp. It thus always connects prices, wages, and profits among its particular objects of interest to its organizing concept of class. Marxian theory produces a class knowledge of those objects. We can say therefore that it is a class theory of the meaning of these objects. Neoclassical theory, by contrast, begins with the following concepts: 1. Individuals who are self-interested and utility maximizing. 2. Individual 348 Chapter 7. Endowments of productive resources, and 3. Individuals' inherent technical ability to transform nature by means of productive resources. From and with these three entry point concepts, neoclassical theory produces the meaning of all the other objects that it seeks to understand. It thus always connects prices, wages, and profits to its organizing concepts of individuals' preferences, resource endowments, and technology. We say therefore that neoclassical theory is an individualist theory. The nature of human individuals determines the structure and specific qualities of the economy. Keynesian theory introduces entry point concepts of 1. Mass psychology, populations' propensities to save out of their incomes, and conventions for making economic decisions. 2. The power of institutions, example labor unions and government, to shape individual behaviors in markets, and 3. The animal spirits that govern individual investors' decisions about when and where to invest how much. Neither the concepts of class, as in Marxian theory, nor those of individuals' preferences or utility maximization, as in neoclassical theory, function as entry points in Keynesian theory. Rather, certain structural features of a society, its social psychology and key institutions are Keynesian theory's entry points in constructing its understanding of the economy. Comparing Marxian, neoclassical, and Keynesian economic theories' respective entry points, it is clear that they differ sharply in how each begins to build its distinctive understanding or knowledge. As the earlier chapters on each theory showed, different points of entry contribute to different explanations for economic relationships and events. People persuaded by neoclassical theory see and participate in social life differently from those persuaded by Marxian or Keynesian theory. This is partly because their theories have different entry point concepts. It follows that individuals will likely act differently depending on which theory they use in thinking about the economic aspects of their lives and social surroundings. As with theories people use to understand other objects of interest to them, love, nature, politics, etc., economic theories have conscious and unconscious effects on how people think and act. To underscore the importance and power of entry points, we will provide several concrete examples later in this chapter. 7.1.2 Different logics. Each of the three economic theories not only has distinctive entry point concepts, but they also connect those entry points to the other concepts within their theories in different ways. Each theory's sentences link its entry points to other concepts to construct its propositions and arguments about how economies work and evolve. Just as important as the entry points in each theory is the importance of theoretical differences. 349. Weigh its system of linking concepts to one another. We refer to that linking system as the logic of the theory. Theories differ not only in their entry points but also in their logics. Neoclassical economic theory employs a logic known in philosophy as deduction. All concepts introduced after its entry point concepts are carefully deduced or derived from those entry points. For example, neoclassical economics connects its entry points of human preferences, technology, and resource endowments in a deductive way to such subsequent concepts as the supplies of and demands for all commodities and resources. In other words, supplies, demands, and prices are caused by derived from preferences, resource endowments, and technology. We could just as well read this last sentence in reverse. Then derived would be replaced by its opposite, reduced. In neoclassical theory, price is first reduced to its causes, supply and demand, and then they are further reduced to what ultimately causes them, preferences, resource endowments, and technology. These latter three aspects or dimensions of individual human natures are the final causes of everything else in an economy. They are the essential determinants of everything else. Everything else in an economy is logically reduced by neoclassical economic theory to being an effect determined by its entry points. The logical system of neoclassical economics, its deductive or reductive or deterministic way of connecting its concepts, is an example of what philosophers call essentialism. While Keynesian theory differs from neoclassical economic theory in its entry point concepts, it does not differ in its logic. Keynesian theory too is essentialist. Its propositions and arguments self-consciously show economic events and conditions, especially the periodic cycles or crises of capitalist economies, to be caused or determined essentially by the theory's entry points, mass psychological propensities and conventions, institutions, and animal spirits. To summarize, neoclassical economic theory privileges the individual as the essential cause of everything else in individualism, while Keynesian theory instead privileges social conventions and institutions as such an essential cause of structuralism. Both theories divide the components of an economy into essential causes or their effects. The Marxian economic theory articulated in this book deploys a different logic that is anti-essentialist. Called overdetermination, this logic links each concept within the theory, including its entry point of class, as both cause and effect of every other concept within the theory. For Marxian theory, nothing is either a cause or an effect of other things, everything is caused by everything else and participates in causing everything else. Thus no concept within the theory is reducible to being an effect of one or a subset of the other concepts in the theory. No concept is the cause of another, since each concept is both. 350 Chapter 7. Caused, overdetermined, by all other concepts and participates in causing, overdetermining, each of them. Everything in the theory, every object conceptualized in and by the theory is both cause and effect of everything else. Thus Marxian theory does not posit or understand class as an essence. Class is not the ultimate cause of the events and conditions in the larger economy and society, they are not merely the effects of class. Rather, Marxian economic theory proceeds from class to other aspects of the economy and society, example commodity prices, enterprise profits, and state economic policies, by demonstrating how they are simultaneously causes and effects of class. Those other aspects are not presumed to be ultimately caused by or reducible to class. Class is not their essential cause any more than any of them are the essential causes of class in society. Marxian theory is thus an open-ended process in which class, the entry point and central focus of Marxists for specify historical reasons, is linked to an ever-growing range of other concepts, other aspects of social life that strike Marxists as important to understand. The link is one of overdetermination. Class and non-class aspects of life are woven together as mutually interactive, interdependent causes and effects of one another. The goal is to explain how each aspect is simultaneously the cause and the effect of all others. Marxian theory aims to specify the overdetermined relationship between the class and non-class processes comprising societies. Of course, as with all theories, its proponents Marxists can and do disagree in their particular analyses of these overdeterminations. Then too, as noted earlier in the book, some Marxists operating within traditional Marxism reject overdetermination and seek instead to construct deterministic arguments in which class does function as the essence that determines the other aspects of economy and society. Neoclassical theory is also an open-ended process, albeit in a different way. Its proponents can and do disagree about the particulars of its individualistic entry points and deterministic/essentialist logic. Some of this disagreement was discussed in our late neoclassical theory chapter. Likewise, Keynesians have their internal disagreements over their theory's particulars as they go about extending and revising their theory in an open-ended way. We saw a bit of this too when discussing post-Keynesian economics. However, what divides neoclassical from Keynesian economists are their different entry point concepts. What unites them is a shared essentialist logic. What separate both of them from Marxian economic theory are different entry points and different logics of analysis. Different understandings of how economies work and change will be produced from the three different theories because of their different entry points and logics. Indeed, these different understandings raise an important question. Can we really say that the different economic theories are analyzing the same things when they use the same words? When basic concepts denoted by words the importance of theoretical differences. 351. Such as labor, value, profit, and capital appear in the statements of all three theories, do they have the same meanings? Or do the three theories display not only different entry points and logics but also different objects of their analyses? 7.1.3 Different objects of analysis proceeding from their different entry points. The three theories utilize their logics to construct explanations of whatever their practitioners take as interesting objects to analyze. We might refer to any theory's explanation of some topic as an exit point of that theory, the place at which it arrives in moving from its entry point by way of its logic. Starting from different entry points and proceeding by way of different logics, theories reach different exit points. This means that we are typically confronted in the world with written or spoken objects of analysis that, despite carrying the same label, have different meanings. For example, Marxists and non-Marxists differently define and use the concept of capitalism. The same applies to many other basic economic concepts. Although both groups of theorists often use the same words, these words take on their unique meanings according to the particular theories that use and thereby define them. Much the same happens in other realms of life. For example, different people who use words like love or happiness can bring very different meanings to those words. At times, economic theorists produce new words, non-existent in contending theories, in order to distinguish their particular meanings and make them more persuasive. Marx, for example, invented and defined surplus value as something different from profit to distinguish his notion of class from other theorized notions of that term. Neoclassical theorists invented marginal utility to differentiate their concept of human choice from those of others. Keynesian theorists developed marginal propensities to save and consume to help separate their notion of how markets work from those of the neoclassical economists. If the same term represents different meanings in different theories, is one correct or more correct than the others, and are those others then false? Is Marxian theory S or neoclassical theory S or Keynesian theory S meaning of capitalism the true meaning? An old tradition in human thought argues that one of any alternative conceptualizations of any object, example capitalism, must be the truest, the closest to what actually exists in the real world. We will return to this key issue at the end of this chapter. Here we need only note that this old tradition of thought itself depends on very particular, and not universally shared, theories about what reality, knowledge, and truth are. It turns out that different theories of reality and knowledge give very different definitions of what the correctness of any theory means. 352 Chapter 7. Table 7.1. Theories of value. Theory. Entry point. Logic. Object. Marxian. Class, S/V, left-right arrow. Prices and incomes. Neoclassical. Wants, U, and scarcity, technology and rightward arrow. Prices and incomes endowments. Keynesian. Social structures, mass psychology, rightward arrow. Prices and incomes social conventions and institutions. 7.1.4 Different theories of value. Table 7.1 summarizes the three theories of value presented in earlier chapters. It displays concisely the indexes of difference among the theories. Reading the entry point column of the table, we find the theories' different organizing, focal concepts. Under the object column, we observe their differently produced explanations of the object's prices and incomes. Alternative logics are represented by either a unidirectional arrow, essentialism/determinism, or a bidirectional arrow, overdetermination. In the neoclassical and Keynesian rows, we see that their entry points determine their objects. In the Marxian row, the overdeterminist logic makes entry point and objects mutually determinant in a context in which all social processes combine to overdetermine each one. The meanings of price and income as objects of analysis depend upon and vary with the particular concepts and logics each theory uses to define any or make sense of them. This also applies to other concepts. For example, the entry point concepts of need and scarcity, essential causes in neoclassical theory, take on very different meanings in Marxian theory. There they are conceived to be overdetermined by non-class and class processes. In neoclassical theory, need and scarcity have specify C, phi xed meanings, while in Marxian theory, overdetermination means that individuals constantly change what they understand those terms to be and therefore how they act in relation to their changing understandings of need and scarcity. We have now come full circle to the beginning of this chapter. We have answered our two questions by showing how the entry points and the logics of the neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian theories differ. That has permitted us to see that these theories' objects of analysis necessarily differ as well. We may now confront the other major issue of this chapter: how and why do these theoretical differences matter in our lives? 7.2 Analytical consequences of contending theories. Neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian theories coexist in modern societies. Individuals and groups use one or varying mixtures of them in making sense the importance of theoretical differences. 353. Of the world. People's thoughts about the world, the differing senses they make, shape how they understand problems they face and the solutions they devise and pursue. The economic theories people use influence how they understand those who use different economic theories and whether they agree, disagree, ignore, ally with, or oppose the ideas and projects of those who use different theories. Different theories contribute to different actions and so change the world in different ways. In this section we explore some different social consequences of the three theories. We will demonstrate that the three theories' different analyses of economic objects influence people persuaded by them to take different kinds of action. The behaviors of individuals and groups are partly shaped, consciously and unconsciously, by the theory or theories they use and by their reactions to others' actions and theories. Since our lives are impacted by the actions of those around us, studying different theories can help us understand and cope with those actions. 7.2.1 Income distribution. The neoclassical view. Keynesian, Marxian, and neoclassical economists have long debated one of the most important questions ever to confront economics: why are some people relatively poor and others relatively rich? In other words, what explains income and its distribution in societies? Different answers to this question, based in part on the different economic theories, help shape citizens' conscious and unconscious attitudes toward poverty and affluence. These attitudes in turn influence where and how we want to live, work, and attend schools. Differing and clashing attitudes toward the rich and poor are displayed in books, plays, films, and radio and television programs. Different theories and their explanations for the distribution of income also influence politics, the parties and candidates, the laws enacted, how judges and juries interpret those laws, and whether and how laws are actually enforced. The different theories and explanations influence our daily lives as well as the politics around us, whether or not we are explicitly aware or conscious of them. Indeed, one purpose of this book is precisely to increase your awareness of the influences of different economic theories on your life and your society. Let us now compare directly the different theories' explanations of income distribution and see where their different explanations lead. Neoclassical theory argues that different incomes are caused and therefore explained by the choices that individuals make, their preferences, combined with the technology and productive resources they each bring to produce goods and services. Wealth and poverty are thus understood to be essentially the results of individuals' choices, endowments, and technologies. 354 Chapter 7. Neoclassical explanations proceed by examining what choices are made given the endowments individuals have and the available technology. To take a prominent example, individuals choose to save parts of their incomes and devote the resources thereby saved from consumption to invest in the increased production of goods and services. In economic jargon, individuals decide to save and then provide their savings as capital for the production process. To take another example, individuals also choose to supply a certain number of labor hours to an economy's enterprises rather than consume that time in leisure. The first kind of choice determines the amount of capital available for investment in an economy, while the second kind of choice determines how much labor is available for production in an economy. Notice how economic growth and productive output are each shown to result essentially from individual choices based on individual preferences. In neoclassical theory, individuals are thought to exercise free will in choosing to sacrifice present consumption of their income or to sacrifice their leisure time. The incentive for making such sacrifices is the future reward they expect and deserve for doing so, as in the sports adage, no pain, no gain. Neoclassical theory concludes that everyone's income is ultimately determined by the free choices each has made. To put it bluntly, you get the income your voluntary choices deserve. Of course, the rewards to saving out of income and to performing labor also depend on the choices of others in neoclassical theory, especially those who own, are endowed with, productive resources, land, machines, equipment, etc. They can choose to provide those resources to enterprises for use in production. If they provide them, they obtain in return shares of the output, rents for land, profits for machines and equipment, etc., as their incomes. The output made possible by resources depends, of course, on technology. Thus neoclassical economic theory reaches the conclusion that the distribution of income among wage earners, rent earners, and profit earners depends on and reflects the choices individuals make, their endowments, and technology. Neoclassical theory reduces each individual's income to its conceptual entry points. We all receive income in direct relation to how we choose to use our time and our endowments of productive resources. The more we sacrifice, the more we can contribute to production, the more we can and should obtain of the fruits of that production. We should therefore look to our individual choices, our self-interested behavior, to explain our high or low incomes. It follows in neoclassical theory that the relatively affluent do not earn their income at the expense of the poor. The choices of the former to work long and hard and to be thrifty are independent of the latter's opposite choices. Each individual gets rewarded his or her income according to his or her choices about contributing to production. No one's wealth is the result of another's poverty. The distribution of income in a capitalist economy therefore displays the importance of theoretical differences. 355. A basic kind of justice. If the poor are dissatisfied with their poverty, they must change their ways and sacrifice more, in short, they must make choices like the rich did. For neoclassical theory, there is no other way. 7.2.2 Capitalism. The neoclassical view. Neoclassical economic theory elaborates this powerful conclusion into one of the most influential claims found anywhere in social theory. A society that establishes capitalism will achieve the maximum possible wealth consistent with the free choices of its citizens. By establishing capitalism, neoclassical theory means establishing two social institutions. The first is a free and fully competitive market for all resources and produced goods, a market in which no individual can control prices and all individuals pursue their economic self-interests. The second is legally enforced private property, including the right of owners of resources and products to dispose of them as they please. Capitalism conforms best then to what neoclassical theory assumes to be the wealth-accumulating nature of human beings. The theory understands capitalism to be the optimum social system, efficient and just because it best facilitates what we all want to do, accumulate wealth for ourselves. It prompts and encourages each citizen to make decisions based on individual self-interest, that is, maximum wealth for each consumer and producer. As shown in our earlier chapter on neoclassical theory, the basic institutions of capitalist society guarantee a social equilibrium that maximizes both producer profits and consumer satisfactions. This conclusion was first broached by Adam Smith, later presented in mathematical terms by Wilfredo Pareto, and still later given formal proof by Gerard Debreu, winning him the 1984 Nobel Prize in Economics. It implies that capitalism is an intrinsically harmonious economic system. Producers and consumers seeking their own self-interest will thereby promote one another's, and the whole society's, interests automatically and optimally. Everyone ends up in the best possible economic position, and no one can become better off, acquire more wealth, unless someone else becomes worse off. This neoclassical argument implies that the institutions of capitalism should be established everywhere as soon as possible, since they best enable and facilitate what every rational individual and nation wants. Where capitalism exists, it must be protected from irrational forces that would replace it with inferior economic and social institutions such as collectivized, not private, property and centralized economic planning, not markets. Such non-capitalist institutions would impose all manner of production inefficiencies and consumption dissatisfactions. Where capitalism does not exist, rational self-interest drives people to establish it. In particular, poor nations must recognize that unfettered capitalism is the best way to become rich. 356 Chapter 7. A second implication of this neoclassical conclusion is that capitalism rewards hard work and thrift. Since individual incomes fall out from the contributions individuals make to production, the more labor individuals contribute, the higher their wage income will be. The greater the portion of their income they save and contribute to, as capital invested in production, the more their profitee income will be. Hard work and frugality are the twin virtues that, if practiced by poor persons in a capitalist system, enable them to escape poverty. A third implication is that, given individual wants and capitalist institutions, wealth can be gained by raising the productivity of resources. Technological changes can and do increase the incomes of those who supply the resources whose productivity is raised by those changes. Capitalism is thus a technically dynamic system, since every citizen of a capitalist society has an interest in gaining more income by enhancing the productivity of whatever resources he or she contributes to production. Notice again the universally harmonious, mutually reinforcing interaction of capitalist institutions, technical changes, and rising incomes. 7.2.3 Poverty. The neoclassical view it follows directly from the neoclassical theorization of income distribution in capitalist economies that poverty, both individual and national, occurs for one or more of three basic reasons. First, social barriers may block individuals' rational pursuit of self-interest by interfering with the workings of free markets. Neoclassical literature recognizes and discusses three kinds of such barriers. The first kind derives from human weaknesses, for example, the desire of individuals to gain market control, monopolize resources or goods, and thereby manipulate prices. The second kind involves certain natural limits on human capabilities, for example, the inability of human beings to predict the future. Uncertainty can distort market choices. The third kind of barrier concerns the properties of some production technologies, for example, economies of scale that can facilitate monopolies displacing competition in markets and hence the monopoly pricing that distorts market outcomes. All three kinds of barrier can cause the wealth of individuals and nations to fall below what it could be without them. All three can thus create poverty. The second neoclassical explanation for poverty in capitalist societies follows logically from the basic theory: some individuals choose it. They express their preference for leisure by choosing it over wage labor. Likewise, they prefer to consume now rather than save and invest their savings as capital, earning future income, profit, rents, interest, etc. Consequently, they are poor. Not barriers to rational choices, but rather the preferences and resulting choices of individuals, groups, and whole nations explain their poverty. The importance of theoretical differences. 357. The third neoclassical reason for poverty concerns neither barriers to free markets and private property nor preferences and choices. It concerns productivity. If the resources an individual contributes to production are of little use, then that individual will in turn obtain little reward. Individuals who contribute low productivity resources, unskilled labor, low fertility land, etc., will be rewarded with correspondingly small portions of output. Their incomes will be low in proportion to the low productivity of the labor and other resources they bring to production. To counter these causes of poverty, neoclassical economists propose the following sorts of policies. A rational government should identify and eliminate barriers to free markets. The goal must be to create perfect capitalist market institutions in which each citizen has an equal chance to be rich or poor depending on individual personal preferences and choices and the technological productivity of individually owned resources. Neoclassical economists thus call for removing market imperfections, although they can and do disagree among themselves on how best to achieve this shared objective. For neoclassical economists, poverty freely chosen by individuals does not constitute a problem requiring or meriting any government action. 7.2.4 Income distribution. The Marxian view. Marxian theory rejects the neoclassical arguments that, 1. The distribution of income in capitalist economies is essentially caused by human nature, preferences, technical capacities, etc., and, 2. Income distribution and wealth production achieve some optimum when humans pursue their self-interest in free markets. Instead, Marxian theory approaches the issue of income distribution by inquiring about individuals' participation in certain class and non-class processes. In particular, it focuses on those class and non-class processes that involve individuals receiving FLOs of value, in the form of money or commodities. These FLOs are what Marxian theory calls incomes. To obtain income requires participation in class and or non-class processes that generate income. In contrast, neoclassical theory disregards the Marxian concept of class altogether. Class thus plays no role in the neoclassical theory of income distribution. To briefly summarize the Marxian theory of income distribution, we will consider examples of class and non-class processes that generate incomes to individuals. The non-class process of commodity exchange, non-class because it is a different economic process from the production, appropriation, or distribution of a surplus, generates income. John sells his shirt to Mary, who pays for it with money. John obtains money income for participating in this non-class process of commodity exchange. Mary also receives an income, although hers 358 chapter 7 is an inflow of value in the form of a shirt, while John's inflow takes the form of money. However, what is far more important for the Marxian theory of income distribution is an altogether different commodity exchange process. Mary sells her labor power to an employer in exchange for a money wage payment. Mary obtains this wage income because she participates in this particular commodity exchange process. Seeking to understand income distribution in capitalist economies, Marxian theory asks how the size of wage income is determined. It begins by proposing the following two-part basis for wages. 1. Mary must purchase and consume commodities, food, clothing, shelter, etc., in order to produce her capacity to work each day, her labor power, and, 2. In exchange for selling her labor power to her employer, she must obtain a value FLO in money sufficient to purchase those commodities. The value of labor power, the wage income gained from selling it, is approached in Marxian theory by first examining two of its determinants. 1. The bundle of specified commodities that wage earners consume in order to reproduce the labor power they sell, and 2. The value of each commodity in that bundle. Marxian theory proceeds to explain the many diverse social forces that overdetermine both of those wage components. The specified commodities that sellers of labor power consume at any time and place are influenced by culture, nature, politics, and economics. They vary with history and geography. Moreover, since these influences are constantly changing, the composition of wage earners' consumption bundles likewise changes. At the same time, the value of each commodity in the bundle, the amount of socially necessary labor needed to produce it, is also changing. That value is overdetermined by all the other processes of society, technology, labor relations, organizations of production, climate, etc. They all influence the amount of labor necessary to produce each commodity. For Marxian theory, wage income is thus overdetermined by all of the processes of society. It is not reducible to any one or a subset of social processes, and thus not reducible to an intrinsic human nature. Marxian theory does not explain wage income, as neoclassical theory does, by looking at only two of its determinants, the choice between real income and leisure and the marginal productivity of labor. Marxian theory recognizes that individual choice and marginal productivity participate in determining wage income, but it does not ignore all the other determinants. The Marxian approach emphasizes the overdetermination of wages, with special attention to the role of class processes. This special attention follows from Marxism's critique of exploitative class processes structures and its concern to move society toward non-exploitative economic systems. Neoclassical and Keynesian theories share neither that critique nor that concern. The importance of theoretical differences. 359. To illustrate the breadth of the Marxian theory of income distribution, we consider next the capitalist fundamental class process. As shown in our earlier chapter on Marxian economics, this process involves the production and appropriation of surplus value. This appropriation by industrial capitalists constitutes a flow of value to them. It is realized as an income for them when they sell the commodities produced by the productive laborers they employ. The difference between the value of those sold commodities and the value of the hired labor power and purchased means of production used up in producing those commodities, what Marx called surplus value, is the capitalist's income. It is a one-way flow of value for which the capitalist makes no return flow. It is that something for nothing that outraged Marx and led him to call its occurrence exploitation. By including, and focusing upon, this fundamental class process in its analysis of the distribution of income, Marxian theory differentiates itself from neoclassical and Keynesian theories. Moreover, Marxian theory recognizes that still other class and non-class processes can also generate incomes and therefore shape an economy's income distribution. For example, the capitalist appropriators of surplus value distribute portions of it, the subsumed class process analyzed in our earlier chapter on Marxian economics, to a variety of recipients. Those distributions are incomes for them, managers, owners, bankers, wholesale and retail merchants, landlords, state officials, etc. They obtain those incomes by virtue of their participation in the capitalist subsumed class process. For a last example, Marxian theory considers individuals who participate in such non-class processes as enrolling in various government programs that provide them with cash benefits, transfer payments, or engaging with family members who provide regular gifts. These benefits and gifts constitute incomes for their recipients. Thus the distribution of income among the citizens of a society depends on the sets of class and non-class income-generating processes in which they each participate. Which of those processes exist in any society at any time and how citizens may or may not participate in them are conditions overdetermined by that society's entire culture, politics, economics, and natural environment. There is no way, for Marxist theory, to reduce this complexity to the neoclassical proposition that income distribution depends only on choices, techniques, and resource endowments. 7.2.5 Income distribution. The Keynesian view. The key difference between the neoclassical and Keynesian theories in analyzing income distribution emerges from the Keynesian explanation of the relation between savings and investment. For Keynesians, savings and investments are not essentially caused by individual choices about savings based on 360 Chapter 7. Preferences for present and future consumption. Instead, savings are reflect social psychology, example the marginal propensity to save, and social conventions of behavior given uncertainty about the future. Investments are the result of animal spirits, a summary term for the many different influences upon enterprises and individuals' decisions as to when, where, and how to invest. When the total of what enterprises and individuals plan to save exceeds their plans to invest, a recurring situation, unemployment rises and incomes fall. An economic equilibrium may then be reached in which total wealth produced is far less than the maximum of which a society is capable. Consequently, the division between wages and profits is shaped by the specificity of that unemployment equilibrium. Keynesian theory likewise largely insists that institutions such as labor unions shape the supply of labor relative to demand for it and thus the resulting level of wages. This differentiates Keynesians from neoclassical theorists who prefer to see wages resulting from each individual worker's choices between real income and leisure. In general, Keynesian theorists see the distribution of income as essentially determined by aspects of the macro-level structure of the economy: savings rules, social conventions, institutions, and mass psychology. Once again, the structuralism of Keynesian economics distances it from the individualism of neoclassical economics. Finally, Keynesian theory ignores the influence of class in the Marxian sense of the production, appropriation, and distribution of surpluses. Like neoclassical theory, Keynesian theory explains the distribution of income without reference to surpluses. Keynesian theory does share with Marxian theory a rejection of the neoclassical notion that a capitalist economy tends to generate any optimum or just distribution of income or output of wealth. However, given the different entry points and logics of Keynesian and Marxian economic theories, they contextualize and develop their shared rejections of neoclassic theory very differently. 7.2.6 Different explanations of the returns to capitalists. Table 7.2 summarizes the neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian explanations of the source of the value returns to capitalists in a society. In the table MP, K, Table 7.2 returns to capitalists theory entry point logic object neoclassical MRS and MP, K, MP, L. Rightward arrow returns to capitalists Marxian FCP left right arrow returns to capitalists Keynesian social structures and MP, K, and MP, L, rightward arrow returns to capitalists the importance of theoretical differences. 361. Represents the marginal product of the capital resource and MP, L, the marginal product of labor. MRS refers to the marginal rate of substitution between present and future consumption, individuals' preferences for present consumption relative to future consumption, and hence their willingness to save and provide their savings as capital supplied to the production process. According to neoclassical theory, then, the origin of the returns to capitalists is explained in terms of two essences: 1. The inherent productivity of means of production, capital in the form of machines, tools, etc., and of labor as measured by MP, K, and MP, L, and 2. The choices of individuals to sacrifice e.e. gratify cation now for more later as measured by MRS. In short, the value returned to capitalists is a just reward for their personal sacrifices and the productivities of the resources they contribute to production. In contrast, Keynesian theory dispenses with the individual choices, MRS, stressed by neoclassical theory. Instead, it focuses on the structural conditions that shape the supply of labor, the savings out of incomes, and investment behavior. Those factors together with the productivities of capital and labor determine returns in the Keynesian view. According to a Marxian theory that differs markedly from both the neoclassical and the Keynesian, the origin of what capitalists receive, surplus value, is the surplus labor produced by hired productive laborers and appropriated by their employers, industrial capitalists. The value returned to capitalists is thus a fruit of the exploitation that takes place in the capitalist fundamental class process, FCP. The marginal productivity of things and labor and the individual choices about real income and leisure and consumption today and tomorrow are not the essential causes or explanations of anything in Marxian theory. Individual choice and productivity matter in Marxian theory, but not as essences that determine everything about the economy. Rather, they are merely two of the many factors that overdetermine all the aspects of any economy, such as income and its distribution among individuals. In Marxian theory, the labor power supplied by an individual may be very productive, but the wages received need bear little relationship to that high productivity. Marxian theory stresses that industrial capitalists appropriate the surpluses produced by others. Those capitalists today chiefly members of corporate boards of directors do not themselves participate in producing the outputs that their corporations sell. In that sense their marginal productivity is zero. Nor are their profit returns the results of or rewards for producing the tools, equipment, buildings, or raw materials used up in production. Those used up means of production were all purchased earlier from other capitalist enterprises. Inside those enterprises, similarly exploited workers produce those means of production. Profit receivers in Marxian theory obtain a portion of the income of society because of the social position in a 362 chapter. 7. Fundamental class process that they occupy, not because of anything productive that they do. Of course, managers inside those industrial enterprises and their owners, as well as others located outside enterprises such as state officials, merchants, providers of technology, and bankers, do receive incomes because of the labor they perform, risks they take, or capital they provide to the corporate board. Their respective incomes represent distributed portions of the already appropriated surplus value by that same corporate board. These individuals, occupants of subsumed class positions, receive those incomes because they provide certain conditions that enable the productive laborers to produce the commodities that capitalists sell and that contain the surplus values that capitalists appropriate. Additionally, any corporate board member may receive more than one FLO of value, beyond appropriating surplus value as a collective exploiter of productive labor. An individual board member may also receive dividends for being an owner of the enterprise and perhaps also a salary if he or she also functions as a paid corporate manager. In the latter two, subsumed class, functions or positions, the individual as owner provides the capitalist enterprise with access to property, thereby incurring a risk of losing a portion or all, if the enterprise is unsuccessful, while the individual as manager provides various conditions, supervision, purchasing, sales, etc., necessary for the firm's productive laborers to generate the surpluses that its capitalists appropriate. Marx went to some lengths to distinguish between individuals who received income from class exploitation, namely from receiving unpaid labor that yields surpluses, and those who received incomes from other activities. Those other activities included, for example, owning and lending or other kinds of labor that did not generate surpluses, what he therefore called unproductive labor, and rather provided conditions of existence for productive labor. Marx focused his criticisms on the waste and injustice of capitalist exploitation, the exploitative relation between capitalist employers and hired productive laborers, and what he saw as its disastrous social consequences. That is why Marxian theory emphasizes and focuses upon the class process in society, unpaid labor. The class concept thus provides the cutting edge separating Marxian from both neoclassical and Keynesian theories generally and from their approaches to income distribution in particular. 7.3 Political consequences of contending theories. The three different theories compared in this book clash in the modern world. For example, a major point and purpose of neoclassical theory is to deny precisely what Marxian theory affirms, that class exploitation is a determinant. The importance of theoretical differences. 363. Of income distribution. A major point and purpose of Keynesian theory is to explain the inefficient, wasteful, and socially disruptive instability and cycles of capitalist economies and to warrant government economic interventions to offset them, arguments that neoclassical theory rejects. In its turn, Marxian theory denies what neoclassical theory affirms, that human choice and technology determine the social distribution of income. Marxian theory also denies what Keynesian theory affirms, that a government-maintained fully employed labor force along with good-paying jobs yield a social optimum. Neoclassical theory informs the political agendas of most conservatives. It underlies their shared concern to remove what they see as market imperfections that prevent individuals from making those decisions which would bring each one the income he or she wants and deserves, an income distribution that conforms to the human nature and preferences of all citizens. Marxian theory informs the political agendas of Marxists. For them, a major political objective is basic change toward a more just society that would end class exploitation much as earlier slavery and serfdom were abolished. Marxists seek the alternative distributions of wealth and income, and also political power and cultural access, that they believe would follow from a non-exploitative class structure. Social Democrats and liberals, in the US rather than the UK definition of that term, mostly follow Keynesian theory in favoring regulations, transfer payments, and other government interventions that effectively redistribute income. They argue for such redistribution precisely because private, free market capitalist economies, in their view, function and distribute income in inefficient and wasteful ways that yield lower levels of national income than those economies could produce. Marxists are more interested in making the class changes that will reorganize the allocation of income and wealth so that no subsequent government-mandated redistribution in the Keynesian mode would be required. The theoretical differences carry far-reaching implications. For Marxists, even if market imperfections were somehow removed according to neoclassical prescriptions, class exploitation would not be eliminated. Even if full employment, eradication of monopolies, perfectly disseminated information, and an end to market discrimination on grounds of race or gender were achieved, class exploitation could continue or grow. Likewise, in the Marxian view, even if the Keynesians' fiscal and monetary policies moderated or alleviated capitalist business cycles, that would leave unaddressed the exploitation of labor and all its unwanted economic and social consequences. In other words, the desired Keynesian objective of a fully employed labor force is also from the contending Marxian perspective one that is fully exploited. Meanwhile, neoclassical economists oppose the sorts of government economic interventions that Keynesians propose because they think that such interventions 364 Chapter 7 distort the optimal production and income distribution that could and would be achieved by laissez-faire capitalism. Of course, tactical alliances among proponents of the three theories can sometimes occur. For example, Keynesian and Marxian economists have sometimes agreed on government employment programs during recessions. To take another example, neoclassical and Keynesian economists have sometimes agreed that Marxian economists do not deserve positions in university economics departments and prevented their employment. However, the profound theoretical differences among the three theories and their political implications usually make those alliances temporary and limited. 7.3.1 Political conditions shape theories. Marxian economists have a particularly difficult time obtaining a hearing for their theory and its conclusions because of the political and ideological demonization of Marxism in most societies across the 20th century. With the passing of the Cold War, transformation of the Soviet Union and its European allies, and major shifts in the other actually existing socialisms of the 20th century, the re-entry of Marxian theory into the discussion and debates over economic issues is underway. Yet certain legacies of the demonization of Marxism remain in the forms of widespread ignorance about or distorted stereotypes of Marxian theory's arguments. Something similar applies to Keynesian economic theory since the 1970s. Then the resurgence of deregulated and relatively privatized capitalisms revived and promoted neoclassical theory. Keynesian economics was deposed from the dominant position it had occupied in academia and among policy makers in the wake of the Great Depression. Now, in the wake of the Great Recession that began in 2007 and continues across the writing of this text, neoclassical economic theory's position has been weakened. The depth and length of this capitalist downturn have called its promises into question. The political, social, and cultural damage done globally by this crisis has likewise challenged the theory. The failures of the mainstream economics profession overwhelmingly committed to neoclassical theory to foresee, anticipate, or successfully cope with the crisis has also undermined its social prestige. The great debate among the three main alternative economic theories has therefore resumed. The economic crisis since 2007 reminded people across the globe that neither the neoclassical nor the Keynesian approaches proved able to manage capitalism's cycles, let alone prevent them. The collapse of the USSR had already earlier raised fundamental questions likewise about Marxian theories. The defenders of unreconstructed, orthodox versions of all three theories remain busy making their arguments. Yet the renewed and reopened the importance of theoretical differences. 365. Debates among them have produced self-criticisms and soul-searching among many proponents in all three camps. Those are yielding new formulations and new theoretical initiatives. We have integrated several of these into this book's systematic and summary presentations and comparisons of the three theories. For example, changes in neoclassical theory seem to us to be deserving of distinct discussion in Chapter 5 on late neoclassical theory. Likewise, we have tried repeatedly to distinguish between traditional and overdeterminist Marxian theory. We also signaled changes in Keynesian theory between its more traditional version and newer developments in post-Keynesian and new Keynesian economics. 7.3.2 Struggles among theories and theorists. Interactions among neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian theorists have varied from occasional collaborations to polite but friendly disagreements all the way to intensely hostile confrontations. By theorists, we mean all those who think in some systematic way about economic issues, not just the professional theorists. Among political groups, social movements, political parties, labor unions, etc., influenced by one or the other theory, relations have gone back and forth from alliances to persecution and occasionally to outright physical destruction. What kinds of relations existed among the three groups of theorists depended of course on the complex social conditions of each particular time and place. One enduring issue, however, has been and remains the issue of class. Marxian objectives include the transformation of class structures, the radical alteration of social relations whereby some people produce, while others appropriate and distribute surplus labor. Neoclassical and Keynesian objectives do not include such a transformation, and that basic difference sooner or later arises in debates among the three theories. Clearly, something socially important is at stake. Another enduring issue has been the role of the government in the economy. The neoclassical economists argue for a minimal role against the Keynesians who argue for a much greater role. The former argue all the more against traditional Marxists who have supported the greatest role. More recent formulations of Marxian theory sharply downgrade emphasis on the authority of the state compared with traditional Marxism. Marxian economic theory is one thing, the political demands and strategies of its proponents are another. Marxian theorists can and do disagree on how politically to achieve the class changes their theory favors. Likewise, neoclassical and Keynesian economists can and do disagree among themselves on how to advance the political agendas associated with their respective theories. It is important to remember this lest the heat of disputes among the three theories lead any of them to suggest or insist that a theoretical 366 chapter 7. Commitment must necessarily be associated with one or another political strategy or tactic. Overwrought usually in the course of intense political or ideological struggles, Keynesians and Marxists have thus sometimes equated neoclassical economics with condoning or even welcoming recessions and unemployment despite the mass suffering they cause. No doubt some neoclassical economists have done that, but many others have not and have instead supported many kinds of government assistance for the unemployed. For example, neoclassical economists disagree about how best to advance the political agendas associated with their thinking. Overheated during tense political and ideological times, neoclassical and Keynesian economists have similarly sometimes equated Marxian economists and Stalinism, a reference to repressive policies in the USSR from the 1930s to the 1950s. Some Marxists were Stalinists, many were not, and few remain so today. Marxian theorists, like all others, disagree among themselves about how best to advance the political agendas associated with their theory. It is dangerous for any society to forget that everyone gains when alternative theories have the opportunity to present and debate their entry points, logics, conceptualizations, and conclusions. The history of the last century's debates among neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian theories shows that none of them has always had all the answers. Economic crises and failures have occurred under the prevalence of all of them in one country or another, at one time or another. Societies that shut down their theoretical debates and contestations whether by government or by private actions also lost the benefits of the questions, criticisms, and analyses offered by the excluded theories and theorists. The recent global capitalist crisis reopened the space for economic debate to include Keynesian and Marxian theorists who had been largely excluded since the 1970s. Those theories' challenges to neoclassical theory are multiplying in large part because of the challenge to that theory provided by the crisis itself. The renewed debate is as welcome as it is long overdue. Even neoclassical economists will be stimulated by the renewed theoretical competition to re-examine, re-question, and re-any their theory. Important questioning and rethinking within journalism, academe, policy making, government, labor unions, and so on, may well be revived by the reopening of genuine debates over economic theories, realities, and strategies. 7.4 Which theory do we choose? We face three different theories that conceptualize the economy differently, endorse different definitions and standards for what is true, and have different the importance of theoretical differences. 367. Consequences for our lives. While all three agree that the economic system we live in is capitalism, their respective concepts of capitalism have little in common. Neoclassical theory sees a privately owned and privately run economy in which competitive markets link optimizing producers and consumers. Keynesians see an economic structure that, while basically sound and effective, can and repeatedly does produce an inefficient and wasteful equilibrium that requires systematic government intervention to overcome. Marxian theory sees a particular kind of class structure in which exploitation is reproduced, with disastrous social consequences alongside rapid technological change. Choosing between the theories amounts to choosing between alternative conceptualizations of the world we live in. The contesting economic theories have practical impacts on our societies. Practitioners of the three theories regularly reach different conclusions about how to understand and respond to inflation, recession, war, domestic violence, extreme wealth inequality, and most other urgent social issues. Given the contradictions among the theories, between the divergent analyses they produce, and between the political solutions they support, how are we to choose between them? We are actually familiar with this dilemma in many other parts of our lives. Different religions present us with alternative concepts of God, morality, and the meaning of our lives. Different medical practitioners offer us different diagnoses of and remedies for illnesses. Different traditions of cuisine, hairstyle, dress, and sexual relationships likewise show us a range of alternative ways of living our lives. It is a peculiarity of some cultures that they generally favor tolerance toward or even encourage differences in religion, medical practice, lifestyles, and artistic judgments, yet also display great intolerance toward differences in economic theories. There they seem to expect differences of opinion to give way to be resolved such that one theory is considered absolutely right. Such cultures often believe that alternative concepts of God should coexist and interact with one another and that it is inappropriate to ask about which among them is correct. Yet they ask exactly that of alternative economic theories. Which one is correct? Which one fights the facts? Which one is to be embraced while the others are banished to the realm of falsehood? In our view, intellectually mature societies are characterized by a broad acceptance of the fact that economic theories are and will likely remain irreducibly different. The rejection of intolerance in religious, cultural, medical, and other areas of social life can and should be extended to include rejecting intolerance in the realm of economic theories. The cross-fertilizations, diversities, and general enrichment of societies that result from religious, political, and artistic tolerance would also emerge from tolerance toward all three economic theories. In any case, with or without tolerance, the differences, and 368 Chapter 7. Contestations among neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian economics have continued for many decades. So the question remains, how do we choose among these basic theoretical alternatives? 7.4.1 Choosing theories. Because of their consequences, we might base our choices on the different effects produced in our lives by each theory. Consider some of these effects. 1 is the awareness of exploitation in society. Marxian theory literally teaches people to see something in human relationships that is not acknowledged by other theories. Becoming aware of class via Marxian theory often leads individuals to try to alter or eliminate exploitation. Another effect of a Marxian awareness of exploitation as an aspect of class processes would likely be a different way of understanding non-class processes in society. For example, such non-class processes as unequal distributions of power between men and women, whites and blacks, capitalists and workers, property owners and the propertyless would be seen as different from class processes and also in a relation of mutual overdetermination with them. Other effects of embracing the Marxian theory discussed in this book include a commitment to overdetermination rather than essentialism. Such a commitment ends any need to look for final, ultimate, essential causes or truths. Instead, it presumes that different theories or explanations are born from the complex social conditions natural, political, economic, and cultural that combine to overdetermine them. Each theory differs not only in its specific propositions but also in the standards of truth, logic, and consistency it erects for its propositions. Such a commitment to anti-essentialist ways of thinking carries the implication that no explanation of anything is ever finished, or true beyond revision, or more than one among several alternative explanations. The effect of Marxian theory's consistent commitment to overdetermination is that subscribers to such a theory view their own position too as but one of several alternatives. They recognize that Marxian theory is no more a final truth than is any other theory. That admission, in turn, may open up a democracy of difference, a non-dogmatic attitude towards social theories that seeks to understand them as richly different reflections of the complex currents shaping any modern society. Such an admission does not contradict taking a partisan position, welcoming some and opposing other theories because of their social consequences. If this partial list of effects flowing from adherence to Marxian theory strikes you as attractive, you might then adopt and use Marxian rather than neoclassical or Keynesian theory. Yet you might also throw up your hands in frustration at the seeming chaos of accepting that the different theories that swirl around you cannot be ranked according to their truths, that they are just the importance of theoretical differences. 369. There, all different and all clamoring for your allegiance. You might also fear that if theories are different, without one being essentially right and thus the others finally wrong, might not some horrid, evil theory gain sway over most people's minds and actions? For individuals who are attracted to Marxian theory because they approve of the effects of its use, these are perfectly reasonable worries. But before we discuss these worries, we should consider the different effects of adopting neoclassical or Keynesian economic theories. One of neoclassical theory's profound effects is its recognition and celebration of something that was repressed by the dominant religious theories prior to capitalism. That something is neoclassical theory's entry point, which it makes the essence of economy and society, the individual human being. This key idea is connected historically to what we discussed earlier, namely the rise of humanism. Humanism attracted many people who had lost their earlier allegiance to religious theories focused on God as the cause, essence, and purpose of life. Humanism focused instead on individual human beings as the creators and centers of the world and on individual happiness as the goal of life. Humanism is a broad, general theory, perhaps we should call it a philosophy that explains the nature and development of society as the heroic struggle of each and every human being to discover and develop his or her given potential in the face of societal constraints. This central idea is likewise the entry point and essence for neoclassical economic theory. The latter is a particular form of humanism. It follows that an individual might choose neoclassical theory because its consequences or effects include steps aimed at maximizing personal liberty, at making social institutions permit and indeed facilitate the essential human struggle to realize individual potentialities. Such an individual might choose neoclassical theory because it applauds and leads logically toward capitalist institutions, which are understood to be optimally appropriate to our human nature. Neoclassical theory leads to a political program of social changes that promises to end market imperfections and minimize government intervention in economic affairs. For all these reasons you might well choose to view the world through the neoclassical rather than the Marxian or Keynesian theoretical lens. A different individual might welcome and applaud capitalism as a system, yet be troubled by its instability, recurrent cycles, and the mass suffering they entailed, as Keynes himself was. Accepting capitalism as beset by imperfections and flaws, such an individual might find persuasive the theory of Keynes as to why capitalism was unstable and how the government could and should intervene to correct or at least alleviate the results of capitalist instability. Such an individual might embrace Keynesian theory as a welcome midpoint between neoclassical and Marxian theories, a place from which one could reject both 370 chapter 7. Neoclassical and Marxian theories as extremes. Liberals in the United States and Social Democrats in many other countries have often found their ways to variants of Keynesian economic theory for such reasons. Actually, a moment's ref election should confirm that each person's preference for one theory over another is influenced by a long list of personal and social factors. More than just the effects of alternative theories shape an individual's choices among them. Other influences on theoretical preference include family background, schooling, religious beliefs, age, sex, current family situation, employment conditions, political attitudes, and so forth. Moreover, since these influences change across lifetimes, theoretical preferences change too. For example, at one time a person might prefer neoclassical theory, perhaps partly because its political implications seem less dramatic and less threatening than do those of Marxian or even Keynesian theory. This preference might also stem in part from where that person stands in the class structure. If the individual is a receiver of surplus value from productive laborers, he or she might prefer neoclassical theory because it denies the whole idea of surplus and asserts instead that all incomes are rewards to individuals for what each contributes to production. It also might be preferred to Keynesian theory for its laissez-faire policy, no government interference in or barriers to continued receipt of surpluses understood as just rewards. High-income recipients might understandably become deeply committed to neoclassical theory, even to the point of thinking that no other reasonable or logical theory existed. Keynesian theory might appeal to someone whose commitment to neoclassical economics could not survive a major economic crisis in a largely privatized, market capitalist economy. However, a Keynesian might change theoretical allegiance if government economic interventions seem to make economic conditions inflation or growth worse, not better. Marxian theory often changes people's thinking about what capitalism is and how it works. Thus it can offend or worry those who benefit from capitalist class processes or embrace humanist philosophy or endorse neoclassical economics. Societies where a capitalist class structure prevails often include many people distressed by Marxian theory. Marxian claims that the individual freedoms celebrated by neoclassical theory, school books, and politicians' speeches are actually conditions for mass exploitation trouble them. Some will react by preferring neoclassical because they don't want the disruptive consequences in their personal lives that would fall from taking Marxian arguments seriously. Needless to say, individuals who have suffered from various kinds of discrimination, injustice, or oppression within capitalist societies might be more welcoming of a theory that fundamentally criticizes capitalism. Choosing among the three theories in terms of the varied consequences they entail is a complex matter involving all of the varied influences that shape our attitudes and preferences. The choice we make among theories is as complex the importance of theoretical differences. 371. As most other important choices we make in our lives, we are aware of some of our reasons for choosing as we do, but there are reasons we do not recognize until long after the choice has been made, and there are still other reasons we never become aware of. When we choose among theories because of their consequences, we are actually choosing for many other reasons as well, although we are aware of only some of them. In the language of this book, all choices are overdetermined and contradictory. Every aspect of our lives plays a different role in shaping our choices and our partial awareness of the reasons for them. Our choices are contradictory because the infinite, varied influences on them and on our awareness push and pull us in different and often conflicting directions. We become acutely sensitive to this when we find choices difficult to make, when we struggle sometimes over long periods with the pros and cons we must contend with. In Marxian theory, all preferences are overdetermined by all of the class and non-class processes of society, whether or not an individual is aware of all the overdetermining influences. Our choices among theories are based only in part on their different social consequences. The logic of overdetermination requires Marxists who find it persuasive to reject the idea that any one basis such as consequences can determine theoretical choices. Marxian overdeterminist logic implies that just as class processes themselves are overdetermined, so too are the theories that exist in any society as well as the choices individuals make among them. 7.4.2 Choosing theories based on an absolute standard. Another basis for choosing among neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian theories might be examining which of them is closest to the truth, which of them best captures how the economy really works. The standard of truth is then correspondence with reality, which theory best fits the facts. That is an absolute standard that does not vary with one's perspective. One chooses among alternative perspectives, theories, by measuring each of them against the single absolute standard of correspondence with reality. However, it turns out that choosing on this absolute basis is every bit as complex as basing one's choice on the consequences of theories. There are different ways of choosing just as there are different theories to choose among. As economists debate alternative economic theories, so philosophers debate alternative ways of choosing among theories. Indeed, such philosophic debates are part of an entire branch of philosophy called epistemology, the study of thinking and truth and the relationship between them. Just as there are alternative economic theories of what capitalism is, there are also different epistemological theories of what thinking and truth are. To believe that truth is something simple and straightforward, something we all 372 chapter 7 define in the same way, is to ignore the different ideas and definitions of truth that have provoked debates and controversy for centuries into the present. To believe that you can decide among alternative economic theories according to which is closest to the truth and absolute standard immediately requires you to confront the following problem: how do we decide among alternative theories as to what the truth is? This problem confronts those who propose to choose among neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian theories on the basis of their approximation to the truth. 7.4.3 Empiricism. One theory of truth, one epistemological theory, defines it as the correspondence of an idea with reality. The argument runs as follows: there is a real world out there which people can know by means of our 5 senses. Sight, smell, touch, hearing, and taste serve as channels through which the facts of the real world out there imprint themselves on our brains. When we think, we concoct ideas about how the world works. To determine which, if any, of these concocted ideas are true, we compare the ideas to the facts of the world that our senses have gathered. The ideas that best fit the facts, that correspond most closely to what our senses reveal about the real world, are then acclaimed as true. This epistemological theory is called empiricism. It is widely influential today. Many people prefer it to the alternative theories of what truth is. For individuals who believe in empiricism, the choice among neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian economic theories should properly be based on which theory best corresponds to the facts. Empiricists evaluate the three economic theories, as they do with alternative political, biological, chemical, and other theories, in terms of their correspondence to the facts of the real world. The choice among them is then made according to which theory corresponds most closely. This standard is absolute because it does not recognize the possibility of multiple alternative truths. It confers the positive title of true on one theory while negatively dismissing alternative theories as less true or false. Empiricism insists that we all sense the facts of reality in the same way, that we all see, hear, smell, taste, and touch reality in an identical way. Our senses provide an absolutely accurate and reliable means of knowing the real and thereby of assessing theories about the real as to whether or not they are true, correspond to the real. Most neoclassical economists believe in such an epistemology. They defend their preference for neoclassical theory on the grounds of its greater realism, its closer correspondence to reality as against Keynesian and Marxian theory. Most Keynesian and Marxian economists hold to the same epistemology. They too believe that their theory is true while the alternatives are not, and they too the importance of theoretical differences. 373. Define truth as a theory's correspondence to factual reality. However, when they test neoclassical theory against the facts, they conclude that Keynesian or Marxian theories achieve the better phi-t, so they each defend their respective theory as true against neoclassical economics, which they find to be less true or simply false. Debates among proponents of the three economic theories often involve confrontations of data and statistical measurements that support each side's claim that it best fits the facts. The shared empiricist epistemology of such contesting theorists guarantees a great absolutist battle. None can grant an alternative theory any status other than error. Moreover, each empiricist theorist eventually asks why opposing theorists persist in beliefs that the theorist's facts show to be false, to be in less correspondence with reality. The answer reached by most empiricist theorists is that alternative theorists have ulterior motives that make them cling to what is factually untrue. Many empiricist debates over different economic theories degenerate into mutual accusations of dogmatic adherence to false ideas, bias, distortion, and the lack of scientific method or honesty. They can turn very ugly, with theorists charging those who differ with purposely encouraging false ideas in order to further or prevent economic and social changes. 7.4.4 Rationalism. Another theory of truth. Rationalism claims that there is a real world out there that human beings can know by means of thought, that is, by means of logical reasoning. The assumption here is that the world has an underlying logic or order that human rationality can capture. Indeed, rationalists believe that reason, either with or without divine revelation, has accumulated a basic store of true knowledge about the world's underlying order. Moreover, that knowledge can and should serve as an absolute standard or measure of the truth. Thus, the truth of any theory's statements about the world can be ascertained by measuring such statements' correspondence to that accumulated knowledge. In economics, rationalists believe that their basic theory, whether Keynesian, neoclassical, or Marxian, provides the knowledge against which to measure the truth of any statement about the economy. When used in economics, rationalism insists that true relationships in the economy cannot be discovered via sensory observations because our senses receive an infinite chaos of impressions, an overwhelming mass of data. Our brains cannot process all that information, they therefore focus on only some of the infinite impressions gathered by our senses. When, for example, we look at a person, our eyes literally see an infinity of facts, but our brains select out a few to register, to think about. In the rationalist view, people inevitably select from among all the data gathered by the senses those which they think to be important or significant. No one can or ever has tested any idea against 374. Chapter 7. All the facts as empiricists claim. Rationalists thus reject empiricism as impossible and incoherent as a theory of truth. Rationalists insist that all people select which facts to register and consider according to some theory about which facts are the ones to select. The empirical facts that appear to each individual depend, in the last instance, on the theory that guides that individual's receptivity to selection among sense impressions. Rationalists focus then on what they see as the core of any theory, namely the logic or reason governing its selection among the infinity of facts, rather than on the particular facts that its proponents selectively gather and present. Rationalists argue over which theory has a logical structure that most exactly matches the presumed logical order of economic reality. Rationalists are confident that the best theory, whose logic mirrors the inherent logic of reality itself, will best select the facts that are relevant to an explanation of actual economic events. Some neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian economists endorse the rationalist approach, sometimes consciously but more often without any awareness that they are taking one among alternative epistemological positions. Neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian rationalists claim that theirs is the one theory whose logic matches the truth of economic reality. Each set of rationalist economists claims that its theory is the highest stage achieved by rational thought about economics and is therefore the closest approximation yet to knowing how economic reality works. Each sees its theory as the absolute standard against which to measure any statement made by anyone about economics. Consequently, each tends to dismiss alternative theories as simply inadequate understandings of reality. Each attacks all the others as erroneous and false. Empiricists struggle over which theory best fits the facts. Rationalists argue over which theory best captures the underlying logic of economic events. Rationalists as well as empiricists in the three camps charge each other with ignorance of the facts or ignorance of correct theory or of ignorantly clinging to outdated ideas for ulterior and intellectually dishonest purposes. There is rarely room among rationalists or empiricists for the notion of alternative theories offering different ways to make sense not only of the world but also of truth itself. 7.4.5 Choosing economic theories and choosing epistemologies. Disagreements over the definition of truth affect our choices among alternative economic as well as other theories. The empiricist and rationalist notions of a single absolute truth based on the factual reality and the logic of thought, respectively, are not the only epistemological notions available to us. They're the importance of theoretical differences. 375. Are others to consider because choosing among economic theories plunges us into the related choice among alternative epistemologies. Consider an epistemological theory different from both empiricism and rationalism. It asserts that our senses influence and are influenced by the theories we believe. It also asserts that both thinking and sensing are shaped by all the other aspects and activities of our lives. In other words, our senses and our thoughts are overdetermined and thus not independent of one another. How each works is shaped by everything else in our history and environment. This epistemological theory of truth argues that measuring different theories against the facts, as in empiricism, or against one true logic, as in rationalism, produces no absolute truth whatsoever. The reason for this is that facts, logics and theories are not independent entities. They mutually overdetermine one another. Thus neither facts nor reason can serve as an independent or absolute standard of theoretical truth, since alternative theories influence the facts and logics they hold up as truth standards. For example, pessimists and optimists see very different things when they watch the same evening TV news program. Vegetarians and non-vegetarians experience different taste sensations when they eat the same foods. Religious people feel something quite different from those who are uninterested in religion when they touch a holy relic. Two students with opposing political views hear a teacher's lecture in very different ways. How we each think about the world affects how our senses interact with it, and vice versa. In each of the examples above, it would not be surprising to find one party insisting that he or she never saw, tasted, felt, or heard what the other party insists were his or her sensations. In parallel fashion, individuals reason differently if they occupy different class and non-class positions in society. For example, sellers and buyers of labor power think about life differently because of the diverse experiences linked to those different positions. Thoughts that occur to some individuals never occur to others. Whether the world has a rational order and what that order is are not agreed matters among all people. Rationalism's claim to offer an absolute universal standard of truth is not sustainable. From the standpoint of such a non-absolute epistemology, people can and do disagree over their sensations as well as over their conceptualizations. It follows that a theory that fights the facts for one person as he or she senses those facts may not do so for another person. A theory that captures the underlying logic of reality for one person as she or he produces that theory may not do so for another person who reasons otherwise. In the spirit of such an epistemological position, then, different theories are true for different people. There is no need to imagine or look for one theory that alone will fight the facts, as the empiricists claim, because there is no one set of facts that everyone senses and recognizes as the standard of truth. There is likewise 376 Chapter 7. No need to look for one theory that alone captures the logical order of reality, as the rationalists claim, because people do not all apprehend the same logical order. There is no theory that captures everyone's differently apprehended realities equally. Instead, there are theories and truths, both plural, that reflect and shape the different ways people sense, think about, and live in the world. In terms of economic theory there are clear differences among the three epistemologies just described. Empiricists would resolve the debate among Neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian economics by testing all against what they sense to be the facts. In their view, the facts they perceive must likewise be the facts for everyone and therefore the absolute standard of truth for everyone. Rationalists would resolve the debate among Neoclassical, Keynesian and Marxian economics by testing all against what each rationalist considered to be the logical order of reality. In their view, the true theory they discover via testing it against the rational order of reality, their absolute standard must be the truth for everyone. By contrast, the alternative epistemological approach believes that thinking and sensing are overdetermined by each other and by everything else in society. Therefore different theories will occur and appeal to people who sense, think about, and live in the world differently. People will reach different conclusions about the truths of alternative theories much as they believe in different definitions and standards of truth. The world clearly is full of people who believe different theories are true because they have different notions of what truth is. There are different standards of truth just as there are different theories of society, economy, nature, and so on. This is a non-absolutist epistemology. It recognizes no single standard of truth and hence no one true theory standing above false theories. In this view, different ways of thinking about the world stand alongside different ways of sensing it. Theories are differently true, truths are irreducibly plural. Once again, it is important to add that granting the multiplicity of truths in no way precludes choosing which theories you embrace and which you oppose. It only means that your choice is not based on an absolute standard of truth but rather on other standards such as the beauty or social consequences or complexity you associate with alternative theories. As we confronted the problem of choosing between two economic theories, we worked our way to the parallel problem of choosing among epistemologies, or theories of truth. Just as it turned out that truth could not be an unambiguous arbiter of our choice between economic theories, so we are now wise enough not to search for yet another absolute standard to solve our problem in confronting alternative epistemologies. Our world is full of different, contesting theories about everything. While we may not, yet, be aware of them, alternatives exist to the way we think about everything. Nothing is thought about in the same way by everyone. There are also good reasons to believe that we become wiser the more we the importance of theoretical differences. 377. Understand the alternatives, whether we choose them or not. Freedom of choice, as a moral value, presumably extends beyond the array of toothpastes in a drugstore to include the array of economic theories circulating in our world. This book was intended to alert you to some alternatives and choices you might not have been aware of or understood. Our presumption was that with greater choice you would have greater freedom and wisdom too. The choice you eventually make will depend on all of the influences that overdetermine you. If your choice is empiricism or rationalism, then you will likely join the debate over the truth of Neoclassical versus Keynesian versus Marxian theory. If your choice is against empiricism or rationalism and for a non-absolutist epistemology, then you will likely find yourself basing your choice among economic theories not on a criterion of truth but rather on the alternative consequences and associations of the theories that exist in our world. In either case, we hope that you will be aware of how and why different people choose differently. We also hope that you will pursue far more awareness, tolerance, and discussion of theoretical differences than has been the tradition within the discipline of economics generally and particularly within that tradition in the United States. Solutions to long-standing economic problems often require that we try different ways of thinking about those problems, try grappling with different theories. Marxian theory is different from the neoclassical orthodoxy that still prevails in America today and from the resurging Keynesian theory, both of which are far better known than Marxian theory. The latter includes a variety of careful, logical, and elaborated ways of thinking about capitalist economies. Marxian theory's critical and revolutionary thrusts make it different in ways that trouble some. However, just those qualities allow it to produce economic analyses that are not only different but also arrestingly original and eye-opening. Much is lost by continuing to ignore Marxian theorizations of the structure, dynamics, and problems of capitalist economies. 7.4.6 A final thought: we do not seek to frustrate you about the choices confronting anyone who takes seriously the workings of the mind. That alternative theories of truth, economics, and indeed everything else exist is a premise of this book. That you therefore confront choices among all of these alternatives is, we believe, a condition of life rather like breathing, eating, and so forth. In our view, there is no way of escaping the freedom of choice even for people who pretend or believe that no choice exists. Making the choices you actually have available to you, periodically re-examining them to open yourself to the possibility of making different choices, these are important, exciting, and invigorating parts of a full and 378 chapter. 7. Self-conscious lifetime. We wrote this book to aid you in realizing, becoming conscious of, the existence of choices among available economic theories. We also wrote it to stress the importance of the economic theory choices we all make, consciously or otherwise. They matter enormously in our personal lives as well as in our societies, whose direction and future depend on those choices and their complex consequences. There is nothing admirable in pretending that choices do not exist. We understand that faced with difficult decisions, people can become frightened. It may be tempting to deal with hard choices by acting as if there really were no choice to make, as if it were a simple, obvious matter. In thinking about economics, all too many people proceed as though there were only one obvious way to ask and answer all questions. They think of economic theory as a single concept, not a theoretical plural. They avoid the hard theoretical choices by ignoring them, falling into line behind whatever happens to be the majority view at the time. They run from their own freedom of choice to the comfort and security of accepting other people's choices without recognizing that they too can choose, that alternatives do exist. If you become aware that your way of thinking involves a choice from among such alternatives, you will, we hope, want to learn more about those alternatives. You will, we hope, want to struggle honestly with past choices you have made to see if they remain the choices you want to make today. We aim our words above all at those of you who think of yourselves as responsible citizens determined to use your minds to the utmost. Theoretical choices are terrible things to waste.